der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Welcome to our coverage of the latest round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. It's the 57th edition of the ADAC Barbarossa Prize, live from the ring. And I'm delighted to say that the weather looks okay at this stage. There's a bit of cloud cover, but doesn't seem to be any rainfall on the Grand Prix section of the circuit. Remember, this is the typical NLS track as well, so not the full Grand Prix venue, but about half of it. And of course, then taking in the full length of the Nürburgring Nordschleife with some fascinating guests today. And I'm not just talking about the two of us in the commentary box, but it's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones to take you through NLS 9. A certain superstar is on the grid, yes, but there are plenty of other drivers here who could potentially win this penultimate round of the season, Bruce.
Certainly can. I mean, having Max Verstappen on board, now he's got his full name back, you know, I think it's fantastic. And I think it's the measure of the man that he just wants to race everything he can. This has been a race that's really fascinated him. But I tell you what, working in the GT World Challenge this season, he's racing with one of his two regular drivers, Chris Lullen. He's on them the whole time. Even if it's a Grand Prix, he's tracking their very action. So I think this is phenomenal. I mean, we know, we're the converted here, just how brilliant the Nordschleife is, just how fantastic the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie is. So I think having someone like this coming in. A few weekends ago, I was down at Goodwood at the Revival, and we were celebrating many things, but one of them was Jim Clark's remarkable 1965 season. Brilliant feature in Autosport magazine. They listed just how many races he did around the world. But the fact is, it wasn't all Formula One. And I think it's brilliant for the top drivers to come back and do other things. It gives other people a yardstick. It's old school, but I think inside Max Verstappen is a really old school person. Third generation racer in his family. He's got, you know, racing blood coursing through him. And I think it's really infectious. And if it casts more eyes on this series, fantastic. But it's all about racing on the Nordschleife. That's what he wants to do. However, you're quite right. He may not win this race, but in Chris Lullen, I tell you, he has an absolute thunderbolt of a teammate. So they've got every chance.
Yeah, and the team preparing the car, ML Fry Racing, certainly have a great deal of experience as well, although have been away from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it feels, for a few seasons. They're with a Ferrari 296, though, that both drivers are getting more and more used to. Still something that sticks out in my mind. I think it's a couple of years ago now, which was at the end of the Monaco Grand Prix. Max Verstappen didn't want to be held up too much with the media interviews after that race because he wanted to get to the nearest screen to see the Indy 500.
I know. And let's face it, he's also been reprimanded, you know, but what can you do? By his team for doing through-the-night sim racing, you know, during the course of a Grand Prix weekend. I mean, otherwise, you know, they're blocking out 24 weekends of sim racing for him, so he's got to fit it in somehow. But yes, but, you know, he's a polymath. He can do the lot. So, you know, I think it's fantastic. But, yeah, I really, really appreciate anyone in Formula One who keeps an eye on other elements of the sport. And think about it, you know, we're celebrating this year the 100th round of the World Endurance Championship since 2012. And among those, you know, we have had world champions come and play. Remember, Fernando Alonso came and played for a couple of seasons. That Renault shouldn't be sitting at the side of the track. There's one sitting right at the end of the lap that hasn't quite made it back round to the grid.
Well, this was all this morning where the weather conditions were somewhat more treacherous. The track surface very greasy. The number 50 Equipe Vitesse Audi only made it just beyond the concrete wall. Like that had been on the racetrack and then stopped on the chevrons between pit lane and the main race area. 490 Renault also having some fun out there, but it's busy at the best of times, and this is a chance for those to get acclimatised to the speed differential and the 108 cars that we've got out on the racetrack, Bruce.
Yeah, one of the hardest things, I mean, it's immensely hard, 25 kilometres, toughest circuit in the world, to go out in the morning with greasy conditions, fog hanging over the higher parts of the circuit. And it's also making your way, if you're running in one of the top class cars, that's SP9, working your way through the traffic. And there's an enormous performance differential between the fastest and slowest in this field. So respect for other drivers is one of the reasons why you need to, even if you're multiple world champion like Max Verstappen, you need to get your ring permit before you're allowed to compete in one of the fastest cars. Of course, it's within his bandwidth. But anyhow, the challenge was laid down by Christian Cronjes and Walker Horse Motorsport and Aston Martin, going to the top of the times of the teams. Absolutely love that. Frank Stippler ended up second fastest in Audi, and Max Verstappen's car third on the grid. So we've got that fantastic array. Aston Martin, Audi, Ferrari, Porsche, top four makes.
And I'm now frantically looking up the Ecuadorian who's in that Aston Martin with Christian Cronjes and Anders Buchart, Mateo Villagomez, 23 years old. But he's going to be part of that driver lineup. They often go with two for the 4 hours. Let's see whether we can hear from Chris Lullum, though.
The whole quali session on his own, I mean, on tricky conditions. Are you confident later for the race for yourself?
Well, it seems like the track will be pretty dry. I mean, of course, we never know at this circuit what will happen with the weather, but it was easier to keep it that way in qualifying because the track was always developing. You know, the driver is very familiar with the circuit, so no, I'm very confident.
So later, if you have more experience, maybe it's easier to jump in the qualifying session in a car with conditions like that. I mean, you just come as a new winning GT World Challenge champion in the gold category, but the Nordschleife is a different cup of tea, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't really compare with the GT World Challenge. It's a very different challenge, a different skill set for the driver. So this is also my first time, not only Max. Yeah. So it's a big learning experience for all of us and the team Memofrey.
How difficult
There he is, Chris Lullum. Big learning experience, he says. Has had GT experience. I remember talking to him several occasions last year is what I meant to say, in the Radical Championship that toured the UK. But he comes from sim racing and has applied himself to the real stuff, and almost the transition has been seamless. He's getting better and better behind the wheel of a full metal racing car, as you often call them.
Yeah, I mean, he did dabble. He had 3 races in Formula 4, but that was 2019. COVID hit. He was kept indoors, but used that time very, very profitably. And I tell you what, he is hyper quick. But the point Chris made there about Max doing all of the qualifying session made total sense. Of course, that's very much what Max would have wanted. But why, in greasy conditions, have 2 drivers going out and experimenting with it? You might as well get one to get them as close to the front of the grid, so up into 3rd place for ML5 Racing with their Ferrari. But he is really, really very, very talented. It's amazing sometimes in racing. I mean, Bernie Ecclestone, when he ran Formula 1, used to joke that possibly the fastest driver in the world was driving a taxi in Bogota or something. But it's about finding these people. And obviously Max Verstappen, as we say, has done a lot of sim racing, keeps his eye on it, does it a lot. Clearly picked out Chris as one of the fastest guys who he's competing against, brought him in. But there is a sort of line, a history here, completing the circle, if you will, because Jan Mardenborough is coming back to compete for the first time in 10 years in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Of course, he came from sim racing, that fantastic Nissan competition to find a rising star. They certainly did, and it's great to have Jan back here. First time on the Nordschleife. That said, he was racing on the Grand Prix circuit when the GT World Challenge came here earlier this year. Had a really good run for Ford, for the Hout Racing team, and he's back on board one of those mighty, raughty Mustangs this weekend. So we'll see how Jan can get on. But I tell you what, if you take a look at Jan right now, he's been in the gym. He is hyper fit for everything that lies ahead. And it is a big test competing around the Nordschleife. It's very, very physical indeed. So again, a little tie-in with people from sim racing. And we saw this, of course, during COVID. There was the digital NLS which was phenomenal. Within a few minutes, I actually forgot when commentating that it wasn't the real thing. And of course, we had that ability, if anybody had a shunt, we could have replays from 5 different angles. The TV direction was absolutely brilliant. But we realised then and there, Johnny, didn't we, just the talent of some of these sim racers and their crossover to be working even for Grand Prix teams, sitting on the sims, doing endless testing for them. And the crossover of skills has been phenomenal. And for engineers too. They learned from digital, and certainly it would have helped develop, if I call them their testing rigs, you know what I mean, but obviously that's underplaying what they really are now.
I ran into Gaetan Palatu earlier on this season. He's another name from that Exactly GT Academy, coming from the sims into the real stuff. He was hanging around at Le Castellet back in, what was that, May time. And it's bizarre, you know, you remember these people being so prominent for a couple of years and then they disappear, and then you think, oh, you know, he's aged another 10 years. He still look great, by the way, but doing very little racing actually these days. But as you say, Jan Mardenborough is back again. I'm liking the fact that we're finally getting different cars winning this year, because last time out, an HRT Ford Performance have come pretty close to flirting with a race win in previous races. Well, they finally managed to do it in NLS-8, which was part of a double header. There was a Saturday evening race for NLS-7 and then a more traditional start of day, midday, I think it was, on the Sunday for NLS-8. Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler, who is in an Audi, and I was just checking whether he's in a Ford as well today. I can't find him in 2 different cars unless I'm just not searching down there. Oh, no, there he is. Yeah, 13th position for Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb. And he's also going to be driving the Jutta Racing Audi, which normally he starts. So it's double duty, but coming to this 9th race of the season off the back of that win.
You know, with Frank Stippler, he's going to be a fantastic sort of question, or the answer to the question in years to come. Which driver almost inevitably drove for two different manufacturers in the same meeting? And Frank, you know, he's not 30 anymore, not quite 40 anymore. He's gone a little bit beyond, but he's just absolutely phenomenal. And this is his happy hunting ground. So yes, he's. I think it's been a very good move by the Hout Racing team to draw him in and use that experience around here. It certainly brings the car on big time, but you know, age is certainly not slowing him, and you know, it's great to have different manufacturers at the front.
Well, that will be a Stippler time to have bagged 2nd position on the grid, and alongside the Christian Krognes, Matteo Villagomez and Anders Buchart Pro-Am car. So it's actually 2 Pro-Ams that are on the front row because of the driver combination up. Then the all-pro team of Emil Frey Racing with Max Verstappen and Chris Lullum in that car. And then behind that, you've got a Cup 2 Porsche. Now, Cup 2 is reserved for Porsche Cup cars, funnily enough. 911 GT3 Cup cars in their latest spec. And 917 was 4th fastest. So I would expect it to start in that position. Sometimes there's some reordering of the grid to put the GT3 cars all together in a group. But I'm pretty sure that the last NLS race I called, they just began the race in the order that they had qualified within that starting group. If there's overlaps between the 3 starting groups, that's where it becomes slightly more complicated, and they need to be sorted out before those grids are printed and therefore assembled. Again, if you're new to the 4-hour races here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it might be slightly unconventional to have 3 entirely separate grids, but we'll watch the first one head through the sequence at the Mercedes Arena, then down towards the cut through, that hairpin bend, which brings them back onto the Grand Prix circuit, having missed out a substantial part of the lower portion of the Grand Prix Strecke. But then 2 minutes later, there'll be another batch of cars working their way through the Antonius Bucher and into Tiergarten and across the line. So we'll have to have eyes everywhere, because the timing screen will tell us where the leaders are through the 5 individual timing splits. But there's always a fascinating battle in groups 2 and 3, for that matter, with quite a lot of BMW 240i's, I'm sure, entered further down the field. The Cup 3s tend to start at the front of Group 2. They are all Porsche Caymans, and there's a great deal of those that were qualifying earlier on as well. It's very easy to overlook really intense fights in these races, but we'll try our best to cover everything.
Yeah, it really is. And over the years, the Porsche Cup, for the, well, as you say, one of them's qualified up in 4th place, can be absolutely fantastic in the battle. But actually, what we tend to see, we have a lot of onboard action, clearly around 25 kilometres. You can't have a camera at every corner. And sometimes it's when the leaders are going through carrying some of the onboard cameras, we see what's happening further down the field. And there could be, as you say, the slowest cars in the field could be having a fantastic scrap, but they have to have their eyes absolutely peeled, and the marshals have to wave their blue flags to inform them that sort of the rolling thunder of the SP9 cars are coming through to put a lap on them for the first time. 3 pit stops, most likely. That's the standard fare in a 4-hour race, but it's the timing of those. And there is a sliding scale. We will come to that later, because according to when you make the pit stop, there is a different amount of time you have to be at a standstill. But let's focus on the start of the race first. And fantastic scenes on the grid. It's always a feature of the Langstrecken series to have the fans down on the grid to walk up and down, take a look at the cars, you know, maybe grab a photo of some of the drivers. And the pleasure down there is great. But I must say, today there seems to be even more than normal. Can't think why that might be, Johnny.
No clue whatsoever, although, funnily enough, it's the second race that there's been this much attention this year. Away from that Ford victory, I'm looking at all the other cars that have won this year, and every single one of them has been a Porsche, whether that be with Volker Motorsport, Manthey, who are the big name in Porsche preparation, Scherer Sport PHX, which I thought that's got to be an Audi, but no, Lawrence Vantour was at the wheel, so it means that was their Porsche as well. And remember Lawrence Vantour's huge crash during the Nürburgring 24-hour weekend when he went out for single lap qualifying and didn't make it further than Arenberg. And then most recently, NLS 6 was won by Klaus Bachler and Sven Muller in their Volker Motorsports car. It's Volker again, but with different drivers for NLS 7, and then that Ford victory. Fascinating as well to have observed the NLS-Light event, but no GT3s in that. So you could argue that's a non-Porsche win with the Max Cruiser Racing Golf for Nico Otto and Timo Hochwind. Was a Golf, wasn't it? Some 76? I'm pretty sure it is.
As far as I remember, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't remember a season where there's been this amount of dominance from one particular manufacturer. They've won every race apart from one.
I know, it's really unusual, but the point you were making about Volker Motorsports, they've run cars, sometimes they run 2 different manufacturers in the season, but recently it's been all Porsche for them. But they rotate drivers through them. A lot of Porsche Works drivers are given their chance to come out and get experience, keep the brand at the front. But Volker, it's a brand of tyre from the Far East, and they have supported this championship for years. And don't forget, the Nürburgring Nordschleife is used by pretty much every single manufacturer to develop their road cars, the very fastest of their road cars. There's a whole area just at Moy's Path, pretty much running parallel with the main road that runs alongside the return straight at the end of the lap, and it's just chock full. Various manufacturers, tyre manufacturers, have bases there because they keep pounding around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a busy circuit, and of course you can drive around it in your road car pretty much any day of the week. It's an extraordinary thing to do, and certainly gives you new respect for people who raced here over the years. But I mean, it's serious business now.
Yeah, and I think until you've actually driven it, I have not driven it, and I've had the offer in the past of being taken round, but I think you have to choose your pilot very carefully as well.
Okay, name those you've rejected. No,
I couldn't
gloss
possibly
over that. But no, it is extraordinary because you simply think it's a test enough if you're driving on your own. But I can guarantee if you're going around and there are motorbikes on the track, you need someone to ride effectively looking backwards to check where they're coming, because they'll come past at warp speed as fast as you think you're going. But it gives you just immense respect. And then you factor in you might be racing 2x2 around the Nordschleife at the start of a race like this. So that is why there is so much control over people getting the right license to come and compete here. You can't come and race in one of the top class cars. These are the SP9 category. That's for what we globally call GT3. You need to start in low speed formula, not just to show that you're not going to crash on the circuit, but also you're going to behave and understand what happens when the faster cars come through and what you have to do when you come across the slower cars who have every much as right as you do to be in the field, but they might be driving something that's 40, 50 miles an hour slower down the main straight.
We've also got GT4 cars represented on the grid. They are known as the SP10s, but sometimes a GT4 car might be out of the SRO regulations, out of the homologation set, so therefore you can run them in SP8, or if they're turbocharged, SP8T. And taking pole position in SP8T, Marek Bockman in the 191 Aston Martin GT4 for Pro Sport Racing that he's sharing with Raphael Reinhofer, the Austrian racer. So they're going to be having a fight from the off, I reckon, with the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Toyota Supra for Giuliano Alesi and Miki Koyama, who have been very fast for a lot of the season. SP Pro, I think just the one car as normal within that individual category. Yes, it is. And SP Pro is again for GT3 type cars, but if they are running slightly again out of the normal regulation, then they can go there. That's a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, though, interestingly. Yeah, which is the sort of slightly tuned up Toyo tyres with Ring Racing car number 347, which qualified 16th. So behind most of the SP9s, but still faster than the SP8Ts, for instance. So kind of in that gap in between. And the 22 car is drawing my attention as well, which is an Audi R8, but an alternatively fueled car.
Yeah, Max Cruz Racing stepping up to race effectively in the top class, but by dint of running the alternative fuel, they're in a class of their own, 81. But again, this is an element that's been so strong, going back to the manufacturers using the NLS, using the Nordschleife. This is about bringing on new technology, new fuels, that may well be something that is really important. Well, it definitely is already in motor racing. You know, we're trying to find ways of keeping everything on its tiptoes so that we can carry on in the years ahead. But this, almost every round of the NLS will have something racing on alternative fuels. Some may be the answer, some may not. But how do you find out? You take them racing. Max Cruz, he's run cars for so many years in the TCR class, those silhouette touring cars around here. He's stepping up, safe pair of hands, and it's always intriguing. So do go online and see what you can find out about alternative fuels, because you never know, in years to come, you know, people might be on them. Historic racing now is almost all done on sustainable fuels, so people are really pushing hard to keep things valid and keep things racing. We've got to respect that.
They'll be pitting in the normal, well, they'll peel off at the normal area, and then there's a little lay-by which kicks them right and left where the tankers that bring this fuel to the circuit are parked up, and that's where the fuel is accessible for these slightly differently powered cars. But the driver changes, I'm just trying to think, the driver changes are done in the more traditional areas. So the fuel is done at the very start of the pit lane, and then they'll trundle down to the garage to do tyres and driver changes, and then sent back out again. But yes, depending on how long you have done in your stint prior to the pit stop, that determines how long you then have to sit in the pit lane. So it's not a Formula One style pit stop. It is time from in to out, and the first stint can be a minimum of 5 laps if you're wanting to fuel. If it's anything less than 5 laps, you're not allowed to put any fuel in the car. So it's either going to be a 5-lap stint, a 6-lap stint, or a 7-lap stint in a GT3 car. You can't make 8 because you've already done 1 formation lap of the full circuit. We may well see some of the Cup 2, and if there's any SP7 cars, able to eke out that extra lap, and it's not unknown for the race to be briefly led by one of those cars by virtue of their ability to just do a little bit more mileage on 1 tank of fuel. After that, probably 8 laps, but you could do it on 7, and it really depends on, well, what you fancy and how busy you think the pit lane is as well. But I agree with you that it's going to be 3 pit stops and 4 stints to get to the end.
Absolutely so. Let's just reiterate, 25 kilometres, timing your pit stop. It's very little scope to gamble, but we haven't mentioned one thing that may well come in this race. I think it may stay away. Rain. Now, what do you do if you're racing on a regular 4.5, 5 kilometre circuit, say a Grand Prix circuit? You feel some spots, you can stay out another lap. Here, it could be absolutely hurling it down at the opposite end of the circuit, and you've got to then tiptoe, and I really mean tiptoe, your entire way back. Just another, oh, don't worry, it's another 13 kilometres on entirely the wrong tyres on one of the trickiest circuits in the world. It goes up, it goes down, it turns from side to side. So here, you need a meteorologist, big time. Today, though, the smile's on the grid. The track is dry, but it is a massive, massive factor. We've seen races where someone's been dominant and someone's decided you can do another lap, and oh my word, they absolutely can't. So we will see, but it's a factor. And there's so many factors here. Whether this series goes across the course of the entire season, from March through to end of October, start of November, and the array of weather we have. And we've had races snowed off, we've had some where the rain has been torrential, and then, of course, the worst sort of rain, Johnny, is when it lands only on one part of the circuit.
Yeah. Yes, and it often sort of sweeps through from the direction of Arenberg and Schwedenkreuz initially, and that is the chance for teams to just work out what maybe the corners further around at Adenauer Forst and Metzgersfeld are going to be feeling in the next few minutes. And very often the Grand Prix circuit, which is where all the teams are based, of course, is in stark contrast. I mean, generally that gets the better weather, although I am remembering 2 years ago for the 24 hours where pretty much all of the Nordschleife was raceable, but you couldn't see a hand in front of your face on the Grand Prix main straight. And that was, yeah, mind-boggling, really, because I don't think I'd ever seen that before. But the nature of the gradient change here and the various valleys around the region just generate different areas of cloud cover. Sometimes the cloud's low enough to just envelop the odd marshal post, and that's the big problem. If marshal posts can't see one another, it's not safe to race. Otherwise, I've seen all manner of spray here and also, you know, fog in places, and we still go racing with the relevant warnings out there because there's always the option, Bruce, of taking your foot off that pedal and slowing down a little bit.
A lot of drivers don't go that far through the driving manual, but anyhow, that's fine. But just think about the vagaries of the weather you get at Spa-Francorchamps and multiply them, I would suggest, by 2, possibly 3 for here. The consequences of getting it wrong. It's a longer lap. These circuits are not very far apart. It's almost a forest that runs the whole way. The Eiffel Forest almost feeds into the forest of the Ardennes in southeastern Belgium, for another one of the great European circuits. But certainly when you look at the season printout, what's coming up ahead in Formula One, you look at Spa-Francorchamps, you go, okay, that's going to be dicey. There is much, much more jeopardy. And here, well, it's almost a guarantee. And if you do the entire Nürburgring Langstrecken series, you are going to get every single flavour of weather. You know it, and that's part of the challenge.
And it's being able to react to different conditions, even one lap to another. By the way, the Aston Martin that has been prepared by Valkenhorst Motorsport on Pirelli tyres, I'll take a mental note of that, because we also have a tyre battle within GT3 in actual fact, but also up and down the order. Max Verstappen and Chris Lulham's Ferrari on the Michelin tyres, with the Red Bull backing, of course. But that car, an Emil Frey racing prepared car to start from 3rd position. Predominantly the GT3s will be on Michelins, but yeah, the Aston Martin is different, and there may even be the odd Goodyear shod GT3 car, but we will check on that as they work their way through.
And Falcon tyres too, of course.
And Falcon, of course, yes.
But just a point about the Emil Frey Racing Ferrari is the fact that all season long, with Chris Lulham at the wheel, it's been competing on Pirelli tyres in the GT World Challenge. So again, it's something else. You might think tyres are round and black, and most notably they are. When I talk of Falcon Motorsport, of course, they're not here this weekend. I just had a sudden frisson of fear because I thought I haven't seen them on the grid. Of course I haven't.
Falcon, certainly for N24, an event sponsor, so you may see the odd car with Falcon over the wheel arch, but that doesn't mean that they're on those tyres. It's just that they tend to sponsor all 4 corners of each car. There's a couple of Porsches already getting side by side on this, the warm-up lap. And yes, we don't start till midday local time, but the warm-up lap takes the best part of 20 minutes. So the first group is already being waved away in order to become acclimatized to the latest conditions, but also in an attempt to build some tyre temperature, build some brake temperature where possible. The car's going through the Mercedes arena at relatively slow speed at this stage. This is going to be very useful as a sighter lap, and each group will get the chance to do this then before we are racing in 17 minutes time.
It does seem very, very unusual. So in fact, you're driving at a bated pace behind the lead car as it comes around. It's so easy on this lap. You get partway around, you think, I've been checking the conditions. Oh, sorry, I was thinking what I was eating tonight. You know, you've got a lot of time once you're confident your car is fine, your tyres are coming up to temperature. But this is a circuit, even running behind the lead car, you cannot afford to lose your concentration. Very few long points. I mean, basically, the main straight of the circuit is probably 90% of the way around the lap. You come out of Galgenkopf, you get onto the Dottinger Höhe. It's a straight line, except of course it isn't. It's got a couple of kinks in it that are taken at very high speed. And then you get to Hohenrhein right at the end of the lap, and it tightens up to a very tricky left-right, left combination off the start finish straight. So this is a circuit at which you absolutely have to be on your toes. And I tell you what, experience counts for so much here. Oh, by the way, not everybody has got out on the formation lap, because the dynamic motorsport Porsche is sitting with no wheels on. Joel Sturm should be starting that. That was 6th on the grid, except that is clearly going to have to start once the lead group has blasted away. Because, of course, as Johnny was explaining, this group of so many classes of cars of an enormous speed differential, performance differential, is broken into sort of like-sized packs. But that is a bit of a setback for Dynamic.
Yeah, it's a shame, because his teammate Bastian Buus due to be in that car as well, who's a real superstar when it comes to shorter Porsche Super Cup races. So Dynamic GT, will they be permitted to start from the end of the pit lane? I don't see why not, but it'll have to be at the back of their group. But it might be an advantage in terms of fuel. If they're allowed to fuel the car now, then they won't have done the formation lap. I'm not actually sure about the regulations in that, whether fueling perhaps cannot take place until again after 5 laps are completed.
Right, what we ought to tell you is we talked about it being slightly greasy track this morning, low-hanging cloud, or mist, if you prefer, but that seems to have sort of burnt away. So little patches of blue sky, but largely a sort of white cloud sort of morning. And in some ways, if it's going to stay like that all day, well, that's sort of fine, because actually what the drivers want most of all is consistent track conditions. And if it stays dry, that's what they'll be getting. The temperatures won't be enormous. You know, in the Eifel Mountains, you are quite high, so they're always a little bit cooler than most of the rest of Germany, even though they're deep in the south of the country. But certainly, when you're at the Nürburgring, you do tend to take a jacket with you in the morning.
There is a Falcon car in there. It's not a GT3 car, but it looks like an Audi RS3 with the Falcon branding all over the car. So that must be on the same tyres, therefore. So at least they are represented. TCR is also part of the grid, with the 801 Moller Bill Motorsport Audi RS3 taking pole position. So that car will start in the 3rd group, but running to global TCR rules for Kenneth Ostvold and Anders Lindstad, the 2 Norwegian racers. And 2nd and 3rd in TCR, another Audi RS3, and the Honda Civic TCR FL5 from ALM Motorsport. So there's plenty of touring car type cars within this race. There's obviously the sports cars towards the sharp end as well, and very much road-going cars turned into racing cars, like the V category, so V6, V5. V6 pole sitter is the Porsche Cayman S from Adrenaline Motorsport. They are sort of an arrive and drive experience. They bring the car to the track for you. You just step into it, and it's all nicely set up for you and your co-drivers. Porsche Cayman without the S on the end is the pole sitter in V5. Not sure whether we've got any V4s or anything smaller than that. There is a VT3 car, which is a BMW 33i for Kievan Sports and Racing, as the next group of cars stream across the grid hatchings, and this is Group 3.
Yeah, worth explaining now about who is likely to be the NLS champion. We've still got one further round to come. However, you score points in your category against rivals in your sort of car, and if your class is really well supported, you score more points. You score basically according to the number of cars in your class. So say 10 cars in your class, you come first, you get 10 points. So if you're driving in a class that's only got 2 or 3 cars in it, you're not going to be the outright champion, because mysteriously the one with the greatest number of points at the end of the season will be that person. And over the years, it's really frequently been cars in some of the junior classes that have produced the championship drivers. And you mentioned Adrenaline Motorsport. They had a 4-year run where a driver called Danny Brink, alongside frequently Christopher Rink, Rink and Brink, they won 4 titles in a row with BMW 325i. So these are sort of basically production cars at the back of the group, but production plus, of course. So it's very rare any of the runners in the front class in the field, the SP9 class, that's for GT3 cars, end up as champion. The number of drivers and cars entered in that category in the first half of the season, largely leading up to the Nürburgring 24 hours at the start of July, is absolutely ram-packed. It slightly falls away later in the season, but it's great to have the likes of Max Verstappen and Chris Ludham coming to play. And next year, Helmut Marko, basically the big man, decides many things at Red Bull Racing, has said that Max is clear now to compete in the Nürburgring 24 Hours in 2026. So that is massive news. The event's been growing and growing. It's part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge for the last couple of years, and that's really added to the field. And the number of drivers competing in GT3 across the world is vast. Of course, it's the support category, not support, it's the secondary class within the World Endurance Championship. So a lot of the top guns will be at Fuji this weekend to compete in that. It's got the GT World Challenge, 4 different championships across the world. There are many other series as well, and you know, created by Stefan Rittel quite a while ago, 2006, and already we've had a couple of historic GT3 racing series announced. They're going to be quite big next year. I was talking to Barwell Motorsport, and they're going to be running some of the cars. A lot of them, if they were lucky, still had some back of the garage, because they've suddenly doubled in value since the championships. The historic GT3 cars were announced, and we'll be riding on board mostly with the GT3 cars that race in the top class here at the Nürburgring, and you know, their performance is truly epic. But here we have a Porsche Cup class car from Cup 2 lining up 4th on the grid. But qualifying here for these races on the Nordschleife, it's nice to be at the front of the grid, but it really isn't the end. It's more important to get a good feel for your car, the tyre performance during qualifying. But so many times qualifying is held in misty, greasy conditions because it's early in the morning. We go racing at midday, and inevitably you have to have a few hours between qualifying and otherwise. So some teams take it really seriously, others just put in one banker lap and rotate through their drivers. But as we heard from Chris Ludham being interviewed on the grid, he didn't go out in qualifying. It was Max doing every single lap to just get the feel.
Just spotted that the top 4 cars in qualifying are from 4 different manufacturers, so a good spread of variety. That includes the Cup 2 917 Porsche. Remember that the dynamic GT Porsche, number 54, is currently absent from the grid, so should be 5th, but there's going to be a gap alongside the Max Cruiser Racing Audi R8 LMS GT3, which is also in a different class.
Über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid, der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenauer ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Faltenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans,
lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen, follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Three minutes away from the start time of the 57th edition of the ADAC Barbarossa Prize. It's live action then from the Nürburgring Nordschleife here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. No, RS3 this weekend, I beg your pardon, because we are so busy across our network with action from the FIA World Endurance Championship, action from the 24 Hours of Barcelona as well. And there's all manner of racing to take your fancy. Hopefully you can consume it all either live or retrospectively, stretching well into next week, no doubt, as the weaving continues for the 347 Porsche. That car, 347, is starting from 16th place and is the pole sitter, well, the only car that runs in SP Pro, but nevertheless could be on for a decent result as well. They're getting steadily quicker and quicker in that car. Very much a development car from Toyo Tyres with Ring Racing. But it's Aston from Audi, from Ferrari, from Porsche as the first four cars. Sadly, at the moment, it looks like Joel Sturm and his teammate Bastian Boos not going to be able to take the start unless they're sitting at the end of the pit lane in the dynamic GT Porsche, but they're not on this rolling lap. Max Verstappen is, though, and he in that third-placed Ferrari, having done all the running this morning as well, so he will know precisely what the conditions were doing hours ago. I'm not sure it will have changed a great deal. Ambient temperature will be up a bit, so that will be bringing the track temperature with it as well, but there's not a great deal of direct sunlight on any of the circuit. The parallel public road will just disappear into the shade when you compare the speeds. At the moment, actually, the road traffic's doing about the same speed as the rolling lap pace. But you just wait for this first lap down the Dottinger Hill, which is the classic slipstream action potentially, to maybe have a lead change at the end of lap one going into Tiergarten. It must be 3 times that you can go from the Tankstelle up towards the main entrance.
Yeah, there can't be many racing circuits in the world where we have a public road running alongside the main straight. Not that the drivers can see it. There's a flank of trees on their left as they approach, but this is not just an ordinary circuit. How many circuits have villages within their infield? This one does, because the villages were there first. The circuit was built in the 1920s all around to bring employment to the area. As I mentioned, so many manufacturers have now got employment in the area. It's a huge, huge draw, and long may the Nürburgring last. But if we've got a new bunch of fans this weekend, of course, this is the 2nd time Max Verstappen has raced here, but the 1st time he's at the front of the grid. He's racing a Ferrari. Yeah, well, not a Red Bull, but it's a Red Bull-sponsored Ferrari, Verstappen.com, run by Emil Frey Racing. But he's on the 2nd row. It's an Aston Martin on pole position, alongside an Audi, and then comes the Ferrari. I'm sure an awful lot of eyes are watching this. Let's see what happens.
Don't discount Ford either, with a great result last time out in NLS-8. When Frank Stippel was part of that lineup, he's going to be dancing between 2 cars, it looks like, by the entry list. But now the cars all being given the order to be 2 abreast. It's a rolling start, and as they head out of Tiergarten and over that little lip, which brings them back onto the start-finish straight of the Grand Prix circuit, the lead car dives to the right. They're all being shown the red lights on the gantry at this point, but they all turn green now, and hard onto the throttle will go Max Verstappen, who pulls out from alongside or from behind the Aston Martin and draws level. He's going to try and outbrake the pole-sitting car. There's a crash further back, though, and that is the Cup car that has piled into the rear of... Did it hit the Aston Martin? Possibly, or no, the Aston's continued. The 917 car, though, sideways. That could have been a far, far worse incident. The silver Porsche ends up partly in the gravel, but Max Verstappen, thankfully already in the lead, didn't know a great deal about the carnage behind, and he will lead for the first time out of the Mercedes arena.
Well, Max has been going, I've got the move done, I'm just, oh, hold on, something behind going slightly sideways. Yeah, about 45 degrees sideways. And the Porsche Cup class car, the Speedworks car, I don't think it hit the Aston Martin. I think panic, realised it was going in deep under braking, and in trying to avoid it, went sideways, went off the track. In behind a couple of Müllner Motorsport cars running in the Cup 2 class, making their moves around. We've got a lot of Cup 2 class right at the sharp end of the field, but at the moment the very sharp end is Max Verstappen pulling clear of the Aston Martin, and 3rd on the grid, 2nd in the run down to the 1st corner, 1st into the 1st corner, pulling away. But the battling in the Cup 2 class car, how do you like 3 abreast? Coming up to the chicane, you know, we're about to leave the Grand Prix circuit, still got that left-right chicane, it's very tight, and somehow, with a bit of door banging, they sort themselves out.
And the Audi that's losing time is that started at the front of the field, is it not? The 8 car, yes. So car 8's been started by Veremenko, Alexei Veremenko. Now, there was definite contact on the front of the Porsche because it was beveled on the front right corner, and I think there's a bit of the Aston Martin on the rear left now missing, just the back piece of the wheel arch. It doesn't seem to be affecting its pace, apart from the fact that there might be a minuscule bit of tyre rub now. But I'd like to just revisit that incident to find out precisely where the contact was made. The Porsche was definitely damaged. It had lost it, and then there was a collision. And because I was so busy about where that Porsche was going to go next and whether anybody was going to collect it, I didn't exactly spot which car it hit.
I think you may be right, because except Heinemann would have been, it was Tim Heinemann was on the left-hand side.
And he's just come in, by the way, so he's not gone on to the Hatson back, and instead Tim Heinemann in 917 dives into the pit lane, so this lap will not count as one to his race. Meanwhile, the second group now gets underway, heading down towards the 1st corner, and the Audi RS3 with the Falcon sponsorship is not that far away from taking, that was almost the Max Verstappen line into the 1st corner, desperately trying to take the race lead as early as possible. But the yellow and white Porsche at the lead of Cup 3 looks to have retained that. And the Cup 3 pole sitter, I'll have to work my way through the entry list to precisely get to that, but there's lots of jostling for position, including more Müllner Motorsport cars. The 2 blue and white cars in Cup 2 were the Müllner teammates going nose to tail in the early stages. So one of them, the 921 in that lead group for Arne Hofmeister and David Jahn and Tim Scheerbaert.
Yeah, Scheerbaert's one listed in the car at the moment as they go around the lap, but that was really quite a sort out. And again, you always sort of, It's very difficult to watch a batch of 40 cars and watch everyone in particular into the first corner, but that move by Tim Heinemann, really, really talented young German racer, you know, frequent winner here in the NLS, but down a class, so he's racing in Cup 2 and just break too deep into the first corner. I think in some ways maybe Christian Cronjes would be slightly respectful of Max Verstappen once the Ferrari had gone past his Aston Martin, but certainly Heinemann caught out. And what's your choice? Slam straight in the back of someone or try and go around the outside, and that's what he went to do, but that was a question of consequence, and that really scrambled the immediate pack behind them in avoidance, and that's why I think even more of the Cup 2 class cars worked their way closer to the front. But front right-hand corner, yeah, well, that would tally with hitting the left rear of the Aston Martins. He tried to kink past it, but Tim Heinemann's car, 917, in the pit garage at the moment. So it wasn't just a run through the pits. You might ask, how has he got back to the pit so quickly? Of course, round the Grand Prix loop, and you go into the back door of the pits rather than turning left and going on to the point where we join the Nordschleife, the mighty circuit out through the forest.
And here, now, 2 minutes later, is the third group. This is the final one, I can assure you, but it's just as populated, and a couple of Caymans are going to squabble for the early positions then at the sharp end of this. Good getaway then from the purple and white car with a VW Golf involved as well. Other cars working their way through. I think there's a Sirocco in the middle of that, and the rest of the BMWs as well. So don't lose your focus. Oh, there's another spin. So this really goes towards, that's that Cupra that partially lost it and now can rejoin. However, Max Verstappen leading the way, working his way now up towards the carousel for the first time. So that's in the little inset picture to your left, to the concrete banking. And I'm just trying to work out which car has worked his way into second position. That looks strangely Mustang-shaped. So does that mean that the Ford Mustang that started or had that great result earlier on this season, it is Stippler in one of the Mustangs, the number 6 car. So maybe Stippler's got all the way up to second position already and ahead of the Aston Martin. It's definitely a front-engined GT car tucked in there.
Yeah, we know he's not starting the Audi that he's doing. He's going to run later in the race. First dibs to Ford, and you know, a car going forward at the start of the race, it's more than likely to be Frank Stippler, but of course the one who went forward the most effectively was Max Verstappen into the lead of the class, and this is his weekend off. Why not come and race on the greatest circuit? But again, it falls into the pub quiz territory. How many starts did it take to get the NLS round complete? 3. You go, what a disaster. Of course, it's meant to be 3, but again, this is the NLS. It is something very, very different. But the circuit, well, you couldn't be more different than Nürburgring Nordschleife to any other circuit in the world. Tried and tested over the years. Uphill, down dale, tight corners, more open corners. But the one overriding element, once you leave the Grand Prix circuit to take the 2 left-handers as Sabine Schmidt curves over a bridge and then drop down to the Hasselback twisters, this is corner after corner. Very seldom can you see very far ahead, and in the space of a short while we will have the very fastest cars, probably led by Max Verstappen, getting onto the tail of the slowest class of the third batch of cars. Not yet, but just remember, this is something Max Verstappen has gained experience of in his first NLS race, but now he's going to see it again, but this time with one of the front-running cars. You're going to get on the tail of the slowest cars, and then he'll pick his way through. Not that he's shy about overtaking.
Frank Stippler, quickest time of anybody through sector 2. He then did the quickest time of anybody through sector 3. So that is 100% the number 6 Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang, which has climbed from 13th place to be, well, halfway around the track. He was up to 2nd, and that was the run into the base of the carousel at Stylstrecke, and then looping through that left-hand hairpin, more than a hairpin, at the Caracciolo carousel. So it is Ferrari, Ford and Aston, the completely different order from that when they left us for the first time. And I know there was a lot of carnage at the head of the order. That could have been a far bigger crash than it turned out to be, as Verstappen will rush across the line at the end of something like a 8 and a bit minute lap to confirm that that lap is led then by the Emil Frey Red Bull backed Ferrari 296, and the battle is very much on for second and third between the two front-engine GT cars.
Well, look, 2 seconds covered the top three, but Stippler is the one making progress. The white and blue striped Mustang heading off after Max Verstappen, and at certain points, again, these cars all deliver their performance differently. I must say, normally you expect the Ford to have loads of grunt, but coming onto the start-finish straight, the Aston Martin seems to be hauling him in down the start-finish straight, but then breaking deeper into the first corner. Well, that's what Stippler can do. He's raced here. He can race here almost with his eyes closed. He's been doing it for so long, but he's keeping Max Verstappen honest. Now, let's see what they can do, because, of course, they're about to leave the Grand Prix circuit, and suddenly the nature of this venue changes completely. They've got a few more corners to go. They've got to go down into the dip, up through the chicane, but then they go into the Nordschleife. And for Max Verstappen, it's a busman's holiday, but a really enjoyable one for him. And pressing clear. But that was a really impressive opening lap of the race, I must say. Made the start, but where it's really going to feel different is when Max gets up to doing some lapping.
Yeah, so Heinemann, I thought so, was well out of control. There was then a collision to the back of the Christian Krogner's Aston Martin, which was trying to do its own move, but that was just a total lose. Whether there was just a lack of traction on the inside, and then the secondary spin happened partway around the first corner for a Porsche that was starting way up there, 948 probably, the Loesch Motorsport by Black Falcon car. Started 7th, but lost a whole load of places because of that half spin.
And what I noticed when being treated to the replay was that the Fords swapped their position, because the one that was better qualified got caught out and muscled to the outside of the first corner. But by diving, that was the number six car, but diving its way. Sorry, it wasn't. Beg your pardon. Got my sheets back from. That was the better placed Ford on the grid was
car 9.
Car 9 that started 9th, and that was 4 positions ahead of Stippler, but that ended up going slightly wide, and Stippler's car went, thank you very much, gained about 5-6 positions in the opening corner. Circumstance it may have been, but again, sometimes the knowledge to see if you can get on the inside line makes you a little bit safer. Very wide the first corner here at the Nürburgring, but it does narrow down a bit, and then, that factor, it turns through about 150 degrees to the right, so there is consequence if you're going a bit deep into the corner, you're going to struggle. There is space on the exit if you go to the left of the circuit, you come out of, but you are on the rough stuff. But certainly Frank Stippler did a really, really good job. Right, slow zone at some point around the circuit, but that's upgraded to Coast 6. That's Kittelbacher Höhe. It's worth having a map of the circuit, Kittelbacher Höhe. You know, there's so many corners to learn around this track, and so many points. Your point earlier, Johnny, about the weather and the ability to see the neighbouring point on the circuit. And in that slow zone, the field slowed down, but one of the front runners very nearly clattered into the back of another. Again, line of sight is so difficult, but Kittelbacher Höhe down to 60 kph. In these cars, that's walking pace.
The fascinating thing for me when you're entering a code 60 is that the initial part of it is just a single wave yellow flag without the speed limit, and then you get progressively bigger warnings and more substantial slowdowns. So it's single yellow, double yellow, then the speed limits tend to kick in at 120 initially and 60. But as you're approaching a yellow flag, even when you're going through a yellow flag, that just means no overtaking. There's no speed limit. So it means you can actually make up quite a bit of ground if, and this is later on in the race, if your GT3 rival is stuck behind some of the middle order cars and can't get through because it's not allowed to overtake. So all of a sudden a 10-second gap might come down to about 2 seconds purely because you're entering a code 60, and it will stay at 2 seconds then when you leave it. So very often we see huge gaps leaving us, they disappear into the forest, and then they're back together again coming down the Dottinghoor at the end of the lap.
I mean, in some ways it's a TV director's nightmare. They cut away to look at a really good class battle. The next thing they see, the front runners are coming through, and the order has changed order, not changed in terms of order, but changed in terms of how big or small the gaps are. And you can just have really, really bad luck. Incident happens up ahead, immediately a slow zone is thrown, but the rival in front of you was just in front of it, so they can carry on at unabated pace and set off into the bamboo yonder. However, you know, you like to think if you do enough of the races, it'll be yin and yang, and you will be able to have form come your way at a later date if you've been caught out. But it really, over the years, has led to endless consequence. But, you know, with a circuit like this, how could it be otherwise? Around, it's always a debate, how many corners around the Nordschleife? I'm not joking. A lot of people think it's 172. I don't know all their names.
all the people that think that.
No.
All the corner names.
Well, both, neither.
Yeah.
Either.
Yeah, there's a lot of difference of opinion. I entirely endorse that. And
more than enough, I think, is the answer.
Yeah.
Or just enough, maybe just enough.
When it's a corner, not a corner. I mean, there are little changes of direction of the track between Steilstrecke and the carousel, but whether they're actually corners, because you're still flat through there, but you have to slow clearly for the old drainage ditch that is now part of the racing track. And Verstappen fully focused on the road in front, climbing the hill towards Hoher Acht. He had at the start of this lap a gap of 1.4 seconds over Frank Stippler, who has certainly wasted no time in scything his way up the order. At the moment, though, Stippler can't get close enough to just start to rattle Verstappen, and that itself takes a bit of doing. But if the Mustang can get close enough through the Kleiner carousel and then through the right-hander at Galgenkopf, it might be that Mustang can pick up the toe from the Ferrari, but he may need several stabs at it. We're looking at least 5 racing laps for this opening stint. Meanwhile, Christian Krognes is still circulating, didn't feel the need to pit at the end of lap 1, and the team, I'm sure, will have been keeping tabs on how bad that damage is, mainly just getting up on the pit wall and watching the car come through. The problem is it's sort of on the wrong side of the car for that, the damage on the rear left. But the occasional overhead shot and then the footage being beamed back to them from the Grand Prix track will be very, very helpful. As long as it's not getting any worse, it might be that initial tyre rub has become less serious now.
Yeah, it's also worth pointing out that the pit stops are generously timed. We'll talk about the sliding scale when we get closer to the end of the first hour of this 4-hour race, but there is normally time within that for rudimentary repairs to be made. And if it is bodywork, just getting a little bit close to a tyre, obviously that will need to be pulled off. If there are bits hanging off the back of the car, they need to be pulled off as well. But anyhow, we will face those as we come. So Max Verstappen leading the race, but Frank Stippler keeping him more than honest. So it's Ferrari ahead of Ford, Aston Martin hanging on in 3rd place. Then there was a gap of about 5 seconds back to that alternative fuel car, the AT1 Max Cruz Racing GT3 car. And of course, this is the first time that Max Cruz Racing, so many years running cars very effective in the TCR class, has stepped up to the top class, albeit in the class of their own, because they're running alternative technology. So this is, well, what a fantastic laboratory, I think you can say. Saturday racing, as tends to be the way. And just to touch on the name of the race, the Barbarossa Prize. Redbeard Prize, nice combination of Italian and German. It's so successful. This is the 57th year it's been run. Traditionally a race in the autumn, traditionally a race, frankly, Johnny, that's been affected by weather. But so far, as we end the second lap with Max Verstappen still leading, the gap may have increased slightly, but in dry conditions, it's a grey day now. It's not very bright at all. This lap seems to have extended the lead for Max Verstappen. The Ford in 2nd place with Frank Stippler and Christian Krognes in the slightly damaged Aston Martin in 3rd. These 3 cars, these 3 drivers, Verstappen, Stippler, Krognes, are the class of the race. Best of the rest is Benjamin Leuter in that alternative fueled Audi back in 4th place, but that is some way back. Aston Martin at the moment, qualified on pole, looking pretty tidy, getting right on the tail of Frank Stippler. And that is a yardstick, has been over the years. If you can stay with Frank, you're doing something very well indeed.
Isn't it the podium at the end of the Barbarossa Prize, which it's essential to have a bright red wig, curly-haired wig, as you accept your prize as well?
Well, you've got to put it under your chin, haven't you?
I suppose it's more about beard. Okay.
Put it upside down.
Yeah. Yeah, strap it to your face that way instead. As the Huber Motorsport Porsche almost made contact with the 8 Audi, and a great battle for position within Cup 2 just ahead of that as well. So Huber Motorsport car in its blue, orange and central white stripe. That is which number? The 25 car that runs in SP9 AM, and that will head across the line now behind those 2 Porsches, and one car darting down the inside of the Mullner Motorsport example. 25 and 50 it is in actual fact. So the Equipe Vitesse car, which was in strife earlier today, stopped at the end of the pit wall on the main straight and in need of some aid. The Toyo Tires Porsche is getting involved as well. So it's 4 Porsches and the mid-engined V10 Audi, and that just about gets the judgment coming out. But the 50 car trying to make up some ground in the hands of Steinhardt, third in SP9 AM. However, drama in the pit lane, and this is for a significantly dishevelled number 8 Audi.
Yeah, this started on the outside of the front row. Alexei Veremenko at the helm, and unfortunately it has had contact. It lost ground on the opening lap, but maybe it is just finally reporting back to the pits. But front end damage, that will take more than a bit of a damp cloth to clear up. So disappointing for that. And that is actually the other car that Frank Stippler will be driving. Maybe he won't. Maybe it won't go back in the race. Hopefully it can. Frank, though, is busy in his office. His office right now is the number 6 Hout Racing Team Ford, still trying to keep Max Verstappen in sight. It's running in second place, moved up the order from 13th on the grid, but 12th, because remember, one of the cars had to start from pit lane. That was one of the cars qualified ahead of him, but certainly Stippler trying to do double time, but maybe, just maybe, that Juta Racing Audi will have too much damage. It's started by Alexei Veremenko, Selv, one of the drivers who has races under a pseudonym, and Frank Stippler, but clearly it's hit something quite hard.
Tremendous action between these 5 cars on Hatzenbach, though. This little quintet led by Tim Scheerbart in Porsche number 921. In behind him is the 25 car, which has made quite a bit of ground since its opening lap. So it's working its way up the order, the Huber Motorsport example. And we've also got great action on the Dottinger Hoor, because the third group are about to complete their second lap. So Kvitka in the treble 7 car getting a good run on the Golf in front. That's an Audi RS3 fighting with the Max Cruiser Racing Golf of Nico Otto. And they're side by side as well. Oh, as Tyson goes for a move at Arenberg, trying to get up the inside of Tim Scheerbart. Remember that the 25 car is actually a GT3 machine versus a Cup 2. But they look very evenly matched here, despite the extra downforce for the number 25, the orange, white and blue car. And in behind, the Toyo tyres of Andreas Gulden.
Yeah, what you need to understand is the fact that the Cup 2 class Porsches shouldn't be as fast around a lap, but in the straight line they're sleeker. They have less downforce because they have less aerodynamic aid, but they've got plenty of grunt. And don't forget, if they can stay in front around the twisty bits, when I say that I mean about 17 kilometres of twisty bits on the Nordschleife, until they come out of Galgenkopf onto the start of that immensely long return straight, then they're laughing, because on the main straight they're actually quicker than the very fastest cars in the GT3 stroke SP9 class field. And that's why, if you've got shuffled at the start, and let's remember, quite a few people did when we had Tim Heinemann going sideways into the opening corner, it can take laps to get your way back. And actually, once they start coming across the tail of the slower cars, the cars that started in batch 3, that may finally give them the opportunity, but they can go the whole way around the Nordschleife for stewing in their own juices, because they're behind a car they think they should be ahead of. Tough.
Very difficult to judge indeed, and also from my side to necessarily identify the right Mullner Motorsport car, because actually that could be the 904 that is at the sharp end of that. So that's being driven by Marcel Hopper. Ben Bunagel will get into it later. Antal Zigo is also part of their trio. Scheerbart's in the race. He actually leads Cup 2, but he's quite a bit closer to the SP9 Pro cars. So that's Hopper battling with the 950 car. No, that's a Cup 3 machine. So I think 902, the AV Racing by Black Falcon car, is the next one. Right in behind it, that's the green 902 car. And that has been started by Ryan Harrison. So Harrison, Hopper, Tyson I've mentioned in the 25, Steinhardt in the Equipe Vitesse Audi, and then Andreas Gulden in 347. So those are the 5 cars that we were truly enchanted with in terms of their battling on the Grand Prix circuit, and then all the way through Hatzenbach. We will update you at the end of that lap to see precisely where they are in relation to one another. Now BMW's having a good fight as well, turning left at Sabine Schmidt's curve, one of which is the Pete Terting Sports 240i, second in that division for Reinhardt. And it might well be the class leader just ahead. So the 240i's going hammer and tongs. Max Verstappen not that far away from ticking off another lap. He's at Kleine Carousel.
He is, and he's about to come across the first of the tail enders. So this has been the point where he'll show his craft. Of course, he's in a much faster car, a top-class car, but immediately goes around the outside of BMW, finds a Porsche Cayman in his way, however, picks it off. And then that's the point in which he pulls onto the long, long straight. It's called the Dottinger Höhe. You're running alongside a public road. All you can see up ahead is the tower of the village. That's Nürburgring village on your right-hand side. There's a gentle rise in the straight. A kink is coming up. He's got nobody now to get a tow from. Well, he's leading the race. He's very unlikely to, but importantly, he's broken the tow to the chasing Ford and Aston Martin that are still very close together. But right now, he's got a clear line of sight up the rise. Kink coming right now. He's got the end of the lap, and right in front of him is a Renault Clio trying to keep out of the way. Does so. He dives up the inside of that to the right. Wait for it, wait for it. Oh, tail of his Ferrari coming out a bit. Turns left onto the start-finish straight. And this lead would have gone out. Fastest time in qualifying. We know people don't go too seriously there. 8 minutes and 6 seconds. And the second flying lap of the race, or the first real flying lap, because it was 8 minutes and 10 from, that looks even quicker, still 8 minutes and 2 seconds from Max Verstappen, so his lead has been stretched. He gained about a second on that lap, but it's a second across 25 kilometres, so it's really, you know, it's the equivalent of winding 0.2 of a second if you're running on a traditional Grand Prix circuit.
Does this, oh, and he ran a little bit wide there coming through the second bit of the Mercedes arena. I think that was all in hand though, as Chris Lullen will be waiting in the wings here. The nerves will be jangling, thinking he's potentially going to be taking this car over in the race lead, which is high pressure considering Chris did relatively little running this morning. That is, of course, if they choose to do a driver change in this first stop.
Well, I was going to say in the entire race, maybe Max is having such a good time and he's going to go, hey, I call it a gym session. I can do all 4 hours around this circuit. But, you know, Max knows full well, much as he's enjoying it, that more will be got out of the car if the drivers are relatively fresh, and he knows that Chris Lullen, just 2 years ago, Chris was dipping his toe back in the pond to come racing, often very limited single-seater, but superstar in sim racing, and he's taken this year his first full season back on the circuits in the GT World Challenge, and now the Nordschleife series to really show the craft that he's honed on sim racing. And a lot of the drivers in the field, the younger drivers, would have done precisely that as well. But again, what a circuit. I mean, the variables you have here. And for Max, you know, you think about the course of a Grand Prix, unless someone's got a problem, he will lap maybe only the slowest 2 or 3 drivers in the field once. Here he's going to be lapping all race, and talking about lapping, we're having some amazing racing. Johnny's been talking at length about the Huber Porsche really getting bottled up behind a couple of Cup 2 class cars, and the driver has had enough. So going into the final sequence of corners to end the lap before coming to the start finish straight, dived up the inside. We all held our breath, and he probably did as well, just pulled it off. But you know what? One of the cars, the Mulder one, comes into the first corner, dives down in front of him, clatters into his side, goes for a rotation. Huber Porsche carries on, and the challenger from Mulder got it wrong.
Yeah, Marcel Hopper, that was possibly a bit too ambitious, having been, well, caught a cropper by Joachim Tyson at Tiergarten. So it was Tyson in the Huber car down the inside. There's a Ferrari in this mix as well, which is clearly not the lead Ferrari, but sadly Marcel Hopper in 904 stranded partially on the grass, and now a lick of flame from the back of that car, but partially on the grass, partially on the asphalt. The problem is the driving wheels are potentially beached there, so he came from a long way back, Hopper. I'm not sure at any point was this ever his corner. He didn't make the corner is the key thing. Yes, okay, he was fully alongside, but he prevented Tyson from turning into turn 1 properly.
He did too, and then on the exit of the first corner, bear in mind you turned through about 140, 150 degrees to the right, he then rotated in the middle of the track, scattering those that had been in that 5-car pack. But for Huber Racing, with their Porsche, they finally got through. It's been a really tense opening section of the race for them, but the deal is done. Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, remember this is the one that's sitting in the pits now, but it's in the pit lane, which is an improvement. At the start of the race, it was in the garage and then brought onto the pit lane. But looks like they're greatly delayed, but it's going to be a quick car when it does get going. Bastian Boos and Joel Sturm, or more to the point, Joel Sturm, we think will start, but what a disappointment for them.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it, to have everything prepared. The qualifying went well this morning. The turnaround between the sessions seemed to go to plan, and then all of a sudden, car not ready to start.
Well, it's done 2 laps since the start of the race, but unfortunately for them, 3 laps is what's required if you need to be at the front of this field. So they lost a lap on that opening lap, and they're losing more time while they're sitting in the pits. But at this point, your race has become one of development work for the rest of the season, of course. 2 weeks' time, we'll be back here again on the Nordschleife, see which other names have been put into the pot and stirred around, and always new faces in new places. And I suppose the big lottery is how many cars will Frank Stippler be in that one? Will it be 2? Will it be 3? Come on, Frank. Got to try harder.
Rejoining Marcel Hopper in 904, although is that actually the sister car, because Tim Scheerbart is still going very nicely. He's in splendid isolation, however, as the lead Cup 2 car. No, that is the recovering Marcel Hopper, number 904. But if you catch sight at any point of 921 in very similar colours from Ulna Motorsport, that's Tim Scheerbart running 6th and clear of Carlos Rivas by 18 seconds.
Yeah, that's very tidy. Just noticing Marcel Hopper's bopper has had a result. His front left wing is slightly tatty. Mainly the side. It really was side-to-side contact into the first corner. And for Joachim Thijssen, who'd just done the hard work after being bottled up behind that group of cars for the first 3 laps, he must have thought, I've got it done. Oh my gosh, what's coming down the inside? And he had to slightly jink, having already turned into the first corner to keep out of the way. But it was side on side. It wasn't a big impact, but the loser was the attacker, and that was Hopper. Round he went, and those in behind, largely in the Cup 2 Porsche class, did very well to avoid him on the exit of the first corner.
Could have been a lot worse, and also for the Ferrari that I was trying to identify as well.
That was Klaus Aberman, I think.
Yeah, yes it was. Car 21.
Well,
absolutely.
For the second round running, he's just running solo. And bear in mind, Klaus, for years, his team here, Fricadelli Racing, I mean, how many teams are named after meatballs? Probably the only one in the world, but I stand to be corrected. Such a staunch supporter of all things the Nürburgring, married to Sabine Schmitz, who became famous as the star of the Nordschleife. Alas, she died a few years ago. But Klaus raced on. Then he had his moment in the sunshine when he decided to change from running Porsches for years and years and years at the Nordschleife to run one of the brand new 296 GT3 Ferraris. And get this, turned up, won the Nürburgring 24 Hours in 2023. And that was just a weekend before the Le Mans 24 Hours, with Ferrari returning for the first time in 60 years. So he gave them a good luck story. I'm sure it paid a few of his bills, because they said thank you. Huge publicity for them. And he's raced on with the Ferrari ever since. But racing solo suggests he's probably not likely to do all 4 hours. Maybe he just wants a Saturday morning run out. But he's running just outside the top 10. So, in fact, he's down in 18th place after that sort out. But, you know, good to have him. Good to have him out on the track, and just his passion for this place knows no bounds. And when his crew was about to win here a couple of years ago in the 24 Hours, he was just as he looked just so happy, but so nervous until it literally was going along the dotting her on the final lap of the 24 Hours, and victory was finally his. You could sense the beer bottles being opened in the back of the garage.
And a few Fricadellis will have been polished off, I'm sure, in celebration of that as well. Yannick Reinhardt in the BMW 240i Racing Cup car, which runs in a class exclusively for BMW 240i's, but is not just finding fellow category members, but also the Audi number 321, which is the Gorian RT by Sharkey Racing entry. So doing the opening stint there as Valers, sharing with Jens Wolf and Moritz Rosenbach, and they run in SP3T, so that gives you the overlap between 240i, TCR to a certain extent, and the SP3Ts for the turbocharged rear-wheel drive cars. The car with the number 1 on it is the defending champions. That's from a team perspective rather than the drivers necessarily, but Sven Markert driving car number 1, which is another Adrenaline Motorsport Team Meinhatten Wheels entry with the ADAC Berlin Brandenburg backing. But yeah, that car, I'm not sure whether that is placed in the championship currently, but clearly 240i is another area of the grid that you can score well, because it's such a popular division, as now Aberlan is side by side with Andrea Skulden as they leave Brunchen and head through the ice curver. Ferrari now ahead of the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Porsche.
Now, touching, if I may, on the M240i Racing Cup class from BMW. Over the years, they've named one of their cars, brought it on, and have their own championship within this. But what they do, they place a lot of their young drivers. They take a look at how they can fare around this circuit in this championship. It gives them a lot of driving time, because a lot of races they might otherwise be doing in that sort of car would be short, 40-minute sprints or whatever. They see all the vagaries of the weather, the other cars, dealing with the faster cars coming through, and it's always worth watching. We've had the M240i, I think this is its third, possibly its fourth season, but it's always hotly contested. We only have 4 cars in it. Sorry, 4, I cannot count. 7 cars in it, I can count now. But some great names, but you have people who are just, some people are very happy just doing the shorter races, but I think there's something special here. And Porsche, of course, with the Cup 2, for the Cup 2 class cars and the Cup 3 for the Caymans, those are really well supported as well. But we have the whole array of people who are looking for a future in the sport, and other people going, that's just a really nice price championship, I'll do it, and just enjoy the action.
And now, having wriggled free of a properly fraught area of the grid, Joachim Thijssen is finally making a bit of ground back to his fellow SP9 runners in the Huber car. But remember, that is an SP9 AM car, so it's all dependent on your driver makeup and their grading within the FIA metals system. So there'll be some bronze and silvers in that, and highly unlikely to be a gold. Although there's sometimes room for 1 if you've got maybe a 4-driver lineup. Repairs continuing for a different car this time. The 492 Hyundai i30N is now in pit lane, sadly, for Stenley Marketing. And this is the Fabian Tillman car, which started down in 61st position. It's a VT2 car. VT2's grouped slightly differently compared to last year, in that they put the 4-wheel drive cars in with the front-wheel drive machinery this year. It used to be with the rears. Yeah, it's a 2-pronged division, VT2, depending on where you're getting your drive from in the car.
I mean, again, it just goes to show it's not quite run what you brung, that awful phrase, but it is, there are so many different ways you can go competing here. And but above all, you have to be, whatever class you're in, you've got to be aware of who's coming around you, what their performance is, as well as keeping check on, is that driver in my mirror in my class or not? But anyhow, lots to be considered. So on we go. Gap between first and second at the end of 4 laps. It was out to just almost 11 seconds. That's Max Verstappen leading in the Emil Frey Racing Ferrari from still the Hout Racing Team Mustang, which has gained 8 seconds now over the Walkenhorst Aston Martin. Maybe there is a little bit of damage for Christian Cronje's car after that strike going into the first corner, but that's the runner. And Max Cruz Racing in their alternative fueled top class car, but running in a class of its own because of that, is Benjamin Leuchter running very nicely in 4th place. He's another 9 seconds back. So quite evenly spaced the first 4, but it's stretching the whole time. Another 9 seconds behind that in 5th place is Fabio Scherer in the 2nd of the Hout Racing Mustang. So the Blue Oval took a win last time out. They may do so today, but one person is trying very hard to stop that, and that's Max Verstappen. So, and by the way, in terms of the pace, Max has already lapped 10 seconds faster than pole position. But pole, as I say here, it's about really getting your side to laps in greasy, slightly misty conditions. Still not overly bright, but it's dry. Track conditions constant, which is good news. But last time around, both Max Verstappen and Frank Stippler, first and second in the race, lapping under minutes. And any lap around here under 8 minutes is not hanging around.
Certainly not. BMW's doing battle again, one slightly out of step though, and that might mean there's an opportunity for an overtake at Hoher Act. Not quite. 4 absolutely nose to tail. The other thing I spotted, by the way, about Fabian Tillman's Stenley Marketing Hyundai is that because it runs in VT2, there are 5 studs on each of those wheels. So if you have got a problem behind the wheel with the brake caliper or a bit of suspension as well, it is the same sort of process that you get down the road at your local tyre fitters. It takes such a long time compared to the centrally mounted wheel cap, the stud to take. Oh, one of the BMWs is off now, and that means it's going to run wide and its tyres are very dirty, having been out in the grass. This is Brunchen, lost 1 place. It's going to do well not to lose any more than that, but it looks like it's weathered the storm now.
And that is classic Nürburgring Nordschleife racing. A bit of a consequence. You go slightly wide, you lose your momentum, you can't pull over, you've got other cars around you, but also it's just, the next corners are already upon you. You may not be able to see over the crest of the next hill, and just one little wobble, 3 places lost, but rejoined. Lost a couple of seconds, but 3 places. Don't worry, you've got 3.5 hours to make it up.
Yeah. So, yeah, going back to the point about wheel nuts, it's not like your Formula 1 pit stop where one nut is unleashed and you take the wheel off within milliseconds. More like a NASCAR-style pit stop with 5 buzzes of the wheel gun, and then finally you can gain access. But with the time pit stops, it's less damaging. Speaking of which, we are working lap 5 of this opening stint. So look for the lead BMW. See this again. It's just way too much curb, and that put it out onto the outer curbing. And actually, the leading BMW did very well not to go further wide into the Brunchen gravel trap, because there's very often no coming back from there. The number of sort of home video bits of footage I've seen of tourist laps where it goes very, very wrong at Brunchen. You attack that corner at high speed, and you think it's slightly simpler than it appears when you are then mid-corner and skating off towards the barrier. So that could have been a lot worse as well. Just one place lost, I think, as those BMWs near the end of their lap.
I think one thing really worth explaining is just how narrow the circuit is for much of its course around the Nordschleife. If you ask people to take 3 cars and park them side by side, possibly 4 if they're very good at parking, wouldn't be able to open their doors, but that's how wide the track is. Either side of the track, for most of the Nordschleife, there is the width of 1, possibly 2 car widths of grass either side, but generally 1 on one side and possibly 2 on the other. So it's super, super tight. But again, as long as you keep it off the grass, you can go on. But grass, particularly in the end of September, it would be cool overnight. There was that mist. It's going to have that sheen on top of it, and it would be no use if you're going off to keep you away from the barriers. So far, so good.
But the track width isn't consistent either all the way around, so you have to always be mindful of where you are and how much wiggle room you've potentially got. The 885 BMW M2 is the one I think that was off the road. So that is the Holzum driven car. And Giuliano Holzum racing with Sandro together with Alfred Nilsson, the Swedish racer for Schubert Motorsport. So that's a significant entry actually in the for the M2 CS Racing.
Yeah, a lot of these teams have been running here for a long time. They race other championships as well, but you can rotate a lot of drivers through. And I really like with the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie the fact we have lots of families racing together, several generations or siblings. It's just great fun. Now, can I talk about pit stops? You know I love pit stops. The earlier you make your pit stop in this race, the shorter your first pit stop will be.
Is that right?
Okay, example. Say Max Verstappen decides to come in at the end of this lap. That will be 6 laps completed. Bear with me on this one.
Yes.
Time at a standstill, 328 seconds. If he comes in after 7 laps, it's 23 seconds longer. That can't be fair, you say. However, it's balanced against when you make your final pit stop. Obviously, if you do your first pit stop early, you're most likely to do your third pit stop, your third and final pit stop early as well. But what you gain by having an early pit stop, you lose by having an earlier first pit stop. You lose by having a later final pit stop. So, sorry, earlier final pit stop. So, generally, you want to pit on the top of each hour. But some people decide to roll the dice, and they come in for an earlier first pit stop, but it means their final, which is shorter, but their final pit stop commensurately will be longer. It's down to nanoseconds, but it does make a difference.
And the main reason for doing that, you might be very puzzled by it, but the main reason for doing that is the way that the cars are fueled, because they are very conventionally filled with almost like a supermarket trigger nozzle, which you pull off its stand, you plug into the side of the car, and the fuel pumps in. But to ensure that each fuel rig is pumping at the same consistency, they are a little bit, for want of a better phrase, trigger happy, I suppose, because one might pump slightly quicker than the other, and therefore to equalise that method, you're restricted to the amount of time that you have to be in the pit lane. Therefore, if you've been out for a shorter period of time, it's a shorter stop because there's less fuel to go into the car. And
now, here's the question. What is the tactic for Emil Frey Racing with Max Verstappen? Did he start with the anticipation of doing one lap fewer because he may be lighter or maybe just driving his socks off? Because on the last lap alone, he gained 6 seconds over Frank Stippler. The gap's out to 16.5 seconds. The Emil Frey Racing Ferrari lapped in 7 minutes 51, so now merely very close to 15 seconds faster than the pole position time. Again, just slightly ignore the pole position time because that's not what they're just going for grid position, but also, more importantly, getting accustomed to the car. Max is clearly enjoying himself. These are really, really fast laps. But it could be that he's stretching his advantage over Frank Stippler, who's such a circuit expert in his Haupt Racing Team Mustang, because he's got 1 lap less fuel in the car. And just to reiterate, 25 kilometres around this circuit, you think of the average flow rate of fuel being sucked up by his Ferrari motor, and that will be a lot lighter load at the start of the race. However, he is Max Verstappen. It could just be Max doing Max things and, you know, just absolutely relishing the opportunity. Actually, for now, he appears to have a little bit of a clear track ahead of him, but 7 minutes 51.5 seconds is the fastest lap of the race so far. That's his, but still some distance to go to complete lap 6, but he's certainly putting in a masterful performance at the front end of the race. All on his own now. Lights flashing, that means a slower car is just up ahead.
There is a generally considered theory that going long throughout the race is the best possible option. Yes, you take a bit of pain at the start of the race, but if you can pit as close to the checkered flag as possible towards the end, that's where you get the time back. And to my mind, I mean, when you're doing a fuel mileage race, why would you shorten that first stop? You're just going to compromise things moving forward.
You do. But if it's on a day when you know a massive rain cloud is approaching, then you go, well, we may have to come in and change tyres anyway. And again, the pain of when you've just passed the pits, because it's possibly dry at the pit lane, one of the 2 highest points of the circuit, and haven't had the message that once you've got, I don't know, a third of the way around the lap, somewhere like Arenberg, where it's really opening out into the Nordschleife forests, then you have the pain.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Huge in regular motor racing, but that is part of the feature of this circuit and the way things go. So will at the end of this lap, when 7 laps are completed, will we have Max Verstappen coming into the pits to make a pit stop, or will he go for one further lap? But already we're getting cars in, and one of the Mustangs is coming to a halt, and that is the one from 5th place, Fabio Scherer, bringing on board. And the dolly jacks go underneath. That's not because they're probably going to tip it round and pivot it into the garage, but they need to pivot it so that the car is parked at 45 degrees from the pit garage, so nose sort of roughly towards pit exit. And looks like a driver change is going on. No, not at all. Just a bottle of water passed in, or what, a drink of his choice. And so clearly Fabio is going to carry on for a little bit longer in that. He's showing that with Jan Mardenborough and Dennis Fetzer. So maybe Fabio's going to do a double stint at the start, and then the others are going to get 1 stint each. But that's in after only 6 laps. So that may actually be a car that's got a possible problem.
Or is this just a lot of teams deciding to pit as early as they can? Remember, 5 laps is the first time you are permitted to pit for fuel. So Ben Leuchter came in his number 22 Audi R8. There was also a stop for Fabio Scherer, as we're dealing with. Not Fabio Scherer, the number 9 car, which is, yeah, Fabio Scherer. I'm second-guessing myself then, but Scherer brings the Ford Mustang in. Talked about Tim Scheerbart coming in to hand over to David Yarn. Noah Nagelsdijk has definitely taken over the number 948 Loesch Porsche, so that's stopped. And then there's some more Cup 2s that have come in after only 5 laps. The 900 Cup 2 Porsche, the 901 for Fabio Grosser, and Klaus Abeland's Ferrari made a stop as well, where he's got nobody to hand over to, we reckon. Yeah, handing over to himself by the sound of things. And as soon as you get cars starting to pit, possibly rolling the dice 1 lap earlier than thought, but maybe it's just what they intended, I automatically look to the sky, see the shape of the clouds. You need to be a meteorologist doing any events at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They're a little more towering, certainly rather grey. They were brighter at the start of the race. There were almost little patches of blue sky. Those have long since been covered over. But am I seeing rain clouds? Don't think so yet. Certainly we've got quite a height on them, but maybe the teams know something I don't. It's definitely a theory, and clearly it's catching, this idea to pit earlier rather than later. Tom Coronel in 927 is not a driver change. Was he in from the start, Tom?
Yeah, he was.
Okay, and he's sharing with Jan-Jaap van Roon, so fellow Dutchman, taking over possibly in the next pit stop. That's a Pro-Am Cup 2 driver lineup.
Talking of Tom Coronel, there was a lovely little moment at the start of before the start of the race on the grid when all the fans are around, and he was showing that he's got a little pocket on one of his shoulders of his race suit, which he puts his mobile phone in. And you sort of need that in the Nürburgring Nordschleife because you don't get radio contact the whole way around the circuit. Because if he's been put off, or just simply stopped for lunch around Adenauer, he can call the team and let them know. But just little details like this just emphasise the sheer scale of this circuit. 25 kilometres. And even if you were on a circuit that was round and 25 kilometres, it's going to be a long way to the far point of the circuit. But this one's got endless trees and valleys and hills in between, so clearly getting signal isn't always easy. But Tom, well, he's never known being someone who doesn't like a chat, so having a phone with him will keep him feeling secure. But you know what I mean.
Finally been able to identify the I had the Porsche that was leading Cup 2. I've now instantly forgotten it, but Fabio Scherer just stuck a lap on that car. Might have been 961 potentially. Yeah, that is a Cup 3 WNS Motorsport Porsche. But there was no driver change for the number 9 Ford Mustang for Haupt Racing Team. Pitted from 4th. but will rejoin obviously quite a bit further down. Also Andreas Gulden taking a stop now in the 347 Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Porsche, which is the SP Pro entry this weekend, and so often is the case. We're just under 7 minutes away from the end of the first hour as Porsche number 900 snakes its way through Tiergarten and across the line. That is the Hart-driven Black Falcon team Porsche, 6th in Cup 2.
Right, at this point in the race with now a 20-second margin. This is really unusual in this series. That's how far clear Max Verstappen is in his Emil Frey Racing Ferrari ahead of Frank Stippler's Hout Racing team Mustang, and almost a similar margin back to the third place Aston Martin of Walk and Horse Motorsport and Christian Cronjes. Tell you what, if you've got some questions about this, if this is the first time you've watched an NLS race, 2nd, 3rd or 25th, it doesn't matter. Why not take a look at RSL_studio in Twitter? You may have some questions and we will do our very best to answer them. But certainly after covering this for many years, I still have questions when I look at the NLS because, you know, again, let's just give you the numbers. 25-kilometre long lap, about 172 corners, an entry of over 100 cars in the race, spread across about 20 classes. Of course, there are so many moving elements, plus it's the Nordschleife, plus it's late autumn, plus we could have rain. There's some material for you.
Just
at RSL_studio.
Yeah, and call it X, call it Twitter, you know what we mean.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I still struggle, frankly. But we will reach a point where people don't even know what Twitter was. It's so far deep in the memory, but yeah, old habits die hard, I suppose. But it's the same handle moving forward into x.com, so at RSL_studio for all of your comments. I've noticed that the timing is creaking here and there, which rather suggests quite a lot of you are logged onto it now to find out how young Mr. Verstappen is doing.
I'm still talking about lap 4, but we're on lap 7.
I know, yeah. I know that feeling entirely. I'm trying to keep tabs with the number of laps that have been completed, but I have to say that the graphics tower over to the left there is helpful. This is the end of lap 7. This is where we will see Max Verstappen making his first stop of the race.
So picture the scene, powering down the Döttinger, 4 cars in front of him. They're all in classes that are slightly slower than him. He doesn't want to lose a second. He's sitting on a lead of over 20 seconds. But through the final sequence of corners, Tiergarten and into Herrain, it's so tight. He's picked his way past one of them. I expect his indicator to come on now. He goes on to the start-finish straight. Yes, dives into the pit. So this will be pit stop time. Whoa, very nearly collected the end of the pit wall. He's cutting it the finest angle. But is Chris Lullum, his teammate, going to take over? Or is Max going to do the opening 2 stints and then Chris will go in for 3 and then we'll see what happens for 4? But I'm fairly sure Max has enjoyed that first racing run in the top class.
That was a 7:55.2 as an in-lap. And that is still timed to the control line rather than the point that he enters the pit lane. But obviously you lose time with the speed limit. There's no inkling at all that he's going to be getting out of the car. It's up on the dolly jack, so being rotated to the 45 degrees now. This will be a strange sensation for the Formula 1 superstar. 4-time F1 champion. This year does look like it's the first in the last 4 where he will not take the main crown, but he is also excited to be broadening his horizons moving forward, desperate to be part of the Nürburgring 24 hours, maybe in 2026. Surely the 24 hours of Le Mans has got to be on the radar as well, whether that be in a GT car or in a prototype. But he's done, well, you could argue that he's sort of achieved everything in Formula 1 and he's still as hungry as ever to continue the titles flowing. That's what he considers his day job, and this is the sort of hobbyist type racing. You described it as a bossman's holiday. It is exactly that. His weekend's off. He wants to be behind the wheel of a different racing car and going just as fast as always. So it'll be a new set of tyres, a slurp of water as well for the Dutchman, and back into the race very shortly.
So clearly Max is going to do the first 2 stints. Chris Lullum, one presumes, will get in for stint 3. And then, if the car's going well, would Max want to take it through to the finish? But if he does, that gives him 3 hours of racing. So that's the length of more than 2 Grand Prix. So he's certainly getting a bit more work in. But something very different on this rather grey weekend at the end of September at the Nürburgring. And I think when you've had as much success as he has with those world titles and effectively hitting the ground running. First season in cars was Formula 3, placed third in the European Championship. From then on it's only been up, and I think he just wants to put those skills everywhere. He'll have watched these races. There's no way that his father Jos made him only watch Formula 1 and other single-seater events. He loves the diversity of the sport, and I really appreciate it. And I do hope when he goes back into the paddock next weekend, just spreads the message. A lot of his rival Formula 1 drivers will be watching just to see how he gets on. But cast your mind back a handful of years when almost the ultimate arrival at a Formula 1 press conference, certain Nico Hülkenberg turning up and said, "Hey guys, what did you get up to last weekend?" and put the Le Mans Winners Trophy on the desk in front of him. Lots of applause for that. And I think, many of his rivals are going to be very envious. Their careers have been very single-seater oriented. Karting single-seaters, get to Formula 1, which is absolutely fantastic. But I think to do more things, try circuits haven't done before, would be for the benefit of absolutely everyone.
Did Jos's dad ever race GTs?
No, Jos was, until he went over to race the American Le Mans Series, was single-seaters all the way, but I'm fairly sure he never did GTs of any form. Maybe he wants to do some.
Well, yeah.
He might even be in this race under a pseudonym, racing in one of the junior classes.
in a TCR car, perhaps. Be great to have the two of them in the same car. Jos did race at Le Mans in LMP2 and in LMP1 machinery, in actual fact. But yeah, I can't see any significant tin top action, or GTs for that matter, as Verstappen rejoins the race. Now, he will have lost the lead as a result of this because of where the other cars have pitted. Remember, he was one of the last of the batch to make a stop, so it'll be a while before the timing screen catches up. Obviously, from a net point of view, still very much in a comfortable position.
Now, remember, if you pitted a lap earlier, you probably come out ahead. We've just seen that as the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin came in from third place as those top three pitted at the end of 7 laps. And it saw a white and blue Ford flash past it. It wasn't the one it came in behind, which was Frank Stippler's car, but it was the one that Fabio Scherer came in after 6 laps, stayed on board. So he's gained track position, but he knows his final pit stop is going to be earlier than the Walkenhorst Motorsport car. It's going to be 1 lap earlier, and that can have a huge difference. Right, best lap in the race, let's call it 8 minutes. It wasn't, it's 7 minutes 51. And when you get to this, apply the sliding scale, you will discover that final pit stop, if it's 8 minutes earlier, could be as much of a difference as
just checking
20 seconds.
Checking out the damage on the rear left corner. It's that tiered section of the back of the wheel arch which is missing, but I've seen many an Aston Martin through the years run without that, without too much of a problem. There was a wisp of, I think it was a little bit of smoke, or possibly steam. Difficult to tell from that distance, but yeah, the Aston has been rather remodeled, but Christian Krognes did well not to disrupt his stint too much. He got it to the end, they stayed within the rhythm, and the car rejoins now in the hands of Mateo Villagomez, the young Ecuadorian.
Yeah, he's been racing this year in the GT World Challenge. You needed to know his history, but I love it when you get people from countries that don't traditionally have a strong racing scene coming and dipping their toe in the pond. And GT racing, in some way, has allowed that to happen more than single-seaters. It's not as expensive to do. You're sharing the cost with other drivers in the cars, or some of the others that might already be work-supported pro drivers. But again, the more countries, the better. Welcome. But Christian Krognes is being interviewed at the moment. Actually, looks remarkably upbeat, so clearly the damage wasn't too bad, but it would have been something, even if it's just something lodged in his mind, because it would have been a big thump, as unfortunately Tim Heinemann got it wrong going into the opening corner. But you don't normally see the car going about, 30 degrees out of true, having just tried to jink around the Aston Martin and off to the left-hand edge into turn 1 went the Cup 2 class Porsche and scattered those behind. But that said, could have been a whole lot worse.
Certainly so. I mean, first of all, the recovery or the reaction speeds of the cars immediately behind. Also, to an extent, Tim Heinemann, because he didn't try and get the car immediately straightened up. He thought, I've lost this now, I've made a mistake. The car is hugely sideways and I'm heading towards the gravel, and it's better that I don't try and jink it back into line as quickly as possible, because he could have easily spun the car right in front of the majority of that field in the first group. Max Verstappen may have seen a real run of colours in the rearview mirror, the silver from right to left, but because he was already leading the race, it wasn't a huge concern for him. He was more focused on the apex at turn 1 on that opening lap. Klaus Aberland staying on board the number 21 Ferrari, solo driving for the full 4 hours, which is a heroic attempt. I wonder whether this is this likely to be the same chassis that won in 2023, I wonder. It is a GT3 car, but as to what the history of the precise piece of metal, very difficult to tell again from this distance, but it's now an SP9 AM car. Remember, in its debut season, though, it won, with Klaus not as the driving lineup, but cheering from the sidelines to that tremendous result.
Yeah, I'm very sure it's the same car as before. But, you know, bear in mind, it was just, he was new to running Ferraris and just pulled it off in the Nürburgring 24 hours ahead of a tip-top field. I'll tell you what, if you've never watched that one before, take a look. Hope fog doesn't hang down over the track as it did in 2024. I'll tell you how bad it was. Our commentary position, if you remember, Johnny was opposite the pit lane, by the tower at pit in, and we were clearing up because the race had to be stopped eventually because the helicopters, the rescue helicopters, couldn't fly, and the highest points of the circuit, which is the pit lane and her act, which is 2/3 of the ways around the lap, they were in the fog. Everything else, beautiful sunny day. We couldn't see the control tower at certain points, just across the width of the start-finish straight.
Yeah.
Of course, as soon as we packed up all our gear, suddenly there's a beautiful view, but the race was curtailed. But it's always an issue here, always something that can happen, so you've got to go with the advice. But right now, great day, the racing is going on, and certainly Max Verstappen back on board, so he's leading this race comfortably. Hold on, my time is green, suddenly saying it's 2 pit stops for Max Verstappen. I only recall 1. He's sitting on a 23-second margin over Frank Stippler, or has he just nipped in? I do not think so.
No.
As you said, there are a few vagaries on the timing screen.
Yeah. And I'm sure 1 or 2 of you are experiencing those as well. But this is the out lap for the Ferrari. He won't have another chance to come in, I don't think. Unless for some reason that car came back in and then has rejoined. But it wouldn't be this far around the current lap if that were the case. So this lap time takes into account the 3 or so minutes, 3 and a bit minutes that car was in pit lane, then the minute or so which is the normal time to go through sector 1. So the sector 1 timing split actually shows at just slightly more than 4 minutes. And the same can be said for Frank Stippler's Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang. So that shows that car pitted at the end of lap 7. Likewise, the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin and the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, which is an SP9 AM car, and is now being driven by Christoph Breuer. So Breuer in, Dieter Schmidtmann out of that Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Number 786 in the bright yellow colours of Renazzo. Max Kruse Racing in the 927, running in 5th position. Nearing the end of September, so why not wear a Christmas hat, I suppose. Still a little bit too early in my book, but it's gone for the almost full Santa Claus experience, that gentleman. I wonder whether that's part of the Adrenaline Motorsport arrive and drive situation as well. You can dress as Santa Claus for the day and we'll still prepare a car for you. Here's the 31 Ferrari then, heading towards the end of the lap. And confirmation then that it's just the 1 stop so far for this Ferrari. And as it swoops across the line, should be now the lead car officially.
Okay, just remember, 7 minutes 51.5, fastest lap of the race. I'm just trying to remember if that's the fastest ever in an NLS race. I'm not sure I want to take my attention away to try and find that out. But Max Verstappen, this last lap, 8 minutes and 3. However, that involved accelerating away from the pit lane. Clearly going to be longer, but back into lapping, turning right at the opening corner through the sort of what we used to refer to as the Mercedes arena, where it arcs into the left-hander at turn 2, the tighter left at turn 3, and then the tighter right at turn 4, but then down at only a very short stretch of the Grand Prix circuit before doubling to the right and then completing the end of the Grand Prix loop, but then turning onto the Nordschleife. But up ahead, just picking off one of the Porsche Caymans, nice and easily done it. And again, the drivers in the less powerful classes have to know to look in their mirrors, and the driver did that very nicely indeed. So Max Verstappen picks him off nice and easily. Just 3 more corners to go on the Grand Prix loop, and then he'll turn double left onto the Nordschleife, and then it starts becoming way more enclosed and way trickier. Down through Hatzenbach, going through Kiedelbacher Höhe. That's when you start to pick up the speed after a fairly decent length straight. But we had the problem there, didn't we, early on? We had a code 60 at that corner, but I must say, here we are at this point in the race, just over an hour completed, and people have been behaving very nicely indeed so far. Please do not make that the commentator's curse. Oh, as I say that, suddenly yellow flags have been shown at Marshall Post. Well, that's the shortcut back into the pits, but that's not going to affect our race leader because Max Verstappen has passed those by. Next driver to get there is the driver who's second in the race, and that's Frank Stippler, still on board the Hout Racing Team Ford. So like Max Verstappen, the race leading Ferrari, he stayed on to do a double stint. Maybe has more scope to do that because the Audi he was going to be driving later in the race came in with front end damage quite some while ago. And so maybe his driving that is no longer something that's going to employ him later this afternoon, so he can do a double stint for Ford.
There is a long list of various fastest laps that have been mainly set up in order to blitz the record, so that they weren't racing laps, but I mean, I'm looking at various 6-minute lap times around this configuration. Clearly they will not stand, but as for a fastest lap within NLS or VLN, its predecessor, a bit more research is required. It's certainly up there. I'd be surprised if that is a record, but 7:51.5 is a tremendous lap time. Remember, this is on the shorter version of the circuit, mind you. So this morning's time's 8:06.0, but a 7:51, so shaving a further 15 seconds off that. Max Verstappen in the Ferrari.
And again, we use different elements of this circuit. For the Nürburgring 24 hours, they don't use the same circuit. You actually have you turn right into the first corner, and then immediately turn left. There's a little cut through, so you don't go through the Mercedes arena. However, you then don't turn right and curtail the Grand Prix loop. You go all the way down to the hairpin at the bottom, then work your way back. So Nürburgring 24 hours will have a very different lap time and lap record to this version of the NLS. But I tell you what, that 7:51 lap was very tidy indeed from Max Verstappen. And so many laps here, you can put 95% of it right, and then you have a slow zone. We talked about that at the start of the race. Possibly someone else had a moment. The marshals need to be protected. And again, line of sight is so difficult on the Nordschleife. So extra layers of safety are put in so that any rescue crew that has to tidy up an incident is going to be safe. But, you know, as long as the drivers adhere to all the flag signals they're getting, messages from the pits at the points on the circuit when they can get them, then, you know, hopefully things will stay safe. But as long, it's such a proviso on this circuit, so extra layers, you know, they're adopted by all the drivers and totally accepting that. But anyhow, take a look. Maybe some of you out there in the world of X can let RSL_studio know what you think might be the fastest lap in this formation. So racing in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, but 7:51, we know that's quick, and that is why Max is leading by, at the moment, it was 23, it's now 24 and a bit seconds. Certainly Frank Stippler, who is the gold standard here, is putting in a really good show for Mustang, who scored a first victory here last time out. But Max Verstappen is stretching the advantage, and I'm not sure he's hating any single second he's at the wheel of the car at the moment, because this is his weekend off. What a busy place to be having it, but clearly one feels that the Dutchman will be smiling big time when he gets out. Will he get out? Will he only get out at the end of the race? 4 hours is the duration of the race. Chris Lullum, his teammate, he may allow him one of those sessions, may allow him two, but right now, clearly a double stint from our race leader. Got the lead at the start of the race from third on the grid, hasn't looked back.
Well, all the more impressive is the fact that that lap time 7:51.5 is quicker than any of the pole laps we've had so far this year, because the quickest pole lap that was set in the opening round for the 70th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt was set by Frank Stippler, and this was a pole time 7:51.530. So we are 16 thousandths of a second faster than that for a race lap. What I have found is in 2022, I think it was 2022, a quicker lap than that still. But that again was a qualifying lap rather than a race lap. I'm not able to dig out as readily as this times from the race. But I can tell you that it was either Axel Jeffries or Michele Di Martino did a 7:50 at the start of 2022. So we have seen quicker laps than that, but they may have only been on the Saturday morning in qualifying rather than the race.
Yeah, but again, just going back to qualifying, it's very short. And for most drivers, they know the weather's going to be changeable, track conditions be changeable. Track conditions, the track is normally quite slippery or quite cool relative to how it's going to be in the race. So it's not always the best time, but really it's a sort out. As long as you get one banker lap in, your main job is to bring the car back, and the number of drivers who just aim for a slightly faster time, driven around the outside of a slower car and ended off the circuit. There's not a lot of time to prepare a car for a Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie race. Qualify in the morning and you kick off the race. You have to get to the cars, the grid about 11:30 for a 12 o'clock start. So your mechanics do not thank you. And don't forget, if you drop the car into the barriers at the back side of the circuit, it takes a very long time to get the car back to the pits. 25-kilometre lap. Think about it. That's 15 miles. And so really heroics are kept in check, but certainly a lap of 7 minutes 50, that is very impressive. So in race trim, well, we'll see. How low can he go? Yeah. We'll find out a little bit towards the end of this stint. So around about lap 14 or so, his fuel load will be light. Tyres will be slightly past their best, but that could be the next time that Max will strike for glory. However, of course, that could be obscured by a moment if someone's put a slow zone on the circuit, somewhere around this 25-kilometre lap, or simply traffic at certain points on the circuit. But anyhow, we'll see. But certainly Max Verstappen flying here on this now Saturday afternoon on the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Now getting some suggestion that it might be as low as a 7 minutes 49 second lap.
Yeah, that's in my mind. I'm fairly sure someone's crested 7 minutes 50. I thought it was 7 minutes 48 something, but at the moment it's very difficult to go down the rabbit hole to find it. So I'll keep attention on the timing screens and the race action.
The records are great for pole positions. They're more difficult to dig out at speed when you're trying to do a race commentary as well from the races themselves. But a lap record, strictly speaking, should be within the race, remember, rather than anything that happens in other sessions through the course of a weekend. Just caught sight of a very nicely turned out BMW M4 GT4 from Plus Line Motorsport. That's for the Greasex, Richard and Philip. Can't tell you who of the two's actually in the car at the moment, but it is one of the family members. And Plus Line's BMW running fourth in SP8T. There are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, lots of SP8T cars, 9 in total. And Supras, BMWs, that's basically the order of the day. There's an Aston Martin Vantage as well from Pro Sport Racing, and indeed an Aston Martin from Pro Sport that leads the category for Marek Bachmann, number 191. He's up as high as 24th overall. As the 800 Honda Civic, the FL5, turns right, and that is Thiago Monteiro.
I was just about to come to that. So this is a new TCR class car from Honda, and Thiago, really lovely Portuguese racer. Of course, he had his time in Formula 1, raced a lot in the World Touring Car Championship. Again, that's why you need to print out the entry list, vln.de, take a look. There is always a name somewhere further down. It's very easy only to look at the top few classes, but work your way down. He's here because Honda, he's had such a long relationship with them, want him to help develop this car. Why do they want that? Because they can then sell that car for people to race all around the world in the TCR class. But, they call him up and he goes, yep, bags packed, on my way.
I think you struggle to keep him away from this place. In truth, he has lots of experience in the last few years here. Oh, that was almost a big moment for the number 9 Mustang, which how far up the order has that now crept? 5th position.
Well, it was 5th before its pit stops. Remember, it came in a lap before the top 3 cars came in. There was a Cup 2 class Porsche still up ahead of it, but since then on this it's getting going and really starting to move around the circuit a bit. Coming up on the, I think it's just past the Max Cruz Racing Audi. That's the one that was 4th overall. That's the alternative fuel car, but certainly Fabio Scherer staying on for a double stint is really starting to get the progress. But that car will be pegged back eventually by the fact it had that early pit stop, so it have to have its final pit stop earlier, which means that final pit stop will be longer than those that come in a lap afterwards. Normally about 20 seconds is the gap difference. Seems enormous, but just remember how long the lap is here.
We've even got down to hundredths of seconds now for this suggested quickest race lap time. 7:49.578 is the latest suggestion. So Verstappen has got into the, did we say low 51s?
Yeah, 51.515.
Okay, so sort of mid 51s, and we're looking at a mid 49, 7:49.5. So he's still amazingly got 2 seconds to find. May not be the same car, of course. We're talking about a Ferrari 296 in this instance. And if that's from a few years ago, who knows what tyres it was done on, in what weather conditions, might have been slightly more conducive to a quick lap time, and also a completely different car as well. Although theoretically, the SP9s are balanced through the BOP system to produce across the piece very similar lap times, even though different cars will make their time in different positions of the racetrack.
Right, if someone's listening for the first time, BOP, what is that? BOP, balance of performance. It's not something obviously in Formula One and other categories, some of other categories, but certainly in GT racing it is prevalent. And that is why you can have a race with 9, 10 different manufacturers and their lap time is balanced, so it should be equal. It doesn't mean they're going to get their performance equally across a lap, but at the end of the lap, their lap time should be very similar. Of course, it's a dark science, a bit of black magic, if you will, but it does mean you have some fantastic scenes. And again, it provides you with a difference of machinery, doesn't it? You've got the sleek 296 GT3 Ferrari, and then the much more raughty, torquey, rumbling sound of the Ford Mustang. Put them side by side, they wouldn't look as though they would race against each other, but they absolutely do. The Aston Martin probably in the middle of that, but then of course you've got the Porsches. You have, actually this weekend we don't have a BMW M4 GT3, they're normally very good. Lamborghinis as well. And I think sports car fans, racing fans overall, just absolutely love having the different shapes of cars. If you had the top 20 drivers in one make of car, it will still be good, but it won't be anything as good. And you know what? A little bit of mark rivalry never hurt anyone. To me, it's the essence of motor racing in so many ways. But balance of performance is something that we have. You do not have it in the World Championship for Formula One, but you have it in many, many other categories. And to me, it makes an element of sense.
Well, that is why somebody like Stefan Rattel, behind the global category of GT3, has been so successful year in, year out. Because, I mean, take, for example, the World Endurance Championship, not an SRO championship, but has adopted the GT3 rule set in effect, turning it into LM GT3. But this weekend in Fuji, there are 9 different manufacturers: Aston Martin, Ferrari, BMW, Chevrolet with their Corvette, McLaren, Mercedes, Ford, Lexus and Porsche. We haven't quite got the variety this weekend at the Nürburgring, but you know, those cars were never designed to be the same speed, the same specification when you buy them for the road. But we want as much variety as possible. So then you've got to say, well, just picking one car doesn't mean you're going to win every single race. Otherwise, everybody would only buy that one car. Keep the variety, keep it even, and keep it possible to win a race in regardless what car you've chosen.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why, you know, events like Spa 24 Hours, the Nürburgring 24s are chock full. All the manufacturers stack the grids, and you know it's great. If you love Lamborghinis, don't like seeing beaten by Ferraris, they start on an even footage. One little element you didn't touch on there is the fact that actually there is a price difference, because mysteriously, you know, some makes, even though their cars balance at the same level, Ferraris, so many people want to race Ferraris, they always tend to be the more expensive end of the scale. Audi tend to be the bottom. Double wave yellows around the circuit. This happens really quite a lot, and that's the warning for the drivers. As they're coming up on a corner, they won't be able to see around the corner. If they see the wave yellow flags, they have to be prepared to back off the pace. Course vehicle on the left, and the car nose into the barriers, so they'll be checking the barriers are safe, removing the car. That's on one of the rare broad verges at the edge of the circuit. Many points around the lap. There's very little out beyond. So that's Flansgarten. In fact, I think that's just been cleared now. Again, they clear them as fast as they can, but the notification to the marshals and then they pass it on to the drivers is trouble up ahead. You can't see very far ahead. Trust us, we can.
Yeah, and it's having absolute faith in those that are at the side of the track with their ways of warning what might be just around the next corner. There are so many blind approaches on this circuit, with corners north of 160, and whether that be a slippery surface or a change of surface, whether that be a car off, either in the barrier and therefore off the racing line. It might be sitting right in the middle of the road. And you always have to be aware of the severity of the warning. Is it one of those where you need to slow down and be prepared to stop, for example? Double waved yellows mean that. Certainly a code 120 and a code 60 means that as well. On we go, and 2 hours 37 minutes remaining with Max Verstappen onto lap 10. He's just completed that lap now, leading by, well, it's nearly half a minute.
Nearly half a minute, and his last flying lap, well, he just did a 7:56 lap, and then he's fallen 6 seconds off that pace. Why on the subsequent lap, lap 10, has he slowed so much? Well, he hasn't really. That's just simply where the traffic has fallen in front of him. And again, we had those double waved yellow flags, so he would have had to back off just a little bit, just preparing to back off more if he came around a corner and found something. There had to be driver's alert, and that is something the drivers, it's hard enough to get things right. And as I say, that right at the final 2 corners of the circuit, going up and through Herrain and into Tiergarten, a BMW, a little Seat getting it very wrong, sorry, Hyundai getting it very wrong indeed, and snapping. The track was going to the right, the car was going to the left. Somehow he's hauled it down. So it's a fuel filler cap or something has popped open on that. Maybe the extremists of the sudden change of angle of that car. But if you're going to drop it, I don't know, probably better to drop it close to home. But anyhow, good save there. Orange and blue Hyundai coming into the pits. But that was, you know, sometimes drivers, they've done all the difficult bit. They've done the Nordschleife. I've just got to bring it in. Maybe just that level of concentration, falling to 95% from 100, was enough to cause that. But good save, so well done.
Yeah, and partway through the save, Darian Donkel very nearly ran into the next car through. We've already mentioned, or I've already mentioned, the Stenley Marketing by Mertens motorsport car, but I'm just wondering whether there are a couple in the race now. Yes, there's more than a couple in fact. 491, 496 and 492 all carry that identification, and all 3 of them are Hyundai i30Ns. So it was the Darian Donkel car that was in question. He shares with Akshay Gupta and Alex Schneider, and they run again in the VT2 front-wheel drive division, which also has the 4-wheel drive cars from VT2 in the same category this year. The Falcon car that I was struggling to identify at the start of the race is the number 10 Audi, and that is for Jasmine Preissig, in fact, for Max Cruiser Racing. Jasmine, a regular runner in the 24H series as well. And she's sharing with Christoph Lenz and Timo Hochwind. So Max Cruiser getting a nice bit of sponsorship. I can't tell at this speed whether the tyres are the correct ones, but I'm sure that that is the case. Well, otherwise,
I find that very disappointing.
Why? What, I can't identify the sidewalls
at racing speed
at something like 80 miles an hour. Yeah, it's tough. But that typically or instantly recognisable two-tone blue that we so often see on a couple of Porsches, actually, and the season started so well for the Falcon Motorsport GT3 cars. They've had at least one 1-2 finish, but neither of the cars here this weekend. It's busy certainly around Central Europe, but further afield as well, so it might be a question of just finding drivers to take to the cockpit of those cars. Not sure whether there's, for instance, an ADAC GT meeting this weekend as well, which sometimes means that the entry to an NLS race suffers a touch. But there's always some scrapping to focus in on, regardless of the class, including Noah Nagelsdijk, who now heads out of the Mercedes arena, second place in Cup 2, the number 948 car.
Across the course of the season, not everybody does all the rounds. I mean, you just mentioned Jasmine Preissig, normally raced in the 24H series. Of course, if she was this weekend, she could be having a 24-hour race down in Barcelona, also covered by Radio Show Network. But, you know, you have to pick and choose, and some drivers, particularly if you're a top star in GT3 or if you're a low-ranked driver in GT3, you can actually get lots of other drives because they need a quick bronze or a quick silver. But yeah, you could be racing anywhere in the world, and this is the very essence of why GT racing is so strong now. As I said, next year we're going to have a historic GT3 racing series, 2006, to 2013. So some of the first cars you might have thought, oh, well, they're so far out of date, nearly 20 years old. They might have been tucked away, nowhere to race. They will have next year, and it's really exciting. And one of the ones I'm waiting not just to see again, but to hear is the BMW Z4 GT3 that just made such a good sound. I'd warrant Aston Martin makes a wonderful rumble. The Ford Mustangs at the moment, they win the sort of the best rumble of all, but certainly that racing engine notes on the V8 Z4. You may say, hold on, but they never built a Z4 for in road trim with the V8. Well, they got dispensation to have it in GT3, and I think anyone who watched them in period would go, oh yeah, they made a good sound. But they're historic, and some of the drivers talking to now aren't even 40 years old going, I raced that. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. A historic series with stuff I've already raced. But luckily, I've just remembered I've got one still in the garage. It's just gone up from £250,000 worth to 500 in the drop.
Well, yes, that's a winner for sure, even though you might feel a little bit old, that your car is now considered a classic racer rather than a modern day version. But as you say, the price hike is well worth considering. GT Motorsport BMW 330i for Lutz Horst is just going through the Mercedes arena, together with the 347 Toyo tyres with ring racing car. That might be a pass for position, 347 on 927.
Yeah, it was indeed. That was Van Roon being passed by Mark Canaricci. I just want to point out, on the last lap, our race leader, Verstappen, still in the lead. Yep, we know that. He gained, get this, 15 seconds or as near as over Frank Stippler. So suddenly, just being around 29 seconds, he's now 43 seconds clear. Chris Lullen in the pits must be going, I'm going to get this car. This is quite phenomenal what I'm being offered. I don't think the performance is going to drop away when Chris gets on board. He's been racing one of these 296 GT3 Ferraris all season long, going better and better. Took an outright victory in a one-hour race at Valencia last weekend. However, there was one little mismatch with improving time under a yellow flag. Quite hard to say. It was his first flying lap.
Okay.
He come out of the pits, driver change, took it over from Thierry Vermeulen, who normally shares with him, and Thierry's father is Max Verstappen's business manager, so that's why it's all knitted together. He went out, victory by about 14 seconds, but unfortunately the penalty overnight meant that he didn't take the race win, but they did win the championship. But so Chris is an absolute star, but certainly so is Max Verstappen. That lead, and I'm just looking at the first part of this lap. Is he stretching the advantage? Sector 1, yes. Sector 2, yes. Sector 3. So at this point, he's really in a sweet spot in that Emil Frey Racing, Verstappen.com Ferrari, 43 seconds clear and going away. Is there a problem in terms of performance for anybody else? No, not really. It's just simply the pace of the Flying Dutchman at the moment. The Mustangs now in second and third positions. They can't match him. They're separated by 20-something, 26 seconds. But bear in mind, the number 9 Mustang, Fabio Scherer, pitted a lap earlier for that first pit stop. So he's artificially close to the sister car of Frank Stippler, the number 6 Mustang. When it gets to their final pit stops, he will do his pits. The number 9 car will come in a lap earlier, and that's the difference of about 20 seconds. So he really needs to get in front of Frank Stippler, but that's not happening.
Couple of messages from race control I'm just spotting. The first of them for the 949 Cup 3 Porsche, and that is currently being driven by Stefan Bayer, and that's just an investigation at the moment, but a pit lane under investigation, so they'll either be speeding or too many people perhaps working on the car during the stop. The 140 car, which is, bear with me, the Dumoulin Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. Now, it is an Aston that still leads SP8T for Pro Sport, but that is not this one. That's the second car, number 140, 6th in class, but that's going to have to do a stop-and-go penalty for 5 seconds. So I'm trying to remember whether you can do that. It's labelled as a stop-and-go penalty rather than a penalty added to your next pit stop.
Yeah, so you have to come in and do it and then take your pit stops next time around or subsequently. Yeah. So that's a 5 second. But actually for the Dumoulins and Pro Sport, they're super experienced around here. They were penalty of 5 seconds. It means they were 5 seconds under their minimum pit stop time. Bear in mind, though, we have to remember that there is a sliding scale here according to when you come in. And that is something that sometimes catches really good entries here, but the experience teams, it's a little bit surprising someone dropped the ball there. But bear in mind, it's not the driver's fault. They go when they're signalled to move away from their pit stop.
So he'll have to come down pit lane, stop at the penalty box, which is just underneath the podium before you get to the main garages. Stop for 5 seconds and then rejoin. as Max Verstappen just delightfully drifting the car through that first left-hander that leads towards Hatzenbach. And the problem with doing that is that the Armco barrier just juts back in a little bit there where the tourist laps begin and past the old Grand Prix pit lane. And you well, again, I'm sure he knows this place so well, probably from a sim, first of all, and then getting the ring license a few weeks ago. So he will know where parts of the track are compromised. But that was almost as if he's been racing it for 20-odd years, just drifting it to within a cigarette paper of the Armco, didn't hit it, and then continued on to Hatzenbach, unflustered by it all, as he goes to the high side now at Flugplatz of one of the Porsche Caymans in the midfield.
Yeah, but he was very clever. He waited his time, had to be absolutely sure. No one's very close to him. He's got a real margin over the two Hout Racing Team Mustangs. He can afford to be a little bit cautious from time to time. Just wants to be sure the driver of the car in front of him that will be lapping, you know, effectively, what are we talking, about 30 seconds a lap slower than him, has seen him. There's no point going off. He's driven so hard for, well, getting on for an hour and a half, just over an hour and a half now. But that margin is very impressive. And every timing sector, his Ferrari is pulling clear of the two Mustangs. They are the best of the rest. And the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, by the way, had a much longer pit stop, and it had, with Matteo Villagomez still learning his craft, still, you know, relatively new to racing in Europe, the young Ecuadorian, he's falling away, but it's a daunting challenge. Talking of challenges, I'm just wondering, okay, so next year, if Max Verstappen, having really enjoyed this, which it looks so he is from the way he's throwing that Ferrari around, comes here, does the Nürburgring 24 Hours next race, do you reckon another year or two beyond that, you go, Monte Carlo rally? Why not? And
I mean, his dad has done a little bit of rallying, I noted, in the WRC. I'm not sure whether it was at Monaco. It may well have been. But, you know, there's, again, the example of chopping and changing the disciplines. And Max is doing that with in spades now, with a chance to see him in at least one 24-hour race. And once he does one, he'll want to try and sample them all.
Well, look, he's not that busy in January, so let's just use ink and put the Daytona 24 Hours in. Just imagine, you know, for Max, he gets 3 Grand Prix a year racing on the North American scene. Well, 4 if you include, obviously North America includes Canada, so Montreal as well. But, you know, to go to the fabled circuits like Daytona, that'd be something really special. I'll tell you what, why don't people draw up Max's dream season? I know 24 Grand Prix is an awful lot, but there must be some weekends where he doesn't want to really sit at home or do anything and play with his family. Go racing or go having some competition. I'm sure you can come up with some very good suggestions at RSL_studio in the world of X, known to me as Twitter. But yeah, I mean, the dream list. But just remember, in the 1950s and 60s, your Grand Prix stars of the day would turn up at a race meeting. They'd do the single-seater race, probably a non-championship Formula One race, that would be, because, of course, were many of those each season. In fact, those days, you only had about 9 Grand Prix a year. Imagine that. Now we've got 24. But then, of course, they'd also do the sports car race, the saloon car race as well. Anything that paid prize money, that's how they got their salary. Their salaries were nowhere near what they are now. But for the people racing in those championships, they might go, oh, here comes someone who's going to beat me. But no, you're racing against the superstars. And if that was Jim Clark, you knew he was the absolute zenith of the sport. And the fact he could win at all those levels, well, I'll tell you what, in 1968, when Jim just inexplicably, you know, was killed in a Formula 2 race, a Little League Formula 2 race, relative to what he was doing at Hockenheim. A lot of his rivals were competing in the sports car race at Brands Hatch. Just went, oh my God, if it could happen to Jim, it could happen to any of us. And they were very, very much more dangerous days back then. In fact, the circuits were a little bit, well, like the Nürburgring Nordschleife now. Of course, it's better, the barriers are there, but, you know, the proximity of trees. And think about Spa-Francorchamps when it ran into the neighbouring valley and that long climb from Stavelot flat out through kinks. With the only one that's left on that climb is Blanchimont. And you still, when you think of a lap of Spa-Francorchamps, think Blanchimont. Oh,
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that is the close your eyes and hope you come out the other end. And there were so many of them on the longer lap at Spa.
Oh, and of course, I forgot to mention there were no barriers. There were just trees.
And houses.
Houses, mere details, yes. Yeah. The master kink, oh yes.
Indeed. I've driven through there on the road, and you think, how on earth did they go through at the speeds that they used to? But yeah, there is still some opportunity to wedge a few extra races in for some Formula One stars it need not just be Max Verstappen, surely. And
no, the more the merrier.
Maybe that bug will work its way through the F1 paddock generally to open one or two other people's eyes to racing elsewhere. Just caught sight, by the way, of the purple and white Porsche Cayman for the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan Wheels crew of the Korn family. Ulrich, Tobias and Daniel. They are running second in V5 and trying to close in on the 447 car, which is likely to be another Porsche. It is another Cayman for the team nameless crew. And Alexander Müller, Christian Weber, Jan Weber and Torsten Kray continue to lead the V5 part of the order.
I'll tell you who's impressing me at the moment is Alexander Hart. He's third in the Cup 2 class, carrying one of our cameras around the circuit. Black Falcon team Zimmermann. Black Falcon, long-term sponsors of many things around the Nordschleife, but they have various teams carrying their colours. But he's lapping faster than David Jahn, who's leading the class. And I tell you, for the past decade or so, David Jahn has been, you know, the sort of yardstick, the benchmark, if you like, in this category. So that is impressive. It's good to have different names coming in and showing their hand. Okay, of course, either of those laps last time around was 2 seconds faster for Alexander Hart. We know someone could have moved out of the way to let the front runners like Max Verstappen come through, lost a bit of momentum, or they could have been caught behind other traffic. But you take each lap as it comes. And certainly that was good to see Alexander Hart showing some form. He's still down third in class. His next target is not too far ahead. It's the 948 Cup 2 entry. We've seen quite a lot of that in the course of the race. But yeah, he's hauling that in at the moment. And that's Noah Nagel-Diesk at the moment in that.
And a car that, well, actually, you say no,
it's not. It's Muller. Yeah. I beg your pardon.
Only because he's on an outlap now. So that driver change has just happened. And Tobias Muller takes over the 948 car. They have gone through their full driver lineup very swiftly indeed. So that suggests to me that Tobias Muller might even be doing the closing stint. But they've done a lot of stops. You know, Carlos Rivas started the race. They were one of the group that pitted very early after only about 5 laps, which is still puzzling for me.
Yeah, definitely.
Noah Nagel-Diesk took over. That, again, feels like quite a short stint. And now Tobias Muller is in. So have they all just decided we'll shorten the stint? We're not that too concerned about where we finish, just to make sure that everyone gets some driver time? Or do they genuinely think this is a good strategy to be taking? Because I suppose you're spending less time in the pits. But at the same time, you know, when you map it all out from a net perspective, it's got to be slower than their fellow Cup 2 runners. They're all quick drivers in that car, though.
Well, that's the difference. I still can't quite work it out. You don't see Cup 2 class cars doing that. Maybe there is good reason, but I can't for now just work out what that is.
No, and I'm not sure that their near rivals are necessarily doing that, although I notice Arne Hofmeister's now in the 921 as well. And Arne Hofmeister is the third driver within that too. The other thing that's just starting to enter my mind is, have the fuel tanks been closed up? I.e., are the Cup 2 Porsches now in the latest balance performance got nothing like the fuel reliability or fuel mileage that we are used to them having over the last 5 or 6 seasons? So,
that's a very good point. You have to keep on your toes with all of that.
But they're nowhere close to an SP9 stint length, if that is the case now. We're talking 5, maybe 6 laps at best, and then the cars have to come in. But that might be a deliberate decision by the organisers to make sure that the Cup 2 cars aren't in the way and tripping up the SP9s.
55 seconds is now the gap between Max Verstappen. He's in a hurry. And then Frank Slipper. So the Emil Frey Racing Ferrari just bashing out quick laps. And there was a sector midway through the 25-kilometre last lap. In one of the 5 timing sectors alone, 6 timing sectors, 5 seconds gained in that point. That's the equivalent of taking a second in one of the timing sectors around a normal Grand Prix length of track. But the lap times, well, they've fallen to 8 minutes 13 last time around for Max Verstappen. No, it's not a crisis because he hasn't suddenly lost all the pace, because remember, he's lapped 7 minutes 51. That is simply yellow flag areas. We've had some recently at Flantsgarden, just been cleared. Flantsgarden is about 2/3 of the way around the lap, where it's really serious. Fabulous stretch of track, so many fabulous stretches, but that bit through Brunchen, Flantsgarden, then over to Schwalbenschwanz, it is very, very quick and very, very twisty. Factor in as well, if you will, track is going up and down, and I think this is the key reason to why Max Verstappen wants to come and race here.
I will say that on lap 11 alone, Verstappen gained 8 seconds, though, and that has to be to do with yellow flags as well as his pure pace. I cannot believe Max Verstappen is 8 seconds quicker than a Nürburgring Nordschleife specialist such as Frank Stippler. So that is about Verstappen going through an area that was green as he arrived at it, and the yellows came in behind because of an incident that then slowed Stippler and Fabio Scherer to that extent, because they were very close on lap time. 8:18, 8:18 from both the German and the Swiss. But Verstappen, and this is testament to him building a lead in the first place, if you gap the field, there is then the scope for you to arrive at a certain part of the racetrack in a different state of caution, let's say, compared to those following you, and it can get steadily worse. Equally, I still don't think 50 seconds is necessarily a done deal, because, you know, the racing gods can turn things around, and Verstappen might see a yellow flag area or a code 60, which by the point that Stippler arrives on it, it might be clear. So, got to stick with this, folks. We've still got over half the race still to go.
Yeah, the pendulum can swing in all sorts of directions here in the Nürburgring Langstrecken, often down to weather, but equally just down to an incident. It could be the 2 slowest cars in the field, running in one of the junior classes, have a bit of door-to-door action, one puts the other one off, or whatever, one just goes off in that battle. Suddenly there's a slow zone, and it could just work in your favour. Not many forms of racing have it like this, with the consequence of such a long lap. It really makes such a difference. But when it's been clear, green flag lap, we know the fastest lap of the race at the moment, still in the hands of Max Verstappen, 7 minutes 51. The last 2 laps have been very, very busy indeed for them, because of incidents around the circuit. The pace has dropped away, but every time it's clear, Max Verstappen is eking out a bit more of a margin over the better place, those 2 Hout Racing Mustangs. Frank Stippler, who is nobody's fool around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, he'll be making that Mustang go as fast as it can, but at the moment, it's not fast enough to challenge.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Faltenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Renhofer. There's a couple of Renhofers in the entry this weekend. Raphael, who drives the 191. ADAC Barbarossa Price live from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And in the Global Broadcast Centre, it's me, Johnny Palmer, together with Bruce Jones. Very much enjoying this fight for, well, mainly second and third, because Verstappen's checked out and he's almost a clear minute ahead. It's 52.4 seconds the last time they crossed the line. That's at the end of lap 13. That's the number 6 Mustang of Frank Stippler. He stays at the wheel of car 6, been there from the start, and that incredibly impressive rise from 13th position up to second after probably only the first 3 sectors of that opening lap. Vincent Kolb still to come in that car, but we'll get beyond half distance, I'm sure, before Vincent takes over. Now there is a car running slowly, the 321. That might be the end of the Dottinger Hoor, actually. Difficult to tell from the tighter shot, but 321 Audi is the Gorian RT by Sharkey racing car. And the driver of it, who is Wolf, doing a good job in trying to just park it in a safe location. He's found a marshal point. It's actually a fire marshal point indicated by the orange end to the Armco. But now testing the rear view mirrors, because there's had 2 separate attempts here at trying to get it into the overlap, and therefore if he can get it into that little safety space, it might be that the yellow flags on the lead up might be able to be withdrawn as well.
Well, trying to reverse into the gap between in the cut in the barriers, but I think he's going to have one more attempt coming forward. But again, it sometimes just goes to prove how little visibility you have out. Oh, and he moves forward, then suddenly a course vehicle pulls in front. There was nearly a little bit of contact. That's going to hook up with him, I presume, and then tow him away. So that's a good idea. Good job from the driver, Jens Wolf, though, to try and tuck it away to safety, but they'd rather get him back to the pits, and you never know, could actually rejoin the race. But something amiss. You're quite right. There's lots of markings on the circuit. People have been known to get on and draw the names of their favourite drivers at various points around the track, and at certain points, these are around middle part of the lap. Whipperman and corners like that, where you can get a bit of air in the car. People put land here, another little quitch, because there are various points around the Nordschleife where we can get all 4 wheels off the deck. And then, of course, you're normally met immediately by another corner, so it's not always the best of ideas. And certainly when people do what we call tourist laps, so they turn up, pay their money, and get to drive around the Nordschleife. Yeah, it seems incredible, doesn't it? They certainly have corners that you do need to learn. Best thing is do a sighter lap or 2 before you start to open up the pace. But I really urge anyone with racing blood in their veins to, at some point in their life, make their way to the Eiffel Forest, here to the Nürburgring, and have a go around the circuit. And for a lot of you, you won't believe it. And back in COVID, when racing was largely digital until we got cars back on track, a lot of people looked at the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series sim racing series and couldn't believe it was actually a real track. They thought it was made up of various sections of other great circuits around the world. It is real. It's very, very real, trust me.
Just catching sight prior to the 500 Manhattan Wheels BMW of the WNS Motorsport Porsche 718 Cayman, currently being driven by Leon Duca. And Duca is a teammate of Joshua Bednarski and Laurens Stegman in the other Porsche, which started from pole position. So you've got 961, which is one part of the WNS Motorsport entry. 962 is a pro car, and that car led Group 2 away at midday this afternoon. Cup 3, not Cup 2, but Cup 3 is still being led by, bear with me as I scroll up the screen, yeah, still that 962 car. So they led away in the WNS Motorsport car and have stayed there since then. Laurens Stegman, who has been putting most of the lap times in. It just shows that the lap time set in qualifying this morning was not a fluke to have stayed there at the head of a very competitive class. Heiko Eichenberg trying his level best to get close to that car, but the separation between the two in Cup 3 is about 20 seconds.
Right, some cars coming in for a second pit stop, including Klaus Abelen. Bear in mind, he's planning to do the whole race solo for a driver who was born in 1960. So let's do some maths and call him 65 for sake of argument. White and red, running still with the Fricadelli Racing livery on board. Is he going to do the whole race, or is he going, I'm just going to do the first couple of hours and have a spot of lunch? But Klaus loves this. He's invested so much in his racing career in the Nürburgring, but his Ferrari being pivoted around, so I would suggest he's not planning to get out just yet. So 2 hours of racing or thereabouts, 2 hours and 6 minutes remain. But however, of course, if you're talking Ferrari 296 GT3s in this race, you have to talk about Max Verstappen. He'll probably be coming in next time around, or possibly the time after. Normally have a 7-lap opening stint. That is precisely what he did. An 8-lap secondary stint, which will take us up to 15 laps. But the first of the cars that came in from the top class of this race, the SP9 class, on the at the start for the first round of pit stops was number 9. That's the one that Fabio Scheirer's got up into 3rd place. He's artificially, if you will, closer to 2nd place than Frank Stippler in the sister car, but that first pit stop for him was shorter. So in terms of real pace, Frank Stippler has got the advantage, but we will see. But I would expect Scherer to be in from 3rd place next time around.
Good lap times from all those cars, in actual fact, whereas Verstappen, well, he wasn't hanging about, still got beneath the 8-minute marker. So very similar pace being shown now by those top 4 cars as Abelan's pit stop continues. Other cars peeling off at the end of their latest stints include the 2 I've just mentioned leading Cup 2. So the 900 and the 901 cars are in. It's going to be a bit longer before the Cup 3s arrive on the scene, though. Equipe Vitesse Audi back out again. In fact, that car is not on an out lap. It's working lap 14 currently with Heinrich at the wheel. That is one of the SP9 AM cars. And it didn't exactly struggle in qualifying earlier on, because you have to always take into account the driver makeup of car 50 and others in the SP9 AM division. They weren't in the top 20, for example. Now that car is in the top 20, however, and 3rd in SP9 AM. So chasing down the Abelan Ferrari and Christoph Breuer's 786 Renazzo Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's running well, the Renazzo car, 6th place overall. Right, last time around, Max Verstappen got very close to his best lap of the race. He was 7/10 of a second down, so that made it 7 minutes 52.2. This lap, lap 15, is probably the one he brings it into the pits. But otherwise, that will probably be his best tilt at improving on his fastest lap. But there were yellows at various points around the circuit. Now I think we're clear, we're green the whole way around. But certainly Max pressing on big time, and again, bit by bit, just dropping Frank Stippler, who's running 2nd for Ford in the Hout Racing Team Mustang, who in turn is just easing away from Fabio Scherer. But Scherer should be in for his 2nd pit stop at the end of this lap, just waiting for that to go onto the board.
Well, it was an excellent 2nd sector from Verstappen, quicker than anybody else has managed in the race so far. So that is a new fastest lap. No, sorry, not new fastest lap, but nevertheless, a 7:52 is significantly quicker than the 3 cars in the race. The 900 car, which is the Hart-driven, or now Rosenberg-driven Black Falcon Team Zimmermann Porsche. So Hart got out Mike Rosenberg taking charge. And, well, what about the fight between the two Cup 2 Porsches? As they both pitted, there was less than half a second between them. And I just wonder whether they re-emerged basically together, but this time with 9:01 up ahead, reaching the end of the Hatzenbach section now, and towards Kiddelbacher Hohe, which is the racetrack going over the public road. And now Flugplatz, the double right-hander, but that looks suspiciously like Grutter and Rosenberg have switched positions in the pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely concur with that. Right, the car that pitted first from the top class at the end of lap 6 has come in again after lap 14. So we reckon they'd do an 8-lap secondary stint. They absolutely have. So next time around we'll have Max Verstappen and Frank Stippler in. But Fabio Scherer has brought in the number 9 and has hopped out. And that leaves Dennis Fetzer or Jan Mardenborough to get on board. I think it's Dennis who's getting. I just need to see around the high upper edges of the driver's seat. We'll find out when it goes back out. But for Hout Racing Team, owned by Hubert Hout, based just across the road in Moyspach, they've been such staunch supporters of this series and all GT racing for time immemorial. But they've latched on with Ford, and certainly bringing that blue oval rumble has been something very, very popular with the German fans at the Nordschleife.
Pit stop ongoing then, and an indication of the fuel hose with its trigger at the end. So again, fuel flow is tricky to govern up and down the order. One or two, well, one fuel pump is always going to be the temperamental one, I suppose, and in order to ensure that you get the consistent amount of time being served in the pit stop, then these are all timed visits to pit lane. This Mustang, I'm sure, similar to the sister car within Haupt Racing Team, on Yokohama tyres. So we haven't mentioned a different tyre manufacturer again, but the Advans being utilised by the big American cars, front engine with their 5.4 V8s, the Ford Coyote engine. And that is about to lurch back into life as well with a brand new set of tyres beneath it. Scherer having brought the number 9 car in, the number 9 car in by Fabio Scherer. Frank Stippler stayed out though, as away then goes the number 9 Ford. Two hours to go on RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, reaching half distance. On with significant frontal damage, and then a nose-to-tail action from the BMWs, one squirming a tad wide on the approach to Brunchen. But there's been no shortage of action all the way through the opening 2 hours, Bruce.
It's been fantastic. Again, it's lovely having a different mix of drivers at the front end of the field. To bring in a 4-time world champion is always going to draw some fresh eyes here. But again, it always strikes me when you look down through the field, there are class battles everywhere. Of course, you've got this enormous discrepancy in performance between the slowest cars in the field, which are effectively little more than road cars, up to the road rockets that are in the top class. But at the moment, the lead is, let's have a drum roll, just over a minute now. Max Verstappen ahead of the Frank Stippler-driven Hout Racing Ford Mustang. The sister Ford Mustang has pitted. That's made its second pit stop. And just waiting for update to see who took that over. Was it Dennis Fetzer or Jan Mardenborough? But again, they will make their final pit stop earlier, 1 lap earlier, one presumes, than the rivals, which will therefore mean their final pit stop has to be longer. But I think we'll revert to having 31 from 6 from 34, which is as it was in the first lap of the race. That'll be the Verstappen.com Ferrari at the front, the number 6 Ford Mustang from Hout Racing Team, and the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. Now up into 4th place overall, making it 4 manufacturers, is that Lamborghini Huracan that has really impressed very much today for Renazzo Motorsport Team. 4 mates in the top 4.
Great to see as well that the scaffolding has been removed from the Nürburgring Castle. That seems to have been renovated have been renovated for much of the season, and sadly the ideal lines of that have been taken away from our vision, but it's all been removed. It looks like that was been a success therefore, and the eye-catching icon on the inside of the Northern Loop is returned. Here's the Ferrari from the lead of the race. Max Verstappen, Dolly Jacks going underneath, and indeed Chris Lullen just waiting to the left-hand side of the 31 Ferrari, ready to take it over.
Yeah, the young Brit, he might have wondered if he was going to get a go at all, but of course it's 4 stints in this race. The first 2 taken by Max Verstappen. He didn't lead from the start, but he led from the opening corner on the opening lap. Brilliant start from him. He'll get out. We'll see who gets to do the final stint. Maybe it's going to be 2 stints through to the end of the race. Here we are, just past the halfway point. Young Brit Chris Lullen getting on board, a serious racer in sim. That's how he came in contact with Max Verstappen, who loves sim racing a huge amount, and he's stepped up this time to his first full season of GT racing. He's only his 2nd season all. Did Radical racing, as you were pointing out last year, in the Radical UK Cup, Hackety UK Cup. But this season, GT World Challenge, he's proved he's one of the very, very quickest. Remarkable story. But let's see what he can do here. Johnny, he's never raced here on the Nordschleife before. He's raced here at the Nürburgring, but that's only in sprint 1-hour races. But the Nordschleife, much, much longer lap. 25 kilometres, much, much tougher lap. Really tight and twisty, 172 corners in all. You know what? So Max Verstappen's about to stay in. He's not got out of the car yet. Chris Lullen is waiting alongside. Normally there'd be a driver change by this point. All the wheels are off the car. He's passed in a drink. You know what? I think Max is going to do a hat trick.
No, I think that is Max stepping away, is it not? Yeah, they have a different gate. So okay. I thought that was Max out of the car. He was helping Chris get strapped in.
Okay, that would explain it. Maybe I was looking at something else on the car, but they wouldn't surprise me, quite frankly.
Just had a quick conversation. Go.
I'm having too much fun.
You can do the last stint, mate. I know we had that agreement at the start of the race, but just forget about that.
Yeah, whose name's on the side of the car? Who's called .com around here?
Yes.
No, it's more than likely it will be Chris, but I just looked away for a bit, and I still saw someone wearing with a blue, white and red helmet.
Yeah, similar helmet design, certainly similar race suit as well. Well, the full confirmation will be when the car leaves the pit lane and the timing system catches up with a potential driver change. Still plenty of people wanting to photograph, if it is Chris, now in that car, with photographers kneeling down at the road surface.
Oh, by the way, I didn't, I think, answer my own question. Who took over the second of the Hout Racing Team cars from Fabio Scherer? It's Dennis Fetzer. It's been the completest.
Yep.
So Jan Mardenborough should do the 4th and final stint. So fresh set of Michelins on the Emil Frey Racing Verstappen.com Ferrari. Normally competes on Pirelli when it races in the GT World Challenge. So the teams have to just become accustomed to these cars, and such a tyre war in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. And Yokohamas are the ones on the 2 Mustangs, the Hout Racing Team, and plenty of other makes around. But back into the race goes the Ferrari that came in with a lead of north of the minute. It was a minute and 2 seconds, I think it was, before the pit stop. We'll see what it is afterwards, but it's not a race into the pits, a race out of the pits. Well, it is, but it's the pit stop has a mandatory time. And we have had even some of the top teams getting it wrong today. If you're short by, let's say, just 1.5 seconds, you have to come in with all that deceleration time, pit speed limit. You're going slowly and you stop for another 1.5 seconds. So it costs you about 30 seconds for going down by just 1.5 seconds below the margin. So you just really got to keep your eye on it. But Johnny, you and I have been commentating on endurance racing, GT racing for many years, and every single race someone transgresses, don't they?
I mean, you know, the most experienced can still fall foul of that rule, and it just shows you how hard so many of the drivers are pushing. Teams can make mistakes as well when the time pressures of a stop clock are there, ever present. So still yet to, on our timing screen, trigger even just the out lap, but clearly the Ferrari is back in the race. What I'd ideally like is confirmation that there was a driver change.
He's out.
There we go. That's the confirmation I needed.
Yep.
The face of Max Verstappen deep in conversation with those at ML Fry Racing.
Yeah, because quite often you have to wait until the first timing interval around the circuit before it's confirmed to you. And around here, that's about 5 kilometres or 4.5 kilometres or whatever. But anyhow, Max is out, and he doesn't even have the decency to look as though he's got very hot and bothered. He's got that completely under control, and I think he's just reveling in this entirely different environment. The circuit is just what it is. It's just the most amazing stretch of tarmac in the world, even if it was completely level, had all these corners. But to me, the thing that really makes the Nordschleife is the vertical change, the topography here in the Eiffel Forest. And there really is appreciable up and down, vertical gain and loss, and that's why the lap just is endlessly interesting. And I'd love to hear Max's thoughts as soon as he gets a microphone in front of his face. But you know, a whole new bunch of fans, both regular NLS fans, getting to greet Max here. Of course, he did a race a couple of weekends ago, but this time, for the first time, having got that ring license, he's racing in the top class, and how coming in with a margin of a minute and more. Quite fantastic run from him.
And okay, he's done half the race, but bear in mind how much time that actually is. It's 2 hours. There's very rarely a Grand Prix that is that length of time. Think back to the recent Italian Grand Prix at Monza, which I think was the quickest Grand Prix in history.
Was it about an hour and 10 or something?
An hour and 13.
13, okay.
And 24 seconds to do 53 laps. That is a race that Max won. And yeah, he's just been at the wheel of that car. Okay, there was a pit stop partway through, so take away 3 or 4 minutes for the stop itself. But you're still talking an hour and 55 minutes to be at the wheel of that car. And the concentration levels have had to be as high, if not higher, actually, than you might require in a Grand Prix, because you're not having to deal with traffic all the time in a Formula One race, whereas here, there's all the corners to try and remember. There's where you are on the racetrack, there who you're racing with as well. So his brain will have been in a workout there.
It will. I'd say it's far better than having a session in the gym, because yes, I mean, things are coming at you from all angles. Oh, and it's fun, so why not do some more of it? I'm sure he will, but again, just a chance to see any car being driven around the circuit. You know, I could watch onboard laps all day long around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It doesn't matter what class of car you're in, but when you're in one of the front-running cars, the sheer pace with which the corners come up at you, and more to the point, also some of the slower drivers who are doing their best in cars of, you know, definitely inferior performance potential. It's just always a changing scenario. And right now we do have, I think there's a car at the side of the circuit with a rescue vehicle looking to see if the barrier repairs. No, it's a simple tow, just hooking up with, I think it might have been a Honda. Running one of them, possibly a TCI class car or a production car, couldn't quite see. We went past, but then as soon as the cars get past that, the drivers look for the signals from the marshal's green flag. Off we go again, and you know, back up to pace. But of course, they have to back it off when they get to a zone of conflict or contact or barrier damage, and have to, you know. It's such a busy environment around the Nordschleife, but you just almost have to have an extra set of antennae, I feel, to be just constantly aware of potential problems up ahead, because we see it. And sometimes, if ever you're looking down and you're seeing a helicopter camera shot, you see suddenly a car in a pack of 4 or 5 coming up, and someone maybe at the back of the pack sort of nearly locking up and clipping those in front because they've just been a little behind the curve in spotting the yellow flags. It's tricky. It really is tricky.
Now there's a big penalty handed out to the 939 Porsche. Yes, a 718 Cayman from Cup 3 for Andre Duvet, and that is after speeding in the pit lane was detected. So first of all, the car was under investigation, and it's now going to be a 30-second stop and go penalty for the 9th placed 939 Cayman. Duvet's name not actually listed, but he is the current driver, so whether he was the one that committed the crime, but he will definitely be the driver that has to serve that penalty. And you generally, well, on a normal length of track, you get 3 laps to respond to a penalty. It might be 3 laps here, but that, when you think about it, is about half an hour in order to dive into the pit lane. I suppose you get fewer chances past pit road in that spell. Double waved yellows now on the approach to Flansgarten, and the reason for that is not immediately obvious, but it might be around this next blind right-hander. It is indeed, and there are significant difficulties here. A car's been off at relatively high speed, so there's an intervention vehicle parked on the racetrack protecting it, as now the speed is quickened again by the 347 Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Porsche.
I actually thought the flag had come out just to warn the drivers there's now possibly could be sun in their eyes. The sun has finally broken through the clouds. It was stolidly grey. It was misty this morning, but it was just starting to brighten up. I looked at the clouds earlier. There are breaks in the cloud again. That's good. There you go, getting the sunshine. But thought of rain early in the race, but that has moved away. What have we got left on the clock? An hour and 45 minutes or so. So still plenty of racing. But the good news for Ferrari fans and Max Verstappen fans is Chris Lullum has hopped on board that number 31 Emil Frey Racing Ferrari and is doing just as good a job as Max has. That not to be too much of a surprise, because we know he's very quick, but he's been racing a 296 GT3 Ferrari all season long in the GT World Challenge. So Lullum very, very much a rising star. But I am fairly sure that Max Verstappen enjoyed his 2 hours or so in the car. May yet come through to do the final stint. That's definitely an option on the table if he so fancies to maximise his time.
Keeping my eyes glued to the fight for position, where the 347 has now caught the AV Racing by Black Falcon Porsche number 902 that was started by Ryan Harrison. It's now driven by the Romanian racer Alexandru Vasilescu and potentially Leon Vasatira to still come in that car. Not sure whether Leon's already been in it, but that is a guest entry in Cup 2. But I tell you, those two cars, different classes entirely, but very evenly matched indeed as they head across the line together. All sorts of different aero as well. The 902 is a purebred Cup car, so terrific down the straight. That's probably why the car carrying the more aero wasn't able to get past it on the Dottinger Ruhr. But now the 347 all over the back of the Romanian racer. 347 is in the hands of who now? It was started by Goulden. And
it's Santler.
Santler,
yeah.
Okay. Is that Tim Santler? Yes, it is. With Mark Henrici part of that lineup as well. And Santler is finally able to pick off Vasilescu on that run out of the Mercedes arena and down towards the cutout. But there are jostles for position everywhere you look at this phase on the Grand Prix track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. Could be the opening lap again with so many at close quarters. Is that a repaired number 8 Audi? It looks like it's had quite a bit more bodywork added to it in the black colours, which is the more traditional paint scheme for the Jutta Racing Audi.
Yeah, no, it came out effectively, I think, 5 laps down or 4 laps down. It took a long way to repair. Remember, it was at the end of, was it the first lap or was it the second? But certainly front-end damage, and that took quite a while to sort out the radiator situation. But as I said, in this, when you know you've got potentially 4 hours of racing, you get your car fixed, you've still got 2 hours ahead. What do you do? It's rude to pack it into the transporter, so get back out on the track, and that's why the drivers come here. I mentioned the sun, it has gone away. For now.
The outlap for Chris Lullum was 11.5 minutes, but we'll get a representative time this time around. 106.5 through the first sector is properly on it. It's only really Dennis Fetzer who manages a slightly quicker time through sector 1 in this phase of the race. We've got an hour and 3/4 still to go, and quite a bit of pressure on the 22-year-old from Tunbridge Wells now, taking over from Max Verstappen. But if he can get anywhere close to the 7:51.5 set by the 4-time champ, then Chris will relax later on, knowing that he's more than done his job. but with an advantage of north of a minute now, just needs to keep things calm. Doesn't need to do anything stupid.
Yeah, but would Max accept that?
Well,
say, come on, press on. You know, Max isn't someone who's known to cruise towards the end of races, but I actually still fancy that Max is going to get in and do a third 1 hour stint. You know, it's a 4 hour race, 3 pit stops. The pit stops aren't rushed because there's a mandatory minimum time, which makes it safe. And also, one of the advantages here by having this longer pit stop, it's sort of made because you use fewer mechanics. It means the teams don't have to employ so mechanics, keeps the cost down. But if it's the same for everyone, that's absolutely fine. You talk about the nozzle fuel filler. Of course, it's not the fast way, the high pressure way you'd have in lots of other forms of racing. But again, it's a level playing field. But it's also about not stumbling in the pit lane. And every race in endurance racing, someone will get something wrong. As you said just recently, someone else being pinged for driver penalties. We've got some code 60s. It's towards the end of the lap. Brunchen has had a yellow flag and a slow zone. So these are the things that affect people setting their fastest lap time. You could do an absolutely brilliant lap, but partway round you find you've got to back off by 3 or 4 seconds or get behind traffic. But just waiting to see what Chris Lullen could do. Certainly his sector splits are looking tight. He's still stretching the margin over that number 6 Ford from the Hout Racing team. Vincent Kolb on board at the moment, but at the moment he doesn't have the answers. And it seems on his outlap, Kolb lost another 3 to 4 seconds on the race-leading Ferrari. So Ferrari haven't had a lot of success in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. In fact, their biggest success on the German scene was not in this series, but in the Nürburgring 24 Hours a couple of years ago. But could well be about to change that, because certainly Emil Frey Racing and certainly Max Verstappen have done a storming job first half of this race. But already we're counting down hour and 40 minutes.
It's a full female pit crew for the number 146 BMW M4 and a full female driver lineup, of course. So Carrie Schreiner's going to get out of that car and Janina Schal taking over. They qualified in SP8T in 44th overall, but more crucially in SP8T, I think certainly inside the top few positions. There was a BMW ahead of them. And how many other cars from SP8T? It's difficult to tell because I don't have the... it might only be 2, maybe 1 or 2 cars ahead. I'm sure at some point the timekeepers issue a grid with the various categories split up, but all I have is the overall at this stage. But I know Carrie was caught by Patrick Simon on the grid with much excitement from her to get her teeth into another 4-hour race. Sometimes they run with as many as 4 drivers, but just the 2 this weekend. And they came into the pits provisionally on the podium, 3rd position for this BMW M4.
Yeah, such a great policy, this GT racing team in GT tyres. WS Motorsport run the car, but it's this all-female crew, all-female driver line. This must be about the 5th or 6th year, possibly even more. For a lot of years they were racing VW Golfs, but great to see them getting a little bit more performance under their right foot with this M4 GT4. And again, if you're looking at GT categories around the world, we call them something slightly different. We call them in the SP class here. SP9 is equivalent to GT3. But GT3 and the less extravagant-looking GT4 cars, of which the GT Motorsport competition car. Oh, a little bit of a twitch. Going into turn 3 on the outlap, suddenly Janina Schal, who'd just taken over that BMW M4 GT4, couldn't get the front end of the car to turn in, but somehow at the second bite of the cherry, she did. So there we are. That's the example of cold tyres on your outlap, and now pressing up at the early part of this lap when you're still on the Grand Prix circuit is a chance to really get the heat in your tyres, because where do you need it most? In the bit that follows on the Nordschleife. But again, just going back, I think it's always been such a great ski. But GT4, less flamboyant in terms of the wing size and the aerodynamic aids on the car, down on performance in terms of grunt as well, but it's a very good feeder category. And a lot of people actually say do a really quick lap around a racing circuit. GT4 car with less downforce is actually slightly harder than it is in GT3. And for GT3, which is a category that was aimed not at the pro driver like Max Verstappen or Chris Lullen, but aimed at the gentleman driver or gentlewoman driver, often you have a Pro-Am lineup, and it really has, the finance for the GT3 class has largely been based on people bringing in money and getting young drivers to race with them and guide them, and it has been supremely successful. But a lot of people start crafting GT4 beforehand, and again, in the NLS, the SP8T class that runs the GT4 class cars is always very well supported. So it's a ladder, just like single-seaters. You work your way up it, or in some cases, down.
So Charles, now I think getting that front tyre temp up, but it's very tricky to do in a rear-wheel drive car anyway, because the rear tyres on a BMW clearly are the driven wheels, so they will reach operating window far quicker than the fronts. But that is a net gain from their starting position. I was ferreting around for that, but they started 4th in SP8T and now run 3rd, behind Marek Bachmann's Aston Martin for Pro Sport Racing and the FK Performance Motorsport BMW M4 for Wustenhagen, number 187. We will get an idea as to Chris Lullam's pace in the not too distant future. He's heading through the longest sector now, which is sector 4. It's not a clear racetrack though, because Galgenkopf is affected by yellow flags, so too Schwabenschwanz. So the second of the carousels, the Kleine carousel, and up until the right-hander that leads onto the Dottinger Hoor, still affected by caution, although as I say that, Galgenkopf looks like it's clear again. This might once more be a car that's moving on a flatbed. That's possible. The flatbed's moving, the car's not.
Hopefully.
Yes. And what happens is, as that HGV is inching its way around the racetrack, then the yellows follow it. So we get quite a rapid stream of updates as the various marshal posts chop and change, with safety being the key.
Right, to give you an example of these rolling zones and the various slow zones around the circuit, the first flying lap from Chris Lullam, 8 minutes 33. So we're talking 40+ seconds down the best by Max Verstappen. But there's reason for that, very clear reason. It's the slower zones around the circuit. And hopefully now, as I think pretty much everywhere has gone green around the circuit, therefore we can race it at full pace all over again. We'll see what Chris Lullam can do, but certainly he didn't gain any advantage that I can see as yet over Vincent Kolb in the second place Mustang car number 6 from the Hout Racing team. However, that has yet to finish its lap, and the gap between them will be just over a minute, one would expect. It's about 1 minute and 5 before they hit all those slow zones, but as we pointed out, and we will continue to point out in this commentary, a slow zone can hit one charger, and the next one further down the track it could clear in front of them, and suddenly they can gain a lot of time, or vice versa. Thus far in this race, there was one moment where I think the race-leading Ferrari from Verstappen.com gained a bit of an advantage that was given to it, but in terms of its pace on every other lap, it deserves to be in the lead, and by quite a large margin, which is precisely where it is.
Yeah, no issue at all with the distance that the Ferrari has as an advantage. It was just how Max kind of attacked the race from the moment off, and we should be well used to that in his general approach to a Grand Prix as well. If there's an overtake to be done, if he hasn't qualified as the pole car, then get the overtake done almost by catching your rivals napping. And Christian Krognes could not hold back the Ferrari, which was right underneath that very large wing of the Vantage. Plus then there was the hit from a wayward Tim Heinemann onto the back of the Krognes Aston Martin, which didn't help matters, and all sorts of carnage in behind, which gave Max Verstappen the best possible start.
Yeah, and one thing that's always very tricky, the damage didn't seem to be too bad to the Aston Martin, but of all the GT3 cars, it seems to be the most affected by contact with the rear. It has that massive diffuser that is vulnerable, has been over the years in GT3 racing. I don't think it's as bad as it used to be about, I don't know, if I say 6 years ago, it was probably 10 years ago when it was a very prominent diffuser on the tail end of the Vantage. And certainly when it was launched, a lot of people thought, lap 1, first corner, could be problems. But certainly Christian Krognes, when he came in, didn't seem too gutted and broken by any potential damage that happened. Turn 1, opening lap, Tim Heinemann getting it really slightly wrong. And what we have to just stress is that Tim was running in a Cup 2 Porsche, but they're very quick in a straight line, and off the grid it was good. He came from, I don't know, about half a dozen car lengths back, and just, he might have been caught out slightly by the way that Christian Krognes had to brake for the first corner, but he had to do so because Max Verstappen was in front, was sweeping across from the left-hand side of the track in his Ferrari, and maybe the Aston Martin braked a little bit harder than was expected by Tim Heinemann, but I think Tim's got a little bit over-ambitious. His car then went all the way across the track to the left-hand side, skirted with the gravel trap and rejoined, but did scatter the field behind it. Certainly bought the first three cars a bit of a margin, but ever since they've proved that they would have been pulling clear anyhow. So, but again, interesting days. Right, gap between first and second, still waiting for the Aston Martin to come through in second place. Vincent Colb Ford coming through in second place, but it's still going to be over a minute. A minute and 8 seconds is the margin between first and second now. So again, slight advantage to Chris Lullum. Maybe this time there won't be slow zones and we can see them pick up their pace. We'll see what the gap will be next time around.
Number one car still in the race, being the defending champion team, and it's Adrian Richney who is now driving that. Kevin Vambach and Sven Markert are the fellow drivers in the championship winning team, Adrenaline Motorsport, from last year. They're down in 5th position in the BMW 240i class, but it is a class that is currently being led by Van der Sanden in the P. Terting Sports car. So that is John Van der Sanden of the Netherlands, Anton Abbey and Yannick Reinhardt, the two other drivers in the 680. 7, did we say, 240i's this weekend. There's also a well-populated BMW 325i class. We start with 5 of those cars, 6 of those cars, and now down to 5 runners after an early retirement in the 325i's. BMWs of all shapes and sizes, very nearly. But Chris Lullum in his Ferrari completes the first racing lap. You mentioned the time. That was a lot to do with the amount of caution that was around. And we still do have at least one Code 60. In fact, it's 3 Code 60s officially, with slow zone now being introduced at Brunchen as well. It's been a little while since that was Flansgarten, wasn't it? Right-hander at Flansgarten, where there was a car off to driver's left. So maybe something fresh now. A new problem has occurred at that famous right-hander at Brunchen.
Yeah, so Brunchen, if you're looking at a circuit map, is not a great distance before Flansgarten, but to my mind, it's about the trickiest section of the track. You've gone through the carousel, the highest point of the circuit, Wipperman, but then it seems to sort of go on to fast forward as you approach Brunchen. The gradient change, the combination of corners are just, well, they're just outstanding and frankly quite frightening when you're doing a circuit that, you know, you're taking your own competence around there with you. But certainly for the front runners, it's still a challenge, but it's just they're not quite mere mortals like the rest of us. Slow zone upgraded to Code 60 at Brunchen. We mentioned that fearsome right-hander, but normally when something like that occurs, it's because there is clear-up going on down there. And barrier damage, well, comes as no surprise when the barriers are so close to most of the circuit, all the way around the Nordschleife. You know, car hits barrier may get damaged. You cannot continue with damaged barriers, so they will be dragged around, sections brought along behind a great big 4x4 Unimog, and they're very, very good. The crews on board there are getting them fixed as fast as they can, but it can mean you could have, you know, 3, even 4 laps, so you're talking the best part of half an hour while they're fixing them. But actually, you try getting your local builder to do it that quickly. I've never found one that can do it. Mind you, I've never asked for any Armco in my garden, now I think think about it, but
that's where you're going wrong.
Yeah, no, that's the problem.
Judging by your lawnmower driving, it might be a wise addition.
He's off again.
The 948 car chasing down somebody different again. I think that's the 919 up ahead of Robin Cherzanovsky. Certainly the right colours for that particular car. But that might mean that those cars are not on the same lap, therefore. 948 is Tobias Muller, and he's 47 seconds behind Arne Hofmeister, who now drives the Cup 2 leading Porsche for Mühlner Motorsport. BMW going through the cut-through on the Grand Prix circuit, trailing a bit of sill, it looks like, on the left-hand side. That's the 885 that has been in the wars. It is a class-leading car. The Schubert BMW, well, that was the one that was off the road, I seem to remember, when we were calling that from an aerial shot. So whether that's a scar from that incident or something entirely different.
I think it's actually just a little bit of trim hanging off there, because the car's running a very elaborate black and white sort of split livery, and it looks like it's actually just a bit of tape off the side. It's on the left-hand side of the car from the driver's point of view. Oh, actually, the whole panel beneath the door is loose, and some of the livery according, so they'll have to keep an eye out for that. There may yet be a black and orange flag for that. We talked of Fricadelli Racing being the meatball team, but some people have always called the black and orange flag, black with the orange circle in the middle, the meatball flag, but it's the warning that you need to come in and have something attended to, because there is a possible danger resulting from something that's hanging off your car. You certainly don't want broken bits flicking up into the face of chasing rivals, so we'll keep an eye out for that one. May yet be a warning flag.
2 wheels on the grass from, if that is Robin Chervzanovsky. Brave stuff then, heading through Solschen and Klostertal as that real significant left-hand kink, which requires a blend of the throttle. It's the click, the Cypherung car, or online the Cypherung. So let's just check that that is the 919. Typically that particular sponsor isn't featured on the entry list, but it's, as I say, the right paint scheme for that particular car. They have also just gone through and passed at significant speed the Cameron GT3 Cup car. By Cameron I mean Bill and Jim in their Cup 2 AM machine, which is so a Cup 2 car, but remember there are different layers to Cup 2, Pro and AM, and some Pro AMs as well. Now up towards Hoher Act, one of the Supras needed to be mindful that Tobias Muller wanted to get through. I have to say, Tobias Muller is so cool and calm in the cockpit of his car. I don't think how many laps he must have done around this place. So he's just taking everything in his stride, even though it is very, very busy out there.
Yeah, I think that's the ability. This must be the sort of the zone that Frank Stippler's in. He knows what's coming up. He's done every corner just endless times. So the circuit isn't the issue for some of the top drivers here, the ones with the experience. It's just the other elements that are added to the equation. But it means they've got more sort of mental capacity ready to handle those sort of variations that could lead to trouble. Double wave yellow flags just in front of one of the camera cars, the Tobias Muller car, so they don't know what's next, but they have to crack down the pace over a brow, round a corner, over another brow. So there's a yellow and red flag, just looking yellow and red. So someone's dropped something nasty and slippery on the circuit just before the moment where we've got Porsche Cayman, two Porsche Caymans off on the left-hand side of the driver's point of view. Drivers go past, they wait for the signal. Where are they going to get the green flag to let them go all over again? Not for the next corner. Still looking at the marshal's post, still yellow and red flags. So there's a further incident next time around. Okay, this is the Brunch and Flansgaard issue, isn't it? 2 separate corners separated by a couple of corners in between, but once they got through there, the other side of Flansgaard, they can get going again.
And Muller now clears Chervzanovsky. I'm not convinced they were on the same lap anyway, but that might have been an element of Chervzanovsky just blending off the throttle as he picked the speed back up again to say, do you know what, I'm just going to lose you as a headache, as a distraction in the mirror. And the 948 car running second in Cup 2, keen to try and make up any portion of that 47 seconds that separates the front bumper of Tobias Muller's car from 48 Loesch Motorsport and the blue and white Arne Hofmeister-driven Mühlner Motorsport car that leads the class.
Cars being shoved back into garage at the moment. It's last year's championship winning team with their BMW wheel back. That's one with Max Cell sponsorship. I thought that was a message to our erstwhile race leader. Cell what? It's SE single L, friends.
Oh, yes.
But again, repairs under the right rear corner of the car. This is where the mechanics need to earn their keep. And if they've, just look at how little space. Now they've kindly put the car up on jacks so the mechanic can actually slide underneath the right rear corner of that number 1 BMW. Not racing in the top class, but this team won the championship last year. And just go back to the issue of points. You score points according to how many people finish or start in your class. And it's generally drivers for cars further down the order. This is running in the M240i BMW class. And if this one probably not going to win it today, but every variety of spanner and wrench being used under that one. But again, for example, 7 cars in their class. If they win, they'll get 7 points in the bag. And certainly it tends to be in the better populated classes. Yeah, more competitive perhaps, but the more people you beat, the more points you put in your pot across the course of this season. Spring through to autumn, every single weather condition imaginable will be experienced, of course, across the course of the season. But the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, the long-distance series, it's a test for the mechanics, Johnny, as much as it is for the drivers and the pit crew, because they have to be able to react to things that get broken and know how to fix them quickly. And the better teams have watched, and they've learned from example, you know, how Audi really conquered the World Endurance Championship. But it's about a decade ago when they started just having they had special bags of tools for each appropriate job. Clever, eh? Rather than fishing around. You've got, who's taken that spanner? They know, right, we're changing the right rear corner. Here's the bag of tools. Okay, you need a lot of tools, but it certainly saves time. And if you can save yourself 20 seconds, well, you'll do that in a race, wouldn't you?
You might need a spare garage as well to keep it all safe. But normally these days at Le Mans, for example, the paddocks continually getting encroached by the back of the garages, which just progress further and further out towards the fan area. Very tricky if you're a journalist to get anywhere close to the drivers these days, but that is the nature of Le Mans, I suppose.
Well, it is. You walk in through the garage, walking from the pit lane side, you go through what we traditionally think of as the garage, and then we started to have little rooms behind, which might be a room where a driver goes for a massage, but largely that's where the engineers sit with their banks of screens. And yet, as you say, you get to the back of the pit building, and then people put awnings up and semi-permanent structures. And if you're walking from the front to back, I mean, you feel the seasons might have changed by the time you got to the far end. But certainly, yeah, it's harder to get through. But rooms of purpose, and you know, every bit of space is used. But you have, again, large areas where they have more than just a driver kit, but they've got these specialist bits of kit packaged up, ready to tackle individual jobs.
A flurry of more announcements and potentially penalties from race control. So the first of them is that the 901 Porsche, which is third in Cup 2 for Patrick Grutter, is going to have to take a penalty lap. Now, this is not rallycross, as in you have to do a joker lap, but there is a separate route that you'll have to take in the Mercedes arena for one lap, and that is through the dotted bay, which is effectively the driver's right outside bit. There's a perfect opportunity to see it, in fact. So coming out of turn 1, see that dotted line, which means that if you drive through that lane, the outer lane, that is therefore considered a penalty lap, and it's an opportunity to slow somebody down who has been pinged for a relatively small-scale infringement. It was an unsafe pit release, so that means Patrick Grutter's going to have to drive through that part of the racetrack, which is not the ideal racing line. Also, the 50 Equipe Vitesse Audi has been potentially caught speeding the pit lane. That's currently under investigation, and having fallen below a minimum pit stop time for the 906 car, a 5-second stop-and-go penalty. 906 being another Cup 2 Porsche, this time for the Van Ramshorst driver, a team with no name. They are 9th in Cup 2. But the most significant of those is the third-placed Porsche. Now, how close is Patrick Grutter to the next Cup 2 car? There's only 5 and a bit seconds between them, although Jan-Jaap van Room has just made a stop in the Max Cruiser Racing car. So that's not going to be quite as close as it was. Grutter may have already taken that penalty, because I noticed that first sector is about 4 or 5 seconds slower than it would, well, mind you, I'm comparing it to a GT car, so won't say that that's been served quite yet. You'll get more than one chance to do it.
I mentioned sunshine. Please pretend I didn't, because it certainly seems to have gone away for now on the start-finish straight. In the background there is blue sky, but the important thing for all the crews, it's remaining dry. We've got an hour and 20 minutes or so remaining in this 4-hour race. That's the standard format and length for the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and the gap between first and second has actually come down. It was 1 minute and 8 seconds, but a better lap last time round for Vincent Cole. But yes, he's closed in a bit on Chris Lallam in the Emil Fry Racing Ferrari that he took over from Max Verstappen. But on this lap, it's like Lallam's gone, okay, I've got the measure of this. More to the point, though, we've got so many slow zones and waved yellow flag areas that it is making it difficult for drivers to put in really quick laps. And the fact is, oh right, okay, another lap completed. That means 19 laps on the board. But the lap that Chris Lullam has just done is 8 minutes 29.2 seconds, and that is the best, getting on towards 37 seconds slower than the best lap that car has done. That is the effect, quite simply, of a lot of yellow zones around the circuit. You have to back it off. And in fact, many a time in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, you might have a race with very few incidents, but just enough to mean you almost have no laps without a yellow flag somewhere slowing your progress. But the golden standard, 51.5, was set early in this race in the first stint by Max Verstappen. The car's still out front by more than a minute, but the team that took victory last time out, the Hout Racing team with their Mustangs, sitting there in second and third. But, you know, you're not, surely, with an hour and 17 minutes or so remaining in this race, going to claw back what you've already lost, and that is over a minute. Sounds good, though.
It certainly does. Looks great on paper if it can stay in that margin, but one car out there to prevent that from happening is certainly Vincent Cole in his number 6 Hout Racing Team Ford Mustang. The other one is Dennis Fetzer in the 9 car with that keyboard wrapped livery down both sides of the car. It's like a QWERTY keyboard, which is an addition to the otherwise close to the livery of the number 6, but it's a helpful addition so we can tell the two cars apart from a distance. They are running second and third. How's the Huber Motorsport car doing? That's a bit further down in 15th position, but 4th in the SP9 AMS, and has at the wheel Hans Wehrmann currently, having taken over from Joachim Tyson. Thomas Kiefer is in that lineup as well. As now the two Ferraris have found one another. Now, of course, they're not on the same lap, but Chris Lullam is trying to get by Klaus Aberlan, and Aberlan actually gives him a lot of racing room around the outside at the bottom of the foxhole, heading towards Adenauer Forst now, and that could have been far more awkward than perhaps Chris Lullam was thinking it might be. One fellow Ferrari driver looking out for another. Yeah, it could certainly have been very good for the Ferrari parts department, but anyhow, you know, certainly Klaus Aberlan's been racing the Nordschleife for a very long time. The last thing he would want to do is interrupt fellow Ferrari drivers. He pulled out the way very nicely, but just get this, at this point, Klaus Aberlan, 65 years old, is getting towards the end of his 3rd hour in the race. Is he going to do the whole thing solo? Well, he might have to, because there are no teammates entered in his car, whereas our race-leading car, 2 hours completed by Max Verstappen in that. That gave a big lead of just over a minute before he handed over to Chris Lullam. Chris Lullam in for this stint, but there's still one more stint to come. We don't know if Max fancies getting back in or if he's going to go, hey, let's do this 50-50. But either way, it's going to take something quite enormous for them not to head on into victory. Worth pointing out, of course, in the early part of the season, the entry list is sort of more packed at the top end. A lot of people only do the first half of the season, then do the Nürburgring 24 hours. That will be in the back of Max's mind. You know, maybe it's not such a difficult race to win today, but all you can do is do what you can do. And the fact his car is more than a minute clear, being driven very nicely now by Chris Lullam, you know, he'll go away saying, well, if the others were there, I reckon we would have still beaten them. That's the sort of confidence you need. And as a multiple world champion, that's the sort of confidence he carries. You can be sure of that.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Network of channels. It's another edition of the ADAC Barbarossa Prize. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones enjoying a bit of sunshine now at the Nürburgring, heading down towards Breitscheid and the lowest part of the circuit. Bergwerk is the next significant corner for the Mühlner Motorsport car, which is the Arne Hofmeister example, I fancy, that leads Cup 2 with some pressure on, because just 30-odd seconds, 34 seconds back down the road is Tobias Müller. He did an 8:42 last time around, so that was about 4 seconds faster than the Hofmeister 921 car. But with so much caution here, there and everywhere, there are local yellows at Kesselchen. There's a code 60 on the entry to the carousel, and that's precisely where Arne Hofmeister is arriving now. So he needs to be showing that he's down to the 60 kilometers per hour. And that is because, well, an intervention vehicle sits ahead of an incident that involves one car, and that is a... I was going to say it was one of the Mustangs.
It looks like a Mustang, but it's not. I can't work out what it is. Right, okay, the car is parked against the barriers 2/3 of the way around the carousel, that famous bank corner.
It's BMW, isn't it?
It's a BMW, but actually does look Ford livery, doesn't it? It's white and blue, but it's parked against the barriers there. And, of course, luckily the driver's side is the side he could open the door. The other side is against the barrier. The driver appears to be out and over the barriers. I can't see any particular damage, but clearly there's been contact. There is fluid leaking down the banking. Drivers are largely on a concrete strip, which is right around the bottom of the corner, and about 3 times as the width of that strip is the tarmac on the upper edge. But clearly someone's gone in the BMW's gone into that dip, risen up, sort of lost the battle against the forces of gravity, and gone up the hill and gone into the barriers. But certainly the drivers are all being protected just before the entrance carousel. There's a course vehicle parked sort of diagonally across the tarmac strip, saying if you're coming into this corner, go low, go on the concrete. There's another course vehicle up in front of the stricken BMW, one tucked in behind. The driver is out, but for the drivers coming around, okay, it's a debated pace, but there's that run of liquid coming down from the BMW just across the corner, just past the halfway point leaking down on them, but let's hope that can be cleared up. But yet another lap on which any of the drivers finding it will not be setting a super quick time. And at the moment, they're lapping, last time around, almost precisely, the front-running cars, almost precisely 1 minute slower than the best time in this race set by Max Verstappen. His car now in the hands of Chris Lallam, and Chris doing the best job he possibly can, but these slow zones and wave yellows are really making it hard for the drivers to carry on. But you race what's in front of you. If it's hitting you, you hope it's hitting your rivals as well. So it's all sort of balanced out. But in terms of being able to carry your maximum flow, you have to say it's been a very difficult race for that. And ironically, many a time we've commentated here where there've been almost snow, almost ice. They don't go racing in either, but we've had really cold, dreadfully wet conditions. And you sometimes, in those events, have fewer yellow flags than we have today. Sometimes people just push a little closer to the edge when things are all dry, or maybe they've just been really competitive batches of cars where people are having a 2 or 3 car battle and someone has just gone off. But anyhow, we'll wait for the carousel to be cleared up, but it does mean for now we're not going to get any quick laps at all.
Well, that useful bit of talking from you has enabled me to check that it is Michael Bailey, who is the Australian bronze racer in the Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW, number 189, who has found the fence, I'm afraid. So travelled a long way to be with us in Germany, and could well be his first action on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He might have experienced 1 or 2 races earlier on in the year, this year, but has come from GT World Challenge Australia, is that?
Yeah, he did a handful of those, but he's done a Bathurst 12, because that's a obviously fantastic race down in his neck of the woods, and it does go through the woods as well, doesn't it? But start of the year, that's a race that's grown in stature, and of course you've got the Bathurst 1000 later on in the year, which isn't a multi-class race, but you know, he won't be a stranger to racing with barriers close to the edge with lots of topography, but you know, Nürburgring is something else. But many a time you end up with someone else having helped you into your particular situation. But either way, frustrating to not get all the racing laps he wanted, but I'm sure once you've tried this, you'll be coming back again. So Michael Bailey meets the barriers, or his car does, but hopefully that will be rectified and he can maybe come out in that final round.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay as well. That BMW likely to be left-hand drive, so at least it was on the opposite side of the car from his position within it. Here is the Cup 2 race leader, Arne Hofmeister, and whether this is just cleanly out of fuel or the team have thought, well, there's so much of the racetrack affected by yellows, it's not a bad idea to pit at this point. Still too far out. Well, having said that, actually, we are within the final 70 minutes of the race, so this is where the rule changes, isn't it? And the perspective to the end of the race, rather than the laps you've just done on the stint into this stop, switches, and you've got a clever little table.
You need very good eyesight to read it. Can I explain my table at the top? It says 69 minutes to the end of the race. If you pit then, which you would just past that moment, your pit stop will be 357 seconds. So that's the best part of 6 minutes. If perchance you stop with only 36 remaining, it's 270 seconds. Okay. So it's a huge swing, 87 seconds difference. Mind you, you're not so likely to be stopping with only 36 minutes remaining in the race, because it means you'd have had to do a super long stint earlier in the race. But let's say you come in at about 60 minutes to go, so in a few minutes time your pit stop will be 24 seconds fewer, so 9 minutes earlier, or 1 lap. Mind you, with this slightly abated pace at the moment because of all the slow zones around the circuit, you know, you can gauge, but it's all the timing. And actually, if you can do your pit stop on a lap when there are lots of slow zones, you may actually have a gift if you come back out and those are cleared, and suddenly you're racing again when it's green. So many elements to include in all the reckoning, but you know, as if the circuit isn't tricky enough on its own right, hey? But that's the challenge.
Well, the numbers may differ through the different categories, but each team is given their own sheet, and they will have to do the calculation correct. And it changes every single minute, does it not, to the end, or is it every 2 minutes? No, 69, 68, 67.
Oh, every minute, yeah.
It is every minute, and those numbers change. Those are the figures for SP9 and other of the quicker classes, so I'm sure that Cup 2 get their own document, and the numbers are probably very, very similar. But the closer you can pit to the end of the race, the quicker the stop, because obviously the less fuel you will need to get you to the end. So again, it's meant to be an equalization tool. The fuel is still going in right now. The teams do get to a phase, though, if they come in, let's say, with 1 lap to go to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they're almost having to do everything as quickly as possible and forgetting about the clock, because the clock will run out of time way before they've done the fueling. And then you really do see what the teams are made of, particularly towards the end of a Nürburgring 24 hours. If a car needs a splash, you can really easily get into a comfort zone, I would imagine, of thinking, well, we've got way too much more time than we need, so we don't have to hurry. And then all of a sudden, in the closing stages, when you do have to do a quick pit stop for real, it's about remembering what you've got to do and in what order. So that will really put the pressure on. The Müllner Motorsport guys, though, as you would expect for a team this experienced, have turned the 921 car around very speedily indeed, and it will rejoin the race. Müllner Motorsport based just up the road from Spa-Francorchamps, along from Stavelot Corner, I think it is, driving away along the old circuit, and they're just up there on the left. Lots of cars in this race, at least 3, possibly more. As now, a bit tight going into the cut-through for one of the middle-order cars. That could have been absolute disaster on a new set of tyres. And remember, tyres don't only get you through the corner, but they're also affecting the braking ability as well. And I'm sure just a few extra inches were needed to be found on the brake pedal, pushing that little bit harder.
But to do damage to your tyres, if he'd flat-spotted the tyres there, going up on the, it was a production class Hyundai, minding its own business. It didn't leave much of a gap up the inside. But so, say you flat spotted your tyres, you haven't even got off the Grand Prix circuit, and the rest of this stint, which will be an hour, we've got an hour and 2 minutes left in this race, could be unpleasant. So these things, there is that natural element you want to press on as soon as you get out of the pit stops. But and ironically, it was only 1 car in front of him, not a gaggle of cars. But that Müllner Motorsport Porsche, suddenly the driver must be going, oh, hold on, I haven't even. It's more respectable to crash on the Nordschleife. You know.
It's true, yeah, and out of basic visibility of the team as well. I mean, yes, okay, you might have the helicopter cam framing you, but sometimes an incident may happen on the Nordschleife totally away from the cameras. You can say, well, I couldn't have done anything about it. I was surrounded by cars. Probably went off entirely on his own, but you can make up a story. You can't do that on the Grand Prix track. What I'm trying to work out is whether this is still Arne Hofmeister, or have we gone back to someone like Tim Scheerbart in 9-2-1. Scheerbart started the race, but I'm not getting a current driver flashing up.
Saying David Yarn on mine. I think just okay. May have flipped over. That's Yarn's second stint then, if that's the case. Is it not? Right, I'm just having a little think at the moment. Chris Lullen, this is his first appearance on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He is now starting to drop Vincent Kolb, and it is not Vincent's first appearance on the Nordschleife. No. So Emil Frey Racing clearly got a very, very good handle on its Ferrari here, the 296 GT3, running on Michelin tyres. The Hout Racing team are running, did we not say, on Yokohama? Maybe that is part of the difference today. Maybe the conditions are just more Michelin favoured than they are Yokohama. Maybe the 296 is just in better form, but I think we're seeing a remarkable drive from Chris Lullen. Yes, it's hard to gauge his actual pace. You can only gauge it relative to the car that's giving chase. And Vincent Kolb knows this circuit really well. The Ford Mustang GT3, a winner last time out in this championship, NLS-8. But he's dropping it bit by bit. But now suddenly we're starting to see generally green flag around the circuit. I think we've just got another moment at the exit of the carousel. Oh, yes, we have. Yellow flag. That may just be the recovery of that BMW that Michael Bailey had parked up against the barriers there. Hopefully that will go clear all over again. And then we can, we always want to see the natural pace of these cars and what the drivers are doing. But it is a race of unusual number of moments where elements at the side of the track just need to be cleared up. They may not be serious. It might just take a little longer than planned. There may be barrier repairs. Those are normally the long ones. But it's also making sure that if a fluid has been dropped, as we saw at the carousel, the marshals have a little chance to put a bit of quick dry down on that, because the last place you want to be getting things wrong is somewhere like the carousel. Slip at the bottom, you go straight up into the barriers at the top. Such an incredibly tight corner. It's more than 180 degrees, about 190 degrees as it banks to the left, and then immediately as the drivers come out of that, they've got to sort themselves out for the sequence that follows. And it is a very difficult circuit, however you consider it.
My one opportunity per race to mention Hedvigshohe, which I always like doing because that is now affected by yellow flags. Only very briefly, because Marshall Post 153, 15 seconds later turns green. Again, is that to do with a recovery wagon, if you like, one of the HGVs that is sent out to pick cars up and then take them to a safe location? Is that now working its way through the areas around Wipperman and Hedvigshohe? Stylestrecke is clear, as is the route into the carousel. So it sounds like the Michael Bailey car has been retrieved and now maybe being taken to the nearby car park.
Yeah, you get this rolling run of different marshals posts, and if where the yellow flag is shown and as the number keeps on rising, it shows the rescue vehicle is getting to the closest point at which the car can be tucked away to safety. A lot of points around the circuit, there is no space available for that, but yeah, hopefully that will get to that soon. It's gone through Eschbach as well, and it seems crazy, you know, mentioning Marshall Post 162. There's an indication of how many we have. I think we get to just over 200 if you get up towards Hohenrhein and Tiergarten at the end of this lengthy 25-kilometre lap. Right, lap after lap. Still getting Emil Frey Racing's Ferrari in the lead. This is the car that Max Verstappen has come here to race. His first chance to race at the top class. He did a trial race to get his ring permit last time out in the LLS. Another free weekend. Comes here and put in a masterclass. Gained in the first half of this Ferrari race just over a minute of advantage. And his teammate Chris Lullum is now starting to stretch his legs. It's been slightly interrupted by these yellow flag patches around the circuit, but he's proved that when the track comes clear, he's got really, really good pace. He's been racing the car all year, but has been racing on Pirelli tyres in the GT World Challenge, but now getting used to the Michelins as well and getting used to this incredible circuit.
Another long stop for the number 54 Dynamic GT Porsche. That was very nearly 14 minutes for Bastian Boos in the pit lane. They've been fighting mechanical problems from the off. And also 2 more messages from race control referring to the Huber Motorsport Porsche number 25, which failed to manage double yellows potentially, so that's under investigation. And it's the same infringement for 901. I tell you, Patrick Grutter cannot buy any luck at the moment. That's the second time that the 901 car is in potentially hot water. They're trying to get a podium in Cup 2, but it could be very difficult if there's a second penalty incoming.
Just been given sides looking forward from Chris Lullum's windscreen. He's got a Porsche right over his nose, but good news is they put the marshals up at the carousel, put a lot of quick dry down on the circuit. Remember that BMW that hit the barriers dropped a lot of fluid. It was running down the inside of that bank corner, but they haven't stinted on putting quick dry out. I reckon several sack loads down there, but so that's good news. Such a tricky corner, you don't want it to be extra slippery. And now Chris Lullum. First it was the rolling yellow flags period. Now he seems to have a run of traffic up across the nose of his race-leading Ferrari. It's BMW just in the way. He's looking left, he's looking right. Have you seen me? Yes, you have. Thank you very much. Down the inside he goes. I think that was the GT Racing car. May well have been, and he picked it off. That was the all-female crew. And then suddenly, a Cup 2 Porsche around the outside, 2 wheels up over the curbing, very close to the sand on the exit of the circuit there. Grass had run out, but again, this is the nature of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, Johnny. You're in the quickest car in the field. You've got to work your way through traffic. You talk about people doing sim racing. Of course, Chris Lullum's a superstar in that. But one of the best fun bits when you're doing a sim race is overtaking cars from other classes, and this is what he's doing in abundance. He'll make more overtaking manoeuvres in 1 lap than he will in the rest of the season when he's running in the GT World Challenge. That is how busy it is.
Apologies, because my eyes have been in all sorts of different places. Have you mentioned the gap coming down considerably at the head of the order?
I didn't, because it had come down slightly and then it settled, and the last lap alone suddenly, best part of 30 seconds. We talked about gifts coming and prizes being taken away, and still with wave yellows around the circuit, suddenly it's fallen in the lap of the chasing Vincent Kolb, down to 42 seconds between first to second.
Well, like I said, about an hour or so ago, it's not over. There were 2 hours and 20 minutes at that point, I remember, and the lead was well over a minute. Chris Lullum just needs to, well, almost not be told. I'm sure the team are keeping him up to date with the gap back to the second place car of Vincent Kolb. There is the number 6 car just creeping by the Klaus Aberlan Fricadelli Racing Ferrari 296,
which is much slower No,
yes.
I don't know if it's suddenly got a problem, or else maybe, well, Klaus has every reason. Oh, well, someone's dropped it on the Dottinger Herd. There's debris all over the place. The track drops into a compression, gradually rises before it gets the kink, and drivers need to be signalled to go to their right-hand side of the circuit to go past it, because more than half the circuit has debris. It doesn't look like large body parts. It looks, it's very hard to tell.
It looks like a tyre's gone.
Yeah,
somehow.
I think so. There's lots of different elements of debris out on the circuit, and the two Mustangs literally nose to tail now, and that means the gap has come down considerably for Dennis Fetzer. So whatever advantage in terms of going to Vincent Kolb versus the race leading car, the yellow zones have cleared, and the second place of those Mustangs in third place overall is not only alongside, going past.
Yeah. There was a question in my mind as to whether they'd be allowed to overtake there, but I'm sure it's just the yellow and red striped flags indicating a change of surface, indicating debris on the road. But they were two abreast, and you're right that Dennis Fetzer's now in front of Vincent Kolb.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
It was Kolb going back past, because Kolb was the one with the... Hold on, let's just double check. Kolb was... No, sorry. The one with the QWERTY image was the sister car, beg your pardon. So
yes.
It's definitely...
But I think was arranged because, well, no, mind you, Fetzer could have pitted. Fetzer was due in. Now, there is a car with fluid pouring off it. Is that Fetzer's Ford? It can't have got to the team that quickly, surely. No, it's not. That's a VW Golf, not a Golf. No, it might be a Golf, actually. But yes, I just wondered whether because one car needed to pit, then they switched them around, but the wrong car was ahead, so that doesn't work. That doesn't compute. Anyway, Fetzer came into the pits. This should be the number 9's Ford Mustang's final stop of the race, whereas the Kolb car can stay out, and looking for the gap again.
Well, it came down between them to just 6 seconds.
Between the two Fords,
between the two Fords. The gap to the race lead, we have to wait for it to get to the next timing sector but remember that came down to just under 42 seconds, which is still an enormous amount with an hour of racing and slightly less, just over 50 minutes of racing. Final round of pit stops should be coming up this next time around. The end of lap 23 is when we expect the Verstappen.com racing Ferrari to come in, sitting on a 42-second lead. But just remember, it went out the best part of a minute and 10 seconds, so it's really come down. But that was a gift wrapped the Hout Racing team. Clearly Vincent Kolb giving chase, but not really actually gaining ground, if anything slightly losing it. And then clearly a slow zone that was cleared allowed the second place Mustang to close in. Not that much, but it closed in by 20 seconds. That sounds a bit counterculture to say it's not much, but that's because the margin was so great. That's a very, very comfortable cushion.
Well, it was just about a 30-second gain for Kolb's car. It was even more than that for Fetzer when he did an 8.28 on the previous lap. And the race leader, a 9.02. Not because that was a duff lap from Chris Lullum. It's because he was encountering so much yellow on lap 21. Still waiting for these splits to appear. But on lap 21, it was the Aston Martin pitted behind them, and Anders Buchart brought that car in for Valkenhorst Motorsport. So they have now chalked up 21 laps, but they all dive into the pit lane. And remember, the top 4 cars still owe us their latest and what will probably be final stops in this ninth race of the season. NLS-9, the 57th edition of the ADAC Barbarossa Prize. And 48.8 seconds, in fact, the gap as the cars began this lap between Lullum and Kolb. That was the end of lap 22, so we're on to lap 23 now. And Verstappen came in at the end of lap 15 to hand over to Chris Lullum, which means that he can complete one more lap. So he's begun his 23rd, or the car's 23rd lap, and should therefore be into pit road at the end of this one with about 44 minutes or so maybe still on the clock. But I'm expecting both the Ferrari and the Kolb Mustang in at the same time, so there shouldn't be a gain for either car. They will have to be in the pit lane for the same amount of time. Although, no, having said that, the Ferrari's going to be pitting slightly ahead and therefore further out from the checkered flag. So there might be a very small opportunity for the Ford Mustang to gain, purely because it's 48 seconds further down the road.
Okay, let's just pretend it's a minute. The difference between minute 1 and minute 2, effectively, is about 2.5 seconds.
Okay.
So it's a gift, but not that much of a gift, because anyhow, it may not be there. If it's under a minute, it won't be any gain at all. So, but the later you pit, the closer to the 4-hour mark at the end of this race, the shorter your pit stop shall be. However, it's been a phenomenal run from Emil Frey Racing with their Ferrari, first by Max Verstappen, who actually largely had uninterrupted laps, but the yellows have been coming thick and fast. Those incidents have been cleared up, so Chris Lullam has definitely had his hand stayed somewhat. But will he stay in for the final stint of the race? Stint number 4 in this 4-hour race, the third pit stop coming up at the end of this lap. And just looking at the timing splits around the circuit, suddenly it's settled down again, and Chris Lullam is pulling further clear. Yeah, 48 seconds clear, and just waiting for them to dive into the pits at the end of what will be lap 23. So it's been a fairly clean race, but it's just the pace has been abated for a long time by these yellow flags at various points around the circuit. And just worth reiterating, it's there aren't many gaps in the barriers in this circuit of nearly 172 corners, and so if a car is being rescued, it needs to be towed clear. It needs to get to the next point with a break in the barriers, and that can lead to long periods where the drivers coming up behind have to back off their pace with rescue vehicles doing their jobs.
Also on that lap, into the pit lane was Ben Leuchter for Max Cruiser Racing, as the various shards of what could be just plastic, but the most awkward thing is that that's carbon fibre and could easily slice a tyre. So a couple of marshals are now out on the racetrack at the Dottinger Hoor, ensuring that those bits are all retrieved. A bit of a concern is that one of the Mustangs ran right through it, but if it was Fetzer's car, well, he's pitted straight away because he needed fuel, and they no doubt gave him a new set of tyres anyway, so he can instantly forget that.
Yeah, Vincent Kolb seems to be running at fairly decent pace in the other car, being chased by the bright yellow Lamborghini at the moment, and that's had a decent run, and that's car number 786, Christoph Breuer, back on board. I'm just double checking that has yeah, that's served its third pit stop. That's why Breuer's back on board, whereas the Mustang is about to come in at the end of this lap. But the way Breuer's attacking means that, well, I think it's fresh tyres, actually, familiarity, but he's all over the tail of the white Mustang with the 2 blue stripes, running effectively the national racing colours of United States. Of course, you think back to the 1950s and Cunningham and other, coming to Le Mans and trying to wave the American flag and all the others. I think it's great. I love a national livery.
Yeah, and what was the national livery of?
Don't say Egypt. I think it was Primrose.
No, of Germany, because I think the Mercedes.
It's white.
Yeah, it is also white, isn't it?
But people talk about the
body stripe.
Yeah, but I mean, effectively, that was the national colour, and Mercedes would run that in the 1920s and 30s. But then once Arthur and Mercedes decided cars were a little lighter without paint, that's when they became silver arrows. But it was a point of differentiation, of course.
Yeah, obviously British Racing Green for British cars, or Belgian-run British cars, as this case with the Pro Sport crew, and then the Valkenhorst car, the German outfit, on its Pirelli tyres, running this Aston Martin that had such a good morning here at the Nürburgring, but the 34 car rather has faded a little bit. Now, some of that is to be expected because of its SP9 Pro-Am lineup. It's still leading Pro-Am convincingly, because remember, the nearest rival, the number 8 Audi, has probably been in the wars after the contact early on. The 8 Audi is still circulating, now back in the hands of Selv, but with quite a few new body pieces attached to it that don't necessarily match its current paint scheme. As expected, here's Chris Lullam on the in the pit lane at the end of lap 23 then, and this is perfectly on schedule. The car was handed to him at the end of lap 15.
He's going to stay on board as well. No sign of Max Verstappen. I thought he might come running out saying, I've had so much fun, I want another go, but I think it's absolutely fair, because this is Chris's first race on the Nordschleife in the SP9 class, and useful experience. But coming in will be the best part of 50 seconds, his margin over the Ford that will come in next from the Hout Racing team. They both have to come on this lap. They can't go any further on their tanks of fuel. And Vincent Cole will be bringing the number 6 in, just waiting for that to come. But such is the margin of 40 to 50 seconds that this one won't be out of the pits before the Ford arrives, but it certainly will be halfway through its pit stop.
And a quick tear off, that's the whole of the windscreen shape, which they are able to effectively rip away, and all of the nasty bits of fluid and tyre pickup that go with it. These racing cars don't have any form of washer fluid, because that's just extra weight and the mechanism that would power it. So the very last thing you want to be doing is using the windscreen wipers, unless it's raining, because that will just smear all the gunk which is landed on the front-facing edge of the windscreen. But that is just like a helmet in a single-seater, an open cockpit single-seater, where you would remove the helmet visor tear-off. You can do that on the full screen on some of these cars, and it is a very quick process indeed, but highly efficient. So both cars have arrived on pit lane together. Probably no difference between these two stops. If there is one, it's likely to be about 2, maybe 3 seconds. So the gain will not be huge at all for the chasing number 6 car. In-laps looked pretty good as well for both Lulham and Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only point you can really find a margin. Of course, these are pro drivers, and they will take it right up to the line coming into the pits. Other people haven't got it quite right. We've seen a handful of penalties for those, but there may be a 2.5 second gain in the pit, possibly just by dint of being over a minute behind or into the next minute. It's not the gap between the cars, it's really just how close they are to the end of the race. But as the fuel goes on board the Hout Racing Mustang car number 6, and Vincent Kolb has done a good stint in that, but there's nothing he can do about anything other than just chipping away a little bit here and there from Chris Lulham. But certainly that third stint out of the 4 in this race was very interrupted by yellow flags. And certainly on 1 lap alone, about 20+ seconds were gained by the chasing Mustang, but all it did was take the margin down from just over a minute to just over 40 seconds. And it's opened out a little bit since then. But Chris Lulham now back for his second stint, picking his way around the opening part of the lap. Hasn't yet got to the Grand Prix exit of the Grand Prix circuit, where suddenly the track tightens up. He's into the dip. You go through there, right-hand kink, getting up the hill. So what for years was the Vidal chicane, the left-right flick, and then shortly after that you don't turn right, you turn left and then go out into the Nordschleife. Suddenly you're going over a bridge, over a public road. There is no gap. There are walls on either side, and then you drop down, and then suddenly the track becomes sinuous. Right there, right now. First the double left-handers, and when a car, we've had this over the years, spins going through the first Sabine Schmidt curves, you can't see it when you're coming in. If the marshals haven't told you, which they will, suddenly there is almost no chance. Talk about threading the eye of the needle. And then one of my favourite parts of the track follows into Hats and Back, just the most sensational place to watch cars. You can be high on the spectator banking. Johnny, you and I have been out there over the years, particularly during the when we're not in the booth on the Nürburgring 24 hours. It is brilliant, and the camps that people set up around the circuit, they're there for days, and the Germans camp very nicely indeed. Lots of ducks there as well. They build castles. They turn up with flatbed trucks. They roll back the side. What's on board? A hot tub, of course, and a dry ice machine, and massive speakers, and best of all, a huge beer fridge. It is just the most primal place to go racing. You think of the infield at Sebring 24 hours and other places where people go at it big time, but nobody does it better than people attending the Nordschleife for the 24 hours. Just quite phenomenal. Education in itself going around. Oh, and it's a brilliant spot to watch the cars. I almost forgot to mention that.
Well, it's easy to forget because the distraction the other side of the spectator fence is so great. How many days out from the Nürburgring 24 hours do they actually start constructing those things? Some of which are made out of pure scaffolding, which have clearly had to be bolted together over a period of days, if not weeks. So mightily impressive. And if you've never been to the N24 in person, we would wholeheartedly recommend that you do, and just get yourself out into the crowd, whether that's the campsite at Brunchen, whether that's the middle portion of the Caracciolo Carousel, where you are literally surrounded by the action, which loops all the way through to the left, and you can witness a car at speed bumping its way through the concrete paving there. But definitely Hats and Back is a highlight as well, and the various different angles that you can witness high-speed action. It seems improbable that cars can actually go through that sequence of twists and turns at the speed they do, and at such close quarters as well. Speaking of which, the number 9 car, now in the hands of Jan Mardenborough, is reaching Adenauer Forst. This is the second of 2 Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustangs then into 3rd position. So the order is restored with Lullum leading, Kolb 2nd and Mardenborough in 3rd, even though they pitted on slightly different laps. Mardenborough a lap before, and of course because he pits about 8 minutes earlier than the other 2, he has now lost a bit of ground. The later you pit, the quicker you can be in the pit lane.
Yeah, so what he gained by that faster first pit stop, faster by regulation, by pitting that first pit stop sooner than his rivals by 1 lap, closed in on them, but he knew, or the team knew, that as soon as that number 9 car came in for its 3rd and final pit stop, what it gained early in the race, it would lose all over again. So it does very much balance out, but then again you've got to factor in where these cars are relative to traffic. Are they likely to be backed up behind a whole other group of cars from other classes that are lapping as fast as they can but simply can't compete with these ones? Will they be delayed? It's such a technical element, but the one thing we haven't had this weekend so far, I'm not even going to cross anything. We're under 40 minutes remaining. We haven't had a strafing of rain, which is no stranger whatsoever to the Eiffel Forest. And you could be 5 kilometres away, 2 kilometres away. It could be dry, but at a point around this 172-turn circuit, you could have your face full of rain. You could have just the biggest dump of rain. And sitting high on the hills, if you've got people up on the pit building looking out over the Eiffel Forest beyond, you can see a very long way, but you can see stuff coming. But the big question is that dark cloud that may have just popped half of its rain down on Spa-Francorchamps and travelled about another 45 minutes to the east, is it going to pass, or is it going to hit us, or is it going to hit all the circuit, or just some of it? Eternal questions on the Nordschleife. And I tell you what, some of me actually really rather hopes that all weather apps are wiped out, because when teams are watching the whole time, I quite like, from the benefit of the commentary box, the safety of the commentary box, is the surprise of weather. There are no surprises other than the fact it could suddenly be approaching a rainstorm, and it could just miss when you've banked everything on it coming and hitting you. But anyhow, it's the Nürburgring. It happens.
The dream scenario has been reached for Chris Lullum as the race leader in the Emil Frey Racing Red Bull backed Ferrari 296. That is a green racetrack everywhere, so he need not worry now about a caution period that might catch him in the wrong place and doesn't catch his rival. And the sector times for Lullum on his outlap, well, favoured Kolb, the chasing driver, here and there. That might be the slight advantage he got from pitting a minute later, because there was a 5-second difference as it turned out. I actually think Chris Lullum was taking it easy as he rejoined. There was quite a long check in the left-hand door mirror just to make sure that there was no one alongside him. And it was the measured approach. He's now quickened the pace, and through sector 3 is 3 and a bit seconds faster than the chasing Ford Mustang. He can afford not to be fully gung-ho in the final 35 minutes and 30 seconds.
You know, I always think there's that element that if you just back off slightly, that's when you can possibly make mistakes. I think the more experience you have, the more not. But I think in so many sports, if you just think you can slightly underhit a shot or whatever, or, you know, my early days, back off a rugby tackle, that's when you don't quite get committed and you end up being hurt. And it's the same in racing, I'm fairly sure. So I think Chris Lullum will keep going. Yes, if he comes across a gaggle of cars, he can afford to back off a little bit. But, you know, he's shown really good pace. But in every time you've got green flag running in each of the timing sectors around this circuit, they've got it split into 6 sectors. He's got an advantage. So, yeah, cruise. Well, more to the point, no, don't cruise, collect. That's the other bit.
Yeah. I suppose if you're aiming for that grey area between full commitment and a rolling lap, let's say, then there are more unknowns, because you haven't necessarily attacked a corner at 75%, let's say, and there's always the possibility of a mistake. I noticed that through sector 4, Vincent Kolb's Ford is not there. It's we've got an Emil Frey Ferrari having triggered sector 4. Mardenborough's been through as well, and there are now yellow flags at Kittelbacher Hohe and Flugplatz. Now, I don't know whether that's because Vincent Kolb is absent in some description, Or is he just further back down the road and Mardenborough's got in between them because of his earlier pit stop? But definitely Mardenborough's going to snake his way through.
Yeah, no, Mardenborough shouldn't be ahead because remember he had that longer final pit stop. So what he gained to close to within 20 seconds, but actually it kept on closing before it came to Mardenborough. And it got down to about 5 and a bit seconds, and then they dived into the pits. Right,
Colby's there now. He's come through, and I think still in the right place. So that's again a little bit of a timing glitch. It might be that the transponder reading at the end of sector 4 wasn't instantaneous, but Kolb should still be in second place, and therefore no late drama, at least until now, for the two Ford Mustangs who are on course to be completing the podium with the Ferrari of Max Verstappen and Chris Luller.
It'd be really interesting to know how many people are watching globally who wouldn't otherwise be watching, having caught the fever for NLS by watching Max Verstappen compete to get his ring license. But obviously this is far more exciting, starting in the top class. Didn't stay second for third for long, did he? Up into second before he got to the first corner, up into first before they got to the first corner, and thereafter the Emil Frey Racing Verstappen.com Ferrari has just pulled clear, muscled its way free of the action. But the main point is the final pit stop has been done. 4-hour race, 3 pit stops, tick them off. But every challenge thrown its way has been met by Max Verstappen first, then Chris Luller. Looking to see if there are any changes. Right, second place is still the number 9, but it's still listed as number 9 ahead of that's Mardenborough.
So that is correct.
Okay, it is correct. Okay, so what happened? Remember, just before the pit stop, there was a big gain on the number 6 Vincent Kolb-driven Mustang on the race-leading Ferrari. 20 seconds dropped into his lap by dint of a yellow section of the track being cleared up before the chasing Mustang got in. But at the same time, an equivalent margin, if not more, was gained by the sister car. And now Jan Mardenborough, he took it over. He didn't take the lead on the track before the pit stop because he wasn't driving, but his car didn't on the track. It pitted a lap earlier, so it came in after 22 laps. And should have been a longer pit stop, but it had closed right into 5.5 seconds before those pit stops. Just taking a look at lap times around the circuit. I need a few more moments until that comes through. But Mardenborough looks so he's building very nicely on the work. It was largely done by Dennis Fetzer. Fetzer was the one that got the gift of the yellow flag area clearing up before him. But I was just thinking, of course, with the longer pit stop, the number 9 out-racing Mustang would lose ground, but it gained a lot beforehand. But I'm just trying to just quickly cut through the various sectors and work out, was there a really unkind, cruel sector for the Vincent Kolb Mustang? Doesn't appear to have been.
Well, I mean, part of the reason that Jan has hoovered up some of that ground that separated he and Chris Luller is that he did an 8:01. That was only 10 seconds away from Max Verstappen's best effort. But the Ford Mustangs haven't been anywhere close to a 7:51. 7:56 is the best Mustang time, which came from the number 6 sister car. But Mardenborough's just on an 8:01.4. Plus, that was all that time gained just before the pit stop as well. And whether there was an issue on the outlap, perhaps, for the Vincent Kolb car. Meantime, there is a stranded car towards the end of the Grand Prix track, and this is the Schubert Motorsports car that we've spoken about a couple of times before, the only BMW M2 CS in the entry, CS racing car, and it has stopped just after the high-speed chicane that then leads everybody towards Sabine Schmidt's curve, but car 882 hasn't quite made it that far. And that is for either Stefan von Zabienski or family member Michael. Torsten Schubert is also in the lineup as well. To say the only car entered into the BMW M2 CS class. Does exactly what it says on the tin, that particular category.
Damaged on the run to the first corner, the Walkenhorst Motorsport pole qualifying Aston Martin, who took about an 8-minute 1-second lap for Jan Mardenborough in second place, somewhat further down in 5th after delays for repairs. 7 minutes 57 for Christian Cronje, the starting driver, the driver who took pole position. His next target, he's leading the SP9 Pro class, is the alternative technology Audi of Max Cruz Racing with Benjamin Leuchter, their start driver, back on board. He's been lapping nicely too, but as I say that, no, but I think we could see the Aston Martin going back up the order. That's car number 34. I'm just waiting to get the next timing interval between the pair of them so I can work out the gap between them. But what I can tell you is the gap between first and second is just under 24 seconds. So it has been a swing away from Emil Frey Racing, but what's left on the clock? Under half an hour remains in this race until we get to the 4-hour mark, and then it's a question of how many minutes after that Chris Lullum comes through in the lead of the race, or indeed will it be him? We thought for so long in this race it was a done deal. The Emil Frey Racing Ferrari team, started by Max Verstappen, built a lead of a minute and 10 seconds, but since then it's been coming down. I think incident has been an element within that, but certainly the gift of the yellow flag has been cleared up before the chasing cars came through, really closed the margin down.
The area around the Vidal chicane is now hampered by code 60 because of the number 882 BMW stuck on the grass to driver's right as everybody approaches the end of the Grand Prix track for Von Zabienski. So the Schubert Motorsport car looking like it's going to have to be recovered before that can go green again. 218.4 is slow through the third sector, but everybody's doing 218s. So that tells us again that there's more code 60 potentially. Certainly yellow flags in the middle sector of the 3. And that is not, well, the reason for that is not the BMW that we've already spoken. Oh, that's a different BMW, Mike.
Yeah, it's 885, I think,
okay,
which we've talked about before in this race. That's another Schubert Motorsport car.
Yeah.
It's same livery, the black and white split. That's Giuliano Holtzum, Sandra Holtzum, and Swedish driver Alfred Nilsson. So yeah, it's quite confusing when one team loses a couple of cars with the same livery in the space of a couple of minutes. A thunderclap for them, unfortunately, but not a good one. Right, just waiting. Muller, that's Marshall's Post 120. Don't want to brag, but lots of those around the course of the circuit. But so effectively halfway round. So that's a yellow flag, and that's now been cleared up. So whatever was there is no longer a problem. But waiting for everything to clear up. But still, the code 60 at the Vidal chicane. That's just before the drivers turn left and left again to go onto the Nordschleife part of this circuit.
So there are actually 2 M2 CSs. I think I've been saying for much of the race it's only the one, but Schubert have rocked up at the Nürburgring this weekend with 2 identical examples, 882 and 885. And it looks like at the moment they're going to struggle to get either car to the finish because, okay, they may be recovered to a safe location, but can they be fixed in the remaining 26 minutes, particularly if they are a long, long way from home? That wasn't the case with the 882, and it might be that that can be on a tow rope and straight into the pit lane very, very shortly. But unfortunately for 885, on the run down towards Arenberg, out of Schwedenkreuz, and it's going to be really difficult to get that car fixed due to its location, and as I say, the time starting to run through the team's fingers there. Just 25 minutes and 30 seconds still to go. It's going to be a long wait before we find out Chris Lullum's time through sector 4. Not convinced he's quite yet up to full speed again, but Jan Mardenborough's not able to capitalise on this. Klostertal now affected by yellows, as is Stylstrecker. That again smacks as a intervention vehicle towing either some Armco bits or a broken vehicle to a safer location.
Yeah, it's such a tricky thing on this circuit. So few gaps around the course, because the trouble is most of the circuit is actually through the middle of a forest, and there aren't any access roads. You've just got certainly in the past, when people have decided they've crashed their car or bike, they just take a shortcut. There aren't actually any shortcuts. You could eventually wander, followed by a bear, no doubt, or a weasel, down to a road around side. But any high-up shots of this circuit, it's just a line of tarmac, not just any line of tarmac, but it's right through the middle of a forest, so it is really tricky. And we wouldn't have it any other way. They have been various points where you have opened an access point, a gap in the barriers where cars can be fed back through to be put to a point of safety, but a lot of them aren't connected with roads. Cars can just be left there until after the event, and then they can be rescued. Logistically, you wouldn't plan a circuit like it, but this circuit wasn't planned for these purposes. It was just simply as a racing circuit in the 1920s. Yeah, century old, fantastic.
Lost none of its attraction, the green hell, and the amount of risk that is incorporated into it, the amount of risk that everyone is taking as well to get to the finish. But that's part and parcel of motor racing. That is the adrenaline rush after all. Max Verstappen gets it. Hopefully a whole lot more of you get it after this weekend as well, or maybe even Max's debut a few weeks ago. Let's hope that a few of you now firing posts to @RSL_studio maybe had not even discovered this venue. Or you might have heard of it, but had never actually seen a race around here before. Just clocked the badges on the back of people's street cars. Well, I really hope you're fully invested now and want to come back either for the final round of the season or for plenty more races next year. And who knows, Max Verstappen might even be on the entry list of the 2026 edition of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, a race that once again we will have for you live and free. So the 34 Aston Martin of Christian Krognes, he started the race, remember, then the Norwegian got out and allowed some drive time for Matteo Villegomez and Anders Buchart, his teammates, before getting back on board. And that car still on course to win SP9 Pro-Am, 22.5 minutes away from the checker. Kesselchen, code 60, that's going to be very damaging to a quick lap time, and that is, well, a perfect example of is Chris Lulham's route to the end of lap 25. He is a full minute and a bit slower than the best time offered earlier on by Max Verstappen in that same Ferrari.
Right, just talking about people sort of maybe potentially looking at this circuit for the first time, I just want to wind them back to a time very long ago, 1968. Jackie Stewart, Grand Prix should have been under 2 hours. It actually ended up being slightly over. But he won in the fog and the... Imagine this circuit in fog.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Faltenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, it's going to be 2 more laps following this one because the clock's counting down, but with the lap times anything between 8 and 9 minutes, and it does swing according to yellow flag zones. Left on the clock 18 minutes, so I think we're fairly safe to say by the time this lap has been completed, that would be lap 26, we'll have time for 2 more. But it's been all about Verstappen.com racing today, not just because Max Verstappen is here, but it's because they're dominating this, the 9th round out of 10 for the NLS for 2025. And for Chris Lullen, a learning process. It's learning how to also just cope with incidents where things slows down. The show doesn't go off the road, but you've just got to keep your concentration, your focus, obey every single flag that's waved in front of you, and be aware you're going to have to drop off your pace if an incident is being cleared up. Stay cool, calm, collected, press on again, and after a longer period, also just keep your heat in your tyres and not just attack too soon. Put the hammer down if you've got a long run of corners that are in slow zone. Largely today, they've been rolling slow zones, according to a rescue vehicle moving through to the next point at which it could remove a stricken car. But certainly just another learning process in a driver, Chris Lullen's case, who came from sim racing in 2024, dabbled in radical racing in the UK, but moved up to the GT3 class of racing this year. It's what we call SP9 here in the NLS. That's its nomenclature, but has not just moved to the front, he's done it in immense style, and certainly a huge support from Max Verstappen, who, even if he's on a Grand Prix weekend, tends to be very busy watching every single time the cars are out on the track with Chris Lullen and his regular teammate Thierry Vermeulen. He's on their back, on their case, watching, and now this weekend taking part. So the boss is in the house.
Just getting word from race control that the code 60 at Kesselchen will remain in place until the end of the race. So either that's barrier damage, it's most likely to be that actually, and rather than affect or compromise the run through Kesselchen anymore by having circuit vehicles on a narrow piece of racetrack there, better to just say, well, we'll keep this code 60 in place. We will protect the barriers if necessary, but leave it as that because it's probably a fair length of Armco that needs replacing. You never have a small off at Klostertal, Kesselchen, due to the approach speed. Maybe even both sides of the road have been dinged with the barrier so close to the edge of the circuit. And also a potential noise violation now for the SP8T car that has fallen to 2nd place, but it was the long-time race leader, number 191. That is just a first noise violation, so I believe it's just a warning. But obviously, if the car's caught doing that in the remaining 15 minutes again, then there might be penalties heading the way of the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. SP8T is actually now led by 187, which is a BMW from the FK Performance crew, and Mijatovic doing the driving there. So that is Ranko Mijatovic, joined by Nick Wustenhagen, as those are so often driving partners. And 187 has needed to cut down a substantial lead at about half distance to now be in front in SP8T. But it's still a relatively small margin. I'll make it about 8 seconds that separate that top 2.
Right, we've got a bit of a battle on, because the battle for 3rd place, we've had Vincent Kolb fall in the way in the second of the Mustangs. It was one that ran second for a very long time, started by Frank Stippler, but he's now, at the start of the lap, he was 5 and a bit seconds clear of the AT alternative fuel class Max Cruz Racing Audi, but Benjamin Leuchter is catching him big time, just going over the first second of the Sabine Schmitz curves, and clear line of sight. I reckon we're only about 2.5 seconds maximum between these cars. The Ford in 3rd place and the chasing Audi in 4th, but catching. Max Cruiser Racing is their first time running with a GT3 class car, but it's running not in the main class, but in the alternative technology class, and doing things differently in terms of its fueling, but definitely through the sweepers of Hatzenbag closing in. Hey, we thought this race was over. Nah, not yet. Maybe for the lead of the race, because of the 28-29 second margin, it's looking pretty comfortable indeed for Chris Lulham and Verstappen.com Racing. But Ford looking set for a 2-3 result, maybe 2-4. Well, we'll find out.
Krognes leading Pro-Am in SP9. The Cup 2 fight has calmed down a little bit. It was, well, I remember only about 45 minutes ago, the top two were separated by about half a car length, when it was the 921 and 948 cars at really close quarters. But that's opened up somewhat now in the favour of David Yarn and the Mullner Motorsport car. And you've got Tobias Muller second, and in third place in Cup 2, which is a Pro-Am car, the Grosser SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche. Klaus Aberlan still circulating in 10th place and doing battle with Christoph Breuer. They've got potentially a full lap between them, though. It's a significant margin after a great early run from Renazzo Motorsport's Lamborghini Huracan, which rather set the foundation for a not necessarily an easy second half of the race, but a more comfortable one than the start was. Aberlan has not really put a foot wrong, but might be suffering for the lack of teammate. You've got to think fatigue now is starting to creep in after such a long drive. Even for the full-out pros at Le Mans, there is a rule that says you can't drive for any more than 4 hours in one slug, and certainly Klaus will be feeling it now. I'm not sure whether he's ever done that before as a solo racer.
He was entered last time out just as a solo racer, but I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure he actually got to the finish, but certainly it's a challenge. Mind you, cast your mind back to when certain drivers tried to do the entirety of Le Mans on their own. It didn't quite work.
23 hours, though, I think had been done. Yeah, Aberlan, even quite recently, has been racing with people like Felipe Fernandez-Larza, who could be busy elsewhere. Vasquez Garcia for K. Kramer Racing is 4th in Cup 2. Still keeping our eyes on the gap, though, from 3rd to 4th. Different categories of cars involved, but if a pass is made by Ben Leuchter, that will change the overall podium order. And here's a chance for Leuchter to really close up the ground. Maybe he could have pushed yet further, because that was only double waved yellows, I think, unless I was missing a speed board as well. No, here's his chance. So he's going to be right on the boot lid now of Vincent Kolb, who couldn't really do a great deal about that. And the Audi thought, well, if you're not going to go as fast as I want to, I'll just close up the distance. And now at this restart, coming out of the Klostertal and Kesselchen area, it's still a car being recovered, and there's a lot of fluid on the road as well. So that's another reason why this needs to stay in place till the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly so. The barriers on drivers left very much bowed from where a car has gone thumping in. Largely in a bleak blow, but still enough to rock the barriers back. And then you go around the next corner, then there's a gap in the barriers, and that's where they're trying to put the stricken car. But yes, not much time. 10 minutes left in this race. They're not going to clear all that up, and they don't want anyone to go racing. The barriers are protected by a course vehicle, but certainly if you hit those a second time when they're not in true, then bad things could occur.
Other class leaders late on in the piece include the 962 car, which may be a light to flag victory for Josh Bednarski and Lorenz Stegman. They certainly got a great getaway in the yellow and white WNS Motorsport Cayman 718 that started from pole position. An early fight offered by the Falcon liveried Audi, which seemed to sort of some sort of a mismatch, and so it has proved with the more consistent run from Porsche number 962. The 800 TCR Honda Civic FL5 with Tiago Monteiro still driving that, on course for a victory in TCR. And then elsewhere, 83 has at the sharp end the Audi RS3 of Max Cruiser Racing. So they've got a couple of well-placed cars in AT1 and in AT3, both alternatively fueled divisions. SP7 being led in the final 10 minutes by the number 70 car, and car 70 is the entry from, this is the SP7, by the way, for the older school Porsche Cup cars, and actually that's not a GT3 Cup car, that's a 718 Cayman for Anton Ruff, who has been joined earlier on by David Barst and Axel Sartingen. But the engine you hear in the background is the turbocharged Ferrari mid-engine for the 296 GT car. Chris Lullum, the young man from Kent, took this car over at the 2-hour marker from his well-known teammate Max Verstappen, and Lullum has been so composed to this point. It was a very impressive first stint, which was a total of stint 3 in the collective run through the race, and now into stint 4. He's suffering a bit here and there, but that's because of the code 60 at Kesselchen, because his near rivals aren't able to really close the gap.
So this should be the final lap. Just under 8 minutes remaining. No one's lapping under 8 minutes, so do the maths on that one. Just something was in the back of my mind. Klaus Abelen, the last round, the previous round, he'd announced that would be his final race. But he didn't finish the race. I guess that's why he's back. And you know what? Having enjoyed today, and he's racing solo, which is nothing to be sniffed at. 10th overall, second in the SP9 AM class. Come on, surely you got one more race in. You do the final round in a couple of weeks' time, but you know, what an effort. I mean, for anybody, even if you were a super fit 21-year-old, doing 4 hours around the Nürburgring Nordschleife in a GT3 car would be tough. But 65-year-old Klaus Abelen, well, what a star he is. And of course, he had the ultimate fame in moving from Porsche to Ferrari in 2023, and his car with his drivers going through to win the 24 hours here at the Nürburgring. The week before Ferrari returned to Le Mans for the first time in 60 years. They had that rich run from the 50s into the early 60s of success before the Ford sledgehammer came through and thumped them into the weeds. But they were back and they took victory there as well. But, you know, Klaus and his crew, Fricadelli Racing, they got there first, putting Ferrari back on the 24-hour map. Don't forget it.
And the final race of the season is actually a first ever, a final race of champions to be held on the 11th of October. So the first version of the NLS Sportwater-Rennen, and that'll be a 4-hour race as well. We've had the 6-hour race earlier in the season. We've had a couple of double headers as well. No, actually, just, yes, the double-header which served as rounds of the NLS, which were the 2 qualifying races towards the end of May, and then the most recent double-header, which was a Saturday evening race, followed the next day by a Sunday afternoon race, the ADAC ACAS Cup and the Reinoldus-Langstreckenrennen, but a first-ever NLS Sportwater-Rennen on the 11th of October, which again will be a midday start local time and will be covered here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels to make it 10 races for the year. How about this then in the closing stages? It's the final lap, yes. Chris Lullum at the moment has pretty much a 30-second lead over Jan Mardenborough, who has nobody really to race with.
It's come down, actually, down to 22.5 seconds, but that's fine. He can defend that, but the gap between 3rd and 4th is down to, well, blink of an eye, 1.5 seconds maximum. Vincent Colvin, the second of those Hout Racing Mustangs, hanging on. But Benny Leuchter putting a fantastic job in the Max Cruise Racing Alternative Technology Audi, not running in the same class, but he's all over the tail, down through Hats and back they go.
Even if Leuchter gets through, it obviously won't affect where that car finishes in SP9 Pro, but it will deny Vincent Kolb and his teammate Frank Stippler an overall podium. So it is well worth fighting for, and it depends how much risk Ben Leuchter is willing to give this, but he's been chasing that car for all of this stint and probably much of his previous efforts as well. Marcel and Dominic Fugel have been backing him up brilliantly in their Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, and it'd be quite some statement for an alternatively fueled car to get onto an overall podium, albeit up against a relatively small SP9 field, certainly the Pro field with not a huge amount of cars entered. And don't forget the demise of the dynamic GT Porsche, which looked to be, well, the writing on the wall really at the start of the race, when that car couldn't even take the rolling lap because of a very late drama. Clearly the team had not got any inkling about in the prep for the race. So SP9 Pros, first, second and third at the moment. Cup 2 Porsches are 6th and 7th and 9th positions. And a great run for the third of those cars, considering that is a Pro-Am lineup for number 901. 901, the driver combination of Patrick Grutter and Fabio Grosser. Again, which side of these BMW, or one BMW, one Porsche, should the Vincent Kolb car go? He was partway up the curb there, which will have unsettled the second of the Mustangs. Third and fourth totally together as they head down towards the second entry route. And once more, Kolb down the inside, needed to be very, very careful. We're not a million miles away from where Kevin Estre had his incident during the 24 hours and put an Aston Martin on its roof.
Nose to tail, and I absolutely mean nose to tail. Now suddenly at car length between them, but the traffic, the last 3 or 4 corners, not going well for Vincent Kolb. Now they're clear. The Audi is a car length behind. Blink of an eye ago, they were almost swapping paint, but the Audi's backed off a little bit, accelerating into the corner. Slow zone coming up, double waved yellows. The Ford slows, the Audi slows. So is this going to buy him time towards the end of the lap? This is the final lap. This is lap number 25. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It is lap number 28 they're on at the moment, but the gap between first and second, they know where the damage is on the circuit. They passed it before. That's at Flansgarten. And again, it's like driving through treacle and various points on the circuit where lots of quick drives being put down, stricken cars being pulled behind the barriers. But does that help the chase or does it hinder it? On the restart, the green flag is waved. The Mustang already starts pulling away from the Audi. This is the battle for third place. Will Kolb carry on certain points on the circuit? Benny Leuchter in the chasing Max Cruz Racing Audi has looked fantastic, but I must say, Johnny, the traffic really didn't help the Mustang driver there. No, and Benny Leuchter will be licking his lips to ensure that his car is right with the Mustang as they head through Galgenkopf for the final time. We're a number of corners away from that, but the black and red Audi driver just needs to focus on closing the gap, or at least keeping it consistently tight. Into the carousel they go. And the Mustang will pop out of that tricky left-hander with good speed heading up the hill through the right-hand kink, first of all, followed by 2 more significant left-handers. And then you've got to balance the car on the brake and throttle at Hohe Acht. And the road surface beneath both cars is not in great condition, so there's a little bit of movement again as he turned in. But Leuchter's not going to try anything heroic, I'm sure, in the next sequence of corners. Just have to bide his time through Brunchen, Flansgarten and the Stefan Beloff S. But if he's this close as they go through Galgenkopf in a few corners' time, his opportunity to the run to the flag is going to be huge. The Ford Mustang is not the smallest of cars. It'll be punching a huge hole in the air, and the Audi will benefit massively from that tow. Porsche came and just in the pass of the Ford, but further up the straight, pressing on to the end of the lap. To victory is Chris Lullen. Max Verstappen will be waiting in the pit lane for him, no doubt, to celebrate, but that is a margin of about 23, 22 seconds. The job is almost done. The sunshine is out. Slow traffic, a car being towed along the Dottinger Höhe, but clean line of sight now for the blue and red Verstappen.com Racing Ferrari, run by Emil Frey Racing, started by Max Verstappen. He punched it into the lead of the race, no problem at all from third on the grid, in front by the first corner. Chris Lullen completes, and the sun clearly is shining on the pair of them. What a story this is then in global motorsport. The first time that Max Verstappen attacks an NLS race, a Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series race, from the Formula 1 star and his young teammate of the UK. They're going to win the race after 4 hours. The 57th edition of the ADAC Barbarossa Prize goes to Max Verstappen and to Chris Lullen. The Ferrari 296 of Emil Frey Racing, Verstappen.com, Red Bull as well, taking the win. And this could be the first of much success outside of a Formula 1 paddock
for the well-known Dutch racer. And likewise, you know, does this provide an elevation of ability or elevation of exposure for drivers that he can race with as well, such as Chris Lulham. Second place does go to Jan Mardenborough in the number 9 Mustang, but is there going to be a late change for third position heading towards Antonius Bucher? Benny Loiter wanted to be late on the brakes, but the real compromising factor was that flatbed and the recovery vehicle that is being towed down or lifted down the Dottinger Hoor. Had that not have been there, I am 100% confident Loiter was going to go for the outbraking manoeuvre into Tiergarten. The flashing of the lights from Vincent Kolb and also for Frank Schnippler does confirm that the Mustang number 6 finishes on the podium, but it is so tight at the line. What's the gap? 1.5 seconds?
1.5 seconds. I tell you what, if that course vehicle hadn't been there, the tow could have been achieved. The tow was achieved, but the Audi with Benny Loiter could not jump out because it was the width to do it, so he had to carry on and try and attack into Tiergarten. But for Vincent Kolb, he drove well to defend there. But again, these extraneous elements within a race, and as we say, it's, you know, the weather's started to change even now. We've still got a lot of cars with probably 5 minutes of racing to get to the end of this final lap, but when the flag fell after 4 hours of racing, Verstappen.com Racing, victory for them. They led every single lap of the race, and that's quite an accolade in its own. And just remember, Max Verstappen, the first half of the race, built up a lead of 1 minute and 10 seconds. It did come down. They lost a bit of time relative to the chasing Mustangs when yellow flag periods of the patches of the circuit cleared up before the Fords came through, but still the margin 25 seconds at the end. Great run from Jan Mardenborough, really waved the flag for him, the Hout Racing Mustang driver. His first attempt to race in an NLS race for 10 years. 2015 was the last one he did. He's raced here since in other events, but he'll have enjoyed that one. But really, you can imagine just how much fun Max Verstappen had there. How many of his rivals in Formula 1 will be allowed to come and play in these things? You can certainly see, you can guarantee quite a few of them will be watching going, oh, why is he having the fun? I'm just sitting on a beach now, or down the gym, or having a plate of salad, or whatever. You know, but this is what it's about. It's a driver who's just got absolute love of racing in his veins. You think back to other drivers. Kimi Räikkönen walked about from Formula 1. He'd had enough of it, went and rallied. Fernando Alonso went away, won Le Mans, and so on and so forth. And of course, now we've got people on the other end. Last week, a few weekends ago, the Goodwood Revival, Jenson Button finally scored a historic race when he's already buying cars to compete in. Jacques Villeneuve goes, hey, why are you guys having fun? Come out and play in more things. I think it only adds feathers to your cap.
Robert Kubica, a Le Mans winner this year as well, another one to add to the list. He's had lots of experience in other forms of motor racing as well, and some stories to tell, mind you, too. But the checkered flag falls on Klaus Aberland. Is that his final race here at the Nürburgring? He did get to the end of this one. We're willing him certainly to come back for the first ever Grand Final of Champions, which will take place in the second weekend of October, NLS 10. So there is still one more to happen. It remains to be seen whether Klaus Aberland changes his mind, but what a way to bow out if that is to be his final race with a solo drive. And where in class did he finish in SP9? Flirting with a podium.
Twice. Second. What am I talking about?
That's all right. Second place behind the Christoph Breuer 786 Lamborghini of Rinazzo Motorsport. Chris Lulham opens the door, very casually gets out and says, what's all the fuss about? I've just won my first Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series race with Max Verstappen, who must be nearby. A tap of the roof of the Ferrari 296. But I've got to say, so composed for 22 years old. Yes, he knows the car. He's been doing a lot of GT racing this year, coming out of a UK-based Radical Championship in 2024. But the big step from virtual racing to doing it for real, and as I mentioned at the top of the show, that transition pretty much seamless.
Yeah, he's been super impressive this year. Of course, in sim racing, you don't really get a live interview straight after a race, but he's got Patrick Simon down there, racer, commentator extraordinaire, and great man in the pit lane. But yeah, there's a big smile on Chris's face there as he sort of straightens his hair and yeah, relaxes. Long race.
That stint was long, definitely, and I mean he will be used to being in the rig for that amount of time. As to whether he's ever done 2 back-to-back stints for the duration of just less than 2 hours is another question. But consistency is so key, not getting flustered too much by the traffic around him. And, you know, if you do have a lap that is, for instance, 30 seconds slower than you're used to going, you can't let that niggle away at the brain and let it affect your final few laps, because there's nothing he could have done about that. That was purely because of caution areas that slowed him and didn't slow the chasing Mustangs. But by the end of it, 25 seconds an advantage. It was way more after, what, an hour and 40 when Max was at the wheel of that car. I'm just wondering whether Max has actually made a run for it to jump away from the big crowds that will be heading away from the Nürburgring in the latter stages of this race day. And that might not be a bad decision. It's a classic mic drop moment, isn't it, to do a couple of hours in the car, but have that over a minute lead and then not even wait to see where your teammate finishes. Oh, look, I'm out of here.
Yeah, look, the facts, Max was here, I think was brilliant for him, brilliant for Chris Lulham. And also, you know, Chris would have done some double stints in something like the Spa 24 Hours, for example, but not on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's a factor we have to keep throwing in. And also today was a day of extraordinary number of yellow zones and slow zones around the circuit. So he's had to learn how to deal with that. And, you know, when you're running in GT racing, something like the Spa 24 Hours, which would be the biggest event he's done this far, that's all one class of car. You come here, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, and you have just enormous performance differential between effectively the road class cars. Up front, though, probably one of the stars of the race, second place for him at the end, Jan Mardenborough. He chased and chased, got to, what, 24.5 seconds down at the end. But certainly that Hout Racing Team Mustang, they were the ones that pitted earlier than their rivals. But in their first of the 3 pit stops. But once the second half of the race came in, that car was just going great guns. But today, without a shadow of a doubt, belongs to Max Verstappen for coming along with his team. A Formula 1 driver, no, not a Formula 1 driver, really at the moment, the Formula 1 driver. World Championship galore in his bag. He wants to do more. That's a message I would love to get across to his Formula 1 driving rivals. And you know what? A lot of them would desperately love to do it too. Contracts are contracts, though, but well done to Helmut Marko and Red Bull Racing for letting Max out to play, and he played with great style, didn't he?
So well done to Jan Mardenborough, you've mentioned, Fabio Scherer and Dennis Fetzer, who finish in second position in their number 9 Hout Racing Team Ford Mustang. Vincent Kolb, who was under huge pressure in the closing stages from Benny Leuchter, but Kolb sharing a third step on the podium with Frank Stippler, who was entered into a couple of cars this weekend as well. I assume he did drive the Jutta Racing Audi at one point, but remember that was actually in the garage for a little while being repaired after it suffered some damage to the front. Alexei Veremenko and Selv with some tales to tell from their afternoon.
I don't think he did get into that, but I tell you what, it fell down. We had 108 starters, I beg your pardon, and that was stone last, apart from those that crashed on the opening lap and didn't continue. Got up to 56th place overall, so, you know, only gained 50-plus places, but, you know, press on, and they'll use the experience gained today to go to the final round on the 11th of October.
And the gap at the line between the second of the Mustangs and the 4th place finishing Audi was actually half a second in the end to car number 22, which had qualified in 6th. So that is a net gain of 2 positions for Dominic and Marcel Vögel, along with Benny Leuchter.
Max has found his way.
Still here.
Yeah, he wasn't familiar to the longer pit lane here. He's all smiles, nascent moustache there on board for racing here, but I think he'll have enjoyed that hugely. And yeah, there's an enormous smile on Max's face. That was something different, something he wanted to tick off, but you could be sure he's back. He's got permission to do the full 24 hours next year here at the Nürburgring, which is fantastic news.
Still wired, I think, from those opening 2 hours, and I'm sure delighted for Chris Lulham as well. They will have had a conversation off camera. And Max Verstappen just laying the paving slabs for this approach potentially to a 24-hour race in 2026. That's not confirmed yet, but he has stated this week that he would love to do the 24-hour race around here. Imagine watching a Max Verstappen overnight stint for 2, 3, 4 hours perhaps. And then, you know, once you've done one 24-hour race, it's going to be very difficult to put that new interest down, and he might have to start to tick off a few more.
I think he would. I just suddenly was having this image of an orange army pouring over the border into Germany to come here. And, you know, for Max, you'd almost think he wants to ramp it up. He wants to do this in the fog, the rain, the Jackie Stewart conditions, because the greater the challenge, the more this man rises to it. And I think it's phenomenal to have him here this weekend. But I haven't seen him smile this much for a long time. There's a different sort of pressure here. It's only the internal pressure. The pressure from outside isn't there, that it always is in a Formula One event. So I think this is not only good for fans of GT racing, but it's actually really, really good for Max. I think he will have gained so much from this. We certainly have.
Well, there's a big cheer as the interview ends, and he is guided upstairs towards the very large media centre here, where I'm sure he will do a full press conference as well. So we'll be able to confirm the positions again. The 31 Emil Frey Ferrari 296 of Chris Lullum and Max Verstappen winning by almost 25 seconds over the two Ford Mustangs of the Haupt Racing team, the 9 and the 6, with Benny Leuchter just falling short of the overall podium. And well done to the crew from 34 Aston Martin, who took pole position: Christian Krognes, Matteo Villa-Gomez and Anders Buchart, who win SP9 Pro-Am. The next and final race of the season will be NLS 10, the 11th of October, the first ever NLS Sportwater-Rennen, the final race of champions. And you'll be able to follow all of that race live right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels as well. Congratulations again to Max and to Chris. Thank you, Bruce Jones. We're on elsewhere on the network, bringing you live coverage of the FIA World Endurance Championship from Fuji in a few hours' time. So join us for that on RS1. Otherwise, though, NLS back in about a few weeks, 3 weeks' time. We'll see you for that. Bye-bye for now.
Dann auf der Gesamt 9. Position der dritte Rang in Sachen Cup 3 Porsche Carrera Cup Klasse mit Grütter und Gerosse und SP9 Pro. Auch hier die erste Position, der Klassensieg auf der Gesamt 10. Position für Gülden, Sandler und Henneritzi im 347er Porsche. Wir schauen eine Seite weiter, suchen uns den nächsten Klassensieger, finden den auf der 18. Position. In Sachen Porsche Cayman-Klasse in der Cup 3 ist es die 962 mit Bednarski und Stegmann. Schauen dann runter auf Gesamtrang 20 und finden mit den beiden Wüstenhagen und Mijatovic die 187 im BMW M4 in der SP8T. Wir gucken weiter, TCR-Klasse, unsere Fokusklasse auf der Gesamt 26. Position bei der Premiere des Honda Civic TCR FL5, die 800 Montiago und Halder als Sieger der TCR-Klasse. Ein Stück weit weiter runter, da haben wir in der AT3 auf der 28. Position den 10er Audi RS3 mit Lenz, Preising und Hochwind. Eine Position weiter den Klassensieger in der SP7. Startnummer 70, Porsche Cayman mit Barst, Ruf und Sartingen. Die ersten 30 haben wir. Wir suchen die nächsten Klassensieger und finden sie auf der Gesamt 36. Position. Sieg in der SP10 Oberheim, Mimwis und Goodman im 165er Porsche Cayman. SP3T, die nächste Klasse, die Stanko-Brüder aus der Schweiz im 323er Audi RS3 siegen, wie gesagt, in der SP3T. Und dann haben wir die 48. Position BMW M240i. Diese Klasse siegt die Startnummer 680 mit den Fahrern Reinhard, van der Sanden und AB. Im 400er Porsche 911, da haben wir die Klassensieger in der V6 bei dem Produktionswagen, die beiden Heuchemos und Sascha Kloft. Das waren die ersten 50. Wo finden wir die nächsten Klassensieger? Nämlich in der 55, die heckgetriebene VT2-Klasse wurde dominiert von der Startnummer 500 Leisen, Stahlschmidt und Ziels und zwei weitere Plätze dort hinter. Da haben wir die Front respektive allradgetriebene Fraktion der VT2 mit dem Audi von Dupré, Nett und Malikowski. Eine Seite weiter sehen wir auf der 65. Position die Klassensieger in der V5, Ebener, Schauerte und Valente, 440er Porsche Cayman. So, wir schauen weiter. Moran Gott, der Solist im 107er BMW auf der 73. Position. Dann die VT3 auf der 78. Position mit der 460. Schauen noch eine Tafel weiter nach hinten auf der Suche nach Klassensiegern. Finden Sie auf der 89. Position BMW M2 CS, die beiden Holzenbrüder mit Richard Nielsen. Und finden wir noch den Klassensieger der V3 auf der 94. Position. Ja, damit haben wir 100 Teilnehmer durch, haben keinen weiteren Klassensieger mehr. Das war mal so ein bisschen der Überblick über die einzelnen Klassen. Und das soll es aus dem Studio gewesen sein in Sachen Siegerehrung. Da ist es schon richtig voll, kann ich mir vorstellen. Und da gebe ich zunächst einmal zurück in die Kommentatorenkabine.
Ja, natürlich unterhalb vom Podium schon eine Menge Betrieb, schon einiges los. Und wir sind auch bereit für die Siegerehrung, die dann ja, und damit wollen wir
Uns freuen uns über zwei Podiumskandidaten mit dem Ford Mustang. Platz Nummer 2 ebenfalls für das Team von Hauptracing-Team. Wir begrüßen Dennis Fetzer, Jan Bardenborough und Fabio Scherer. Platz Nummer 2. Und das sind unsere Gesamtsieger. Emil Frey Racing mit dem Ferrari 296 GT3. Ihre Gesamtsieger für heute, Chris Lallam und Max Verstappen. Und die Siegergrenze für unsere beiden Gesamtsieger mit dem Premieren-GT3-Einsatz und gleich ganz oben aufs Podium. Es war ein wenig zu erwarten. Wollen wir den Handshake abwarten. Und Herr Fetzer, die Flaschen lassen wir noch mal stehen. Das dauert noch einen Moment, bis wir so weit sind. Wollen wir zu Ehren des Teams von Fly Racing die Hymne der Schweiz hören. Und jetzt kommt der Kulturshop für unsere Gesamtsieger. Das dauert nämlich noch ein bisschen, bis wir hier durch sind. Wir machen weiter. Und als Fahrer des Tages neu im NLS-Programm dieses Jahr haben wir wen heute auserwählt als Fahrer des Tages. Ich glaube, die Frage ist relativ schnell beantwortet, oder? Max Verstappen. Fahrer des Tages für NLS Nummer 9, Max Verstappen. Und damit eine Zusatztrophäe für den vierfachen Formel 1 Weltmeister. Weiter geht's mit den Klassensieger in der SP9 Pro M. Und wir freuen uns auf Walkenhaus Motorsport mit dem Aston Martin. Christian Kognes, Matteo Villagomez und Andreas Burchardt. Unsere Klassensieger in der SP9 Pro M Klasse. Und das sind die Siegergrenze für die Klassensieger in der SP9 Pro M. Es wird voll auf dem Podium bei der NLS, weil wir machen weiter mit der Lamborghini Huracan-Mannschaft von Renato Motorsport. Lana Sack und Christoph Breuer gemeinsam mit Dieter Schmidtmann, unsere Podiumskandidaten in der SP9 AM-Klasse. Das sind die Siegergrenze für Christoph Breuer und Kiki. Mit den Siegern in der Produktionswagenklasse springen wir in die V6 Porsche 911 für Schmickler Performance, powered by Ravenol. Hier kommen Thomas und Christian Heuchmer gemeinsam mit Sascha Kloft. Die BMW N42-Klasse freuen wir auf P13 Sports Up to Race. Die Mannschaft Yannick Reinhardt, John von der Sonde und Anton Adel zu begrüßen, die Klassensieger. Der Albtraum für Frank Stüppler, heute jedem die Hand schütteln zu müssen. Ach, ist das herrlich einfach. Das macht eben nur die NLS möglich. Und nach den BMW-Piloten wollen wir das Podium komplettieren mit den Klassensiegern in der TCR für die Honda Civic TCR-Mannschaft und ALM Motorsports. Hier sind Mike Halder und Thiago Vacchiero. So, dann wollen wir das einmal sortieren, dass wir das irgendwie, dieses zwei Grenze fehlen noch, dieses Erinnerungsfoto gemeinsam mit unseren Siegern hier im Kasten haben. Es ist voll, Max. Entschuldigung, aber das ist NLS. Auch das gehört dazu. Übrigens sein erster Rennsieg, wo er sich das Cockpit mit jemandem geteilt hat. Sicherlich auch ungewöhnlich. Das Podium für den 57. ADAC Barbarossa-Preis mit unseren Gesamtsiegern, mit Chris Laudheim und Max Verstappen. Ladies and Gentlemen, it's time for Champagne! Dankeschön. Kommst du gleich runter, lieber? Vielen Dank.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie wurde Ihnen präsentiert von Falkenreifen.